Hello and good morning. Welcome to round 2 of the Kart Championship here at PF International in the heart of Lincolnshire. My name is Jake Peach, and alongside me in the commentary box this weekend, reinforcements have been deployed because 8 hours of talking first round was quite a challenge, and he knows a thing or two about the Kart Championship and plenty of the circuits around the UK. It's David Sullivan. Hello David, welcome to the comms box.
Jake, pleasure to be in alongside yourself for round 2 of the Kart Championship here from the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International Circuit. And if today is anything like yesterday, it's going to be another superb day of racing. The sun is shining. What more can you want from a race day at what is widely regarded as the best circuit in the country, maybe to some even the world?
Yes, and we've had many people come over from all over the world here for maybe our Kart Masters events, but this is the Kart Championship today. Nearly 1,400 metres this track, 10 very challenging turns. We've got the Litchfield Bridge as well, which is always a unique point of this track. A good bit of elevation as well with the bridge section, with the bowl, lots to contend with. We've got our 2 hairpins here. We've got the very technical Mike Wilson complex towards the end as well. And always a bit of a driver favourite, a bit of a fan favourite amongst karting as well, isn't it? Because it's PFI, it's one of the grandest circuits in the country. I think you could say that.
Certainly is, and given that this championship created history at this point last season, round number 4, this championship became the first travelling championship to visit this circuit. It had historically been for the club events and for world stages. It was the first time that a national club championship had visited Paul Fletcher International, so it's great to be back once again with the Kart Championship. It's going to be a fairly warm day, considering yesterday the sun was out but it wasn't particularly warm. I've plucked for shorts, which I think was a brave decision this morning.
Today.
Opened the curtains this morning and it was sunny, and I thought I'm going with shorts. And
you're a brave man.
Well, we're inside effectively a greenhouse up here, aren't we? As soon as the sun comes round, it's only going to get warmer.
So yeah, we've got obviously lots of classes to get through. 8 classes in this championship particularly. We'll have our bambinos, we have our junior rotax runners, we'll have Honda cadets as well, our junior primos, our Intermax and our micro maxes, and our mighty cadets as well, and our senior rotaxes too. Throughout today we've got obviously a few races with multiple groups because there's a big fields and lots of runners, particularly in our junior rotax classes as well. We've got 4 classes going on now. Honda cadets is pretty busy as well. We'll take you through right throughout today, and I think it's important to say as well, the Kart Championship being brought to you by Alpha Live and on Slipstream as well. Not on Slipstream, we're on Alpha Live. I'm getting confused with the Club Championship. We're on Alpha Live all day, and you can watch all of it. You can watch the Kart Championship YouTube channel, you can watch the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well, all for free on YouTube at your heart's content. Get involved with the live chat as well and see all of your comments coming into us. Me and David can see what you are saying about the support for your drivers wherever you're watching from in the world, particularly in the UK. Please get involved with your comments and thoughts throughout today, because it keeps us entertained as well in the comms box between the races as well. You can see that out on track, a glorious day. We're looking down there, particularly in Sector 3 at the moment on screen, and a lot's kind of laid down there. Important as well to have our medical team out on the track. You can see the ambulance is getting into position, and just yesterday, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but of course, everyone here at the paddock will know that our medical teams and our stewards did a fantastic job yesterday. There was some close racing here at PF International, and everyone was seen to and looked after incredibly well. And of course, David, that's a no-brainer to say that the bravery of our marshals and everyone out there making these races happen is amazing. Yeah,
they were superb yesterday, but you'd expect nothing less from a venue of this calibre and the training that they give their marshals. So, credit to them, of course, where it's due, but the expectations are what you'd expect here at PF.
All right, let's launch into then our very first race of the day.
Mighty Bambino then will commence the race day. The green flag is waved on the gantry as they head out onto circuit. Luca Pede will start on pole position. He's going to have Teddy Smith alongside on the front row, with Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse on row number 2, Jules Nash and EJ Deera on row number 3. Row 4 will see Stanley Thurston and Aidan Castleman, Theo Mazzapardi and Arthur Etherington complete the top 10, with Rafe Verdi and Briella Stevens on row number 6. Row 7 has Arton Odula and Emerson Ilya, with Jensen Paris and Reggie Love in front of Jonah Curtis and Max Tetlow on row number 9. Max West and Sadie Cartmill are in front of Jensen Millen, who will start on row number 11.
Yeah, I think it's important to say as well, in all of our super heats this morning, whatever class it is in, are going to be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And when we get to our finals later, there are some varying times depending on the type of race. We've got repechage as well, or also known as a B final too. So it will all depend on the durations. But all 8 minutes and 1 lap this morning for our mighty Bambinos, who are making their way around on the formation lap. And of course, completely silent.
Of course, when you're out on circuit, the first time I saw these karts a few years ago was at Warden Law, home venue for round number 1. And I stood at the first corner next to one of the parents, and I said to him, "What's that noise that you can hear? That's the rattle of the side pod in the kart." And you can't normally hear that on a normally aspirated kart, but you can pick up all the noises, the nuances. The conversation then switched to, are they difficult to coach with? Because you can't hear when the driver's on or off the throttle, but they can attach sort of throttle tracers and things like that and see how much brake pressure they're putting. One thing to note with this class and with our Honda Cadet class as well, these will be a standing start, whereas all of our other classes will be rolling. So drivers making their way into position. These are at the younger end, of course. So that's why you can see they've got parents, helpers, mechanics all out. They'll then clear the grid before this race gets underway.
And you can see the whistles, or they even hear the whistles being sounded to clear the grid. Off they go to the side. Keep your eyes out for Luca Pede and Teddy Smith. And Jules Nash, who had great battles at Warden Law. And you can see our marshal at the back of the grid there, giving the green flag in just a moment for us, hopefully, to go racing. Everything looking okay here for the first race of the day at PF International. Our mighty Bambinos holds up the green flag. We look like we are good to go. And all eyes to the light. And we are away for our mighty Bambinos then. Off to a good start. Luca P looks like he's retained his advantage off the line with our S-plate of Teddy Smith on the back of him as we come through then into the bowl section for the very first time here at PF International. Looks like all line astern at the moment, not too much to write home about, all behaving and finding their feet out there. All early move up the inside, having a look there. Eli Parkhouse, I think, was having a little move on a fellow privateer of Oliver Reynolds as they come over the Litchfield Bridge here and down towards hairpin 1 for the very first time.
We're going to have a change for the lead. Teddy Smith, hard on the brakes, is going to go down the inside of Luca Pede. Gets the move done nicely. Pede straight back into the wheel tracks of the S-plate then of Teddy Smith. They'll run up towards the second of these two switchback hairpins in the infield section. Heading down now and equally long straight towards the Fullerton S. The top 4 are breaking away as round goes the number 18 of Jules Nash, I believe. And that's not going to be what the Heat 1 winner wanted from yesterday. He won the first heat but was down in 9th place in heat number 2. And for a driver that's got a lot of pace, that is not what he's going to want on lap number 1.
Yeah, and he also won the final at Warden Law. So we want to be up front and getting back into the front runners here. As then we come through the final couple of corners then, navigating that for the first time. And onto the home straight. So you've got a change for the lead here. And it is Teddy Smith out front as you come across the start finish line. Confirmed there on your left side of the screen. Luca Pede, followed by Oliver Reynolds, Eli Parkhouse, EJ Deera, Aidan Castleman, Stanley Thurston, Teo Azzopardi and Arthur Everington, and Jensen Parish is your top 10.
Top 4 have had a huge breakaway on this opening lap that has given them a lead of over 2 seconds, and I imagine that the plan now early doors, once they've had that change around, is that they're going to work together just to try and put, and right on cue for working together, Luca Pede rewrites the script. Down the inside he goes on Teddy Smith, although he's gone wide on the exit. Smith will draw alongside. Pede should have track position though, going up towards the second hairpin. Smith's going to try and hold it all the way around the outside. The distance is too far, and Luca Pede retakes the lead.
Great retaining move there and driving going around this PF International circuit. And we were chatting yesterday, weren't we, David, that Luca Pede is definitely going to be one to watch this season because he has really stepped it up coming into 2026.
He certainly has. He ended last season very, very strongly, did Luca Pede. He was sort of always in that podium mix, battling it out, but didn't quite have it last season. He's worked hard over the winter, and it looks like he's going to have a real shot of taking this Kart Championship title come the end of the season. Although I'm fairly sure that Teddy Smith and a few others are going to want to do something about that. Smith's drawing alongside. Pete's still going to have track position here, I feel, as they head under the Litchfield Bridge, and indeed they do. But for a pack of 4 that I thought were going to work together, they are having a bit of a battle out of this, as Eli Parkhouse has found a way past Oliver Reynolds on that previous lap as well. He moves himself up into 3rd place. They are elongating that gap back to EJ Deere and Aidan Castleman, but it's the more that they battle, and again, Pete's coming back down the inside because Smith's got through coming off the bridge. And the more they battle, the more they're going to try and invite this train of 5 into the mix, as long as they don't start battling as well. A little further down, it looks like Jules Nash has started to work his way back through. He's at the head of the train after this, so he's up inside the top 10 now. He's gained 2 places since crossing the start line.
Yeah, coming into Mike Wilson Complex, very tight between Teddy Smith and Luca Pede on that chicane there. Always looking over his shoulder is Luca, but then he's got these 2 for company as well behind Eli Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds. It is almost 4 by side as we went into that turn there and coming round, but it looks like now that Eli Parkhouse is out in the lead ahead of Luca Pede, so it's all change here. And as you were saying, David, whilst these 4 are breaking away at the time and not working together, they're allowing then the back group now to come into play as we come across the start-finish line. Yeah,
that gap will come down massively. It has by well over a second between the first train of 4 and that second train of 5. And let's not count out Jules Nash here, because whilst he is just going to come into shot under that Litchfield Bridge, he's got nobody to battle with now, so he can just get his head down, hope that everybody in front starts to squabble. And at the moment, as both Pede and Smith become preoccupied with each other, that has backed them into the pack. It's allowed Oliver Reynolds to move up into 2nd place, but Eli Parkhouse is starting to pull away at the front, taking full advantage as wide goes Reynolds, and through may go Teddy Smith, although Reynolds does get the run back up towards the 2nd hairpin, and this is all playing into the hands of Eli Parkhouse out at the front.
It's a sizable gap now, and we'll confirm the gap as we come across the start-finish line, but it almost looks like easily half a second, and has really taking advantage of all those squabbles going on at the back of the pack. Doesn't even really need to look over his shoulder now, because he's very confident, I think, in his mind that he knows exactly where he is in this race, with the others battling behind as we come then into this Mike Wilson Complex. Again, our marshals keeping a firm eye on all the proceedings going on there, doing a fantastic job at the moment. We've got 2.5 minutes then and 1 lap on the clock, so a good few laps still to go as we come down the start-finish line then, and a move looking like is being pulled on the inside, a defensive one from Oliver Reynolds, trying to keep Luca Pede behind, and Luca Pede won't be happy where he's down in P4, though he's got the fastest lap to his name at the moment. We'll see as we come up into the bowl section if any ground can be gained once again and across to the Litchfield Bridge. But this front 4 has sort of become now still a bit of a front 4, but at a risk of becoming a front 5 or front 6, David.
Well, it could be a front 9 at this rate as they head out onto the back straight. That's Arthur Etherington in the background in the black, and he has picked up a 5-second penalty for a jump start, as has Stanley Thurston. They're both in the mix here. Jules Nash is under investigation for an early incident. I imagine that had something to do with the spin on the opening lap. But 2 of these drivers in this top 9 have got a 5-second penalty, and they need to be careful. If they get too involved and maybe have a spin, that's going to drop them all the way down the order.
And Teddy Smith then is out front ahead of Eli Parkhouse now, so we can see Teddy Smith putting that S-Plate Prestige to good use. And look at them all gaggled up together with probably less than a second gap between them all there, coming through this very technical section there. We got a wide though run out
Smith
there.
Smith
going wide and letting the lead up and slip then. So Eli Parkhouse going straight back for him, saying thank you very much, I'll take the racing line and I'll see you maybe in a couple laps time. Hopefully don't see you again.
Reynolds tight out of the final corner, and whilst it does look on camera straight on that he's going down the inside, he's scrubbed off a little bit too much speed, drops back into 2nd place. 2 laps to go then. We're lapping in the 1:22s. They've crossed the line with just over a minute on the clock, so we'll be 1 to go at the end of this lap. All to play for in the first superheat of the day. We go 9 deep down to Arthur Etherington in 9th place. for the battle for the lead as he comes off the bridge. Keep an eye out on Jules Nash. He is closing, but he will run out of time. But he will gain 2 places if he doesn't fall foul of that investigation. 2 drivers in front with penalties, but this could be anybody's. Put your chips on the table, ladies and gents. Who's going to win race number 1 of the day as Eli Parkhouse goes defensive up towards hairpin 2?
Yeah, Oliver Reynolds knows how to, be behind in P2 and possibly be in the fight, because from the Super 1 Championship clinched that P2 spot. Will he make that one better here in this superheat as we come through the final few corners and going on to what's looking like going to be our final lap? So Eli Parkhouse in his head right now, maybe thinking about the strategy. Can I build up that gap I was enjoying a couple of laps ago? Can I keep Oliver Reynolds behind? Has a little look up the inside there, but nothing doing. And it's all looking like he's going to save it for this start-finish straight and see if he could pull a move and any run or momentum up the inside then. And it looks like that's exactly what Eli Parkhouse is wanting to fend off from, going defensive quite early on Oliver Reynolds into the bowl section under the bridge here, under Litchfield Bridge for the final time here then. Who's going to take this one home and the victory in Superheat 1?
Parkhouse then will lead us up and onto the bridge as Reynolds tries to make the move down the inside. Door closed, but that's Teddy Smith trying to go all the way around the outside to hold on to that position. Bit of contact with him and Luca Pede. Aidan Castleman is going to try and take advantage of those two, and he's going to get a run down the inside. Castleman's going to do 2 of them into hairpin number 1. Aidan Castleman goes from P5 up to P3, back down to P4 because Luca Pede gets the switch back.
Beautiful move there and very, very great counter attacking driving, it must be said. But Eli Parkhouse again had a really good gap and has come out of these hairpins. He's got Oliver Reynolds right on the back, not letting him rest one moment as we come through then the final few corners in the final sector 3 for the final time. Eli Parkhouse knows he's got a lot of company because Oliver Reynolds is going to try to go around the outside. Is he going to make the move stick? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Eli has held on but has still got a couple of corners to see if he can make it happen. Will there be a sniff up the inside and a drag race to the finish? The checkered flag is about to be waved down the start-finish straight, and it looks like Eli Parkhouse has got this in the bag. Unless there's a bit of momentum, it is a very close finish, but it's Eli Parkhouse taking victory from Oliver Reynolds and Luca Pede, who did recover up to P3, but won't be happy from starting from pole, but something to build on for the next superheat. Teddy Smith, Aidan Castleman, EJ Dera is P6, Stanley Thurston, Teo Azzopardi, and Arthur Everington and Jules Nash recovered back up to P10.
On the final lap, it came up on timing that Teddy Smith from 4th place has been given a 5-second penalty as well. That'll drop him from, at the very least, P4 down into P10, depending on other penalties as well, Thurston and Etherington. So it may well promote him back up to around about 8th place for Teddy Smith, but that's not what he would have wanted. Strong points out of Superheat 1 though for Eli Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds. Luca Pede will still hold the points lead going into that second Superheat, and he will of course start that one from pole position once again as he tries to amalgamate as many points as possible for that final grid. Eli Parkhouse then takes the victory out of Superheat 1 for Might E from Oliver Reynolds and Luca Pede. Teddy Smith, Aidan Castleman, EJ Dera, Stanley Thurston, Theo Azzopardi, Arthur Everington, Jules Nash. That's your top 10, but it's going to be all change post-race when penalties are applied.
Yeah, and and straight into the action for the stewards then for the first one of the day. But of course, close racing out there is to be expected because all the teams are trying to get as many points as they can on the board, or as least amount of points as they can for the intermediate classification, because they want to be right up there for, of course, for our finals later. But every single position that they can get in all of our races and sessions this weekend will go, of course, towards the end of the season, and 1, 2, 5, 10 points could all make the difference.
Certainly could. Thank you to everyone that's joined us in the live chat early doors. It is a very early start here, pre-9 o'clock, so thank you for those of you that have set your alarm early to watch the fantastic action here from Paul Fletcher International, round 2 of the Kart Championship. And please do get in touch. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know which class you are looking forward to watching. Speaking of classes, as Mighty exit stage left, it's time to welcome race number 2. It's time for the first of 2 back-to-back Junior Rotax Superheats. It's Superheat A versus B in Junior Rotax.
So let's get on to our junior rotax first race of the day, and I would say the junior classes, particularly at Warden Law, were very, very competitively fought. But it's Charlie Wolfett, Privateer, on pole with Ewan House and Finley Smith, followed by Connor Large, Harrison Bishop and Charlie Vary down to P6. Max Douthwaite, Noah Moulton, James Tate, JJ Plowman, Adam Churchek and Toby Jukes is down to P12, with Kevin Ivanov with a good performance in Warden Law as well, wanting to build on that here at PF. Leighton Kelly, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Shay Hilton getting some support on the live chat as well. We can see you there. Laurie McVeigh and Elijah Hartley's P18. Ellis Dealey, Elijah Hazelwood, Amy Peacock and Charlie Quinn, Aston Brown and Alex Roach at P24. Followed by Pierce Whitehead, Matt Scott, Cooper Campbell Lees, Thomas Wellsford, Jake Walker, George Ralston, and Isaac Jameson, Leon Canellas, Jasper Oakes and Hugh Hobson rounds out your 34 very packed runners in this first couple of groups in this junior Rotax Super Heat 1.
Yeah, we're going to see about another 34 very shortly. Coming out. Looks like we've had issues on the opening lap for Kevin Ivanov. He should have rolled out of P13. He's coming round at the back of the pack and he needs to be in position by the time they enter the right-hander of Bobby Game Corner, which is just about where the tail end of the field are. There's a yellow flag there. And Kevin Ivanov, who started yesterday from the back of the pack, issues for him in qualifying. And it looks like he may have had early morning issues as well. That kart not liking the early starts to race days, and we've got issues early doors. He has managed to get it going and rejoin the tail of the pack. We'll have to keep an eye out for Kevin Ivanov in that very distinctive Red Bull liveried helmet, making his way through the field, hopefully for him. He looks like he's going to go off what is going to be the second to last row, unfortunately, for Kevin.
Yeah, hopefully he can have a good recovery though as they are forming up, and hopefully, according to Dan Ashton, our race director, will stay within the tram lines. Are we going racing here at PF in Junior Rotax? We certainly are. We're away and into the first turn. It looks like a great start for the pole man. I think Charlie Wolfett has stayed up there from what I can see. A bit of a coming together though in the bowl section, and who is that involved? That is quite a few drivers there. I can see getting involved with that. I think that was...
One of them could have been Amy Peacock.
Amy Peacock, yeah.
Out of P19 in the 217. We'll keep an eye out at the end of lap number 1 as we head down towards the first of 2 back-to-back hairpins on lap number 1. We're 3 wide in the middle of the pack, heading back up towards hairpin 2. They've managed to sort themselves out. Have they? Yes, they have, but it's all going off, and that's allowed the top 3 to break away. Look at the gap they've got already.
It's quite sizable. I mean, that's easily probably 2, 3, maybe 5 seconds already for our top 3 runners out the front of the field, so making no waste of any time here as they start their first official lap here across the timing line. We'll get a confirmation of all the position switches as we come across then. You can see that Charlie Wolfett had a great start there in that Dan Holland Racing livery, followed by Harrison Bishop, Finley Smith and Max Douthwaite and Connor Large and Adam Churchek and Ewan House. So it looked like there was a move up the inside there, David.
Just picking out the waved yellow flag in the background because we've got a marshal on the side of the circuit there. So waved yellow as we've got a move coming off the bridge down the inside with the Project 1 liveried Laurie McVeigh trying to make a move, but that's going to send him wide down the inside. Goes that look could well be James Tate. Yes, it is, and Charlie Vary's going to try and go all the way around the outside as well. It's all very frantic in the mid-pack. I say mid-pack because even though it's 4th back, it's the top 3 of Wolfett, Bishop and Smith are gone. Down the road, they've got their own race on trying to catch each other. This is where the entertainment is at from P4 all the way down to, well, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, Max Douthwaite of Guy Cunnington Racing then leading of what you might want to call this train at the moment, but it's just the first lap squabbles has kind of evened all this out, and you can see they are absolutely bumper to bumper then as we come into this bowl section for the first time. Is Connor Large trying to make a move up the inside there, and they've both gone wide. As a result, that looks like Adam Churchek, Ewan House, Lauren McVeigh might have taken advantage of that then. As we come off the Litchfield Bridge, we'll get a better picture of how things have unfolded there, and it looks like Ewan House did go up a couple of places. So it's all going on here into this hairpin 1, lots trying to find their way.
That's Connor Large round. Tipped into a spin alongside the 223 of Max Douthwaite, and the 2 drivers at the 4th and 5th are going to be well outside the top 20 now.
Yeah, trying to get their karts going again, and just an unfortunate coming together. We'll see what happens as a result of that. Will he get his steering back? Is there any damage to Conor Large's kart? Hopefully, let's see as we go throughout the rest of this lap and on to the other laps. That's all going to be fine. But they've come across the line. Charlie Wolfett then, and Harrison Bishop and Finley Smith. They have an almost 5-second gap, those top three. Even more for Charlie Wolfett, 6-second gap over the rest of the runners. Ewan House then is up into P4 for the Coles Racing Team. Adam Churchek, Laurie McVeigh, Shay Hilton and Noah Moulton is down to P8, and Cooper Campbell-Lees and James Tate is your top 10.
Fourth and fifth now have broken away because of where they were. Is that Shay Hilton down the inside with a very late move on the brakes? Yes, it is. He's gone in too deep, though. That's allowed Laurie McVeigh to get the run, and Hilton may well lose another place here to Noah Moulton, I believe, down the inside. They'll run 3 wide down the back straight and slot back in just before the Fullerton S's. In fact, no, it's still going on in the background up towards the right-hander of Bobby Game corner before this Mike Wilson complex.
And Shay Hilton was keeping the position honest there, or using all of the track through the hairpin, so holding on to that position at the moment where they are in P7. We have about 4 minutes then on the clock, plus 1 lap, and it is always fierce racing action here at Junior Rotax, and no different as we are at the PF International and of course the Kart Championship round 2, and coming up into this bowl section across the bridge here, and we are keeping across all of the fields coming through, and this mid-pack here you can see a battle going on, I believe, between Charlie Very. This is like P9, P8 territory.
Yeah, Cooper Campbell-Lees down the inside into the right-hander. He moves himself up just in the background. The 259 of Noah Moulton under pressure from Charlie Very. I think we had a yellow flag briefly in the Mike Wilson complex for one kart stationary. Could well be the 229 of Toby Dukes off and into retirement on the infield. So we have got waved yellows up there. That'll give a few drivers a little bit of respite, a few drivers an opportunity to reset, reprogram and get themselves ready. As Noah Moulton has gone round on the run up towards Bobby Game corner, he drops out of the top 10.
Yeah, he's Noah Moulton's gone into the pits we're in, and has just bad luck for Noah, who started in P8 on the grid and was looking to make your way up. A strong showing in round 1 as well at at Warden Law in Sunderland, rather. And you can see there, we pick up the battle here with Finley Smith and Harrison Bishop now, who are trying to catch up with Charlie Wolfett, who's got that almost 2.5 second gap now coming into the third and final sector, and followed by Ewan House chasing with Harrison Bishop as well, and Adam Churchek rather behind, down to P5, and always a closer battle here in the mid-pack as well, still going on between drivers like Charlie Very, Shay Hilton, James Tate and Cooper Campbell-Lees too.
Certainly is, as Wolfett crosses the line. 2 minutes to go. He extends his lead out, including that fastest lap to 1.6 seconds. Fastest lap immediately eclipsed, though, by Ewan House in 4th place. He's in front of Adam Turacek. All changed then towards the tail end of the top 10. Matt Scott makes his first appearance inside the top 10 in P10 on that final lap, making the moves up as Shay Hilton drops all the way down to P18. Not quite sure what happened there, but disappointment for Hilton. He drops all the way down the order, 11 places, down to P18.
Yeah, and good progress Hilton was making. Started P18 even, and then made up the way up to P7, back to where he started. There was a nice move there into that hairpin going on between Cooper Campbell-Lees and Matt Scott. Elijah Hazelwood all involved in this, coming into the third and final sector, using a little bit of curb, as they much want to get away with here at PF, a bit kinder than they were at Warden Law.
Charlie Very and Cooper Campbell-Lees going side by side, and right in the background of that was the recovering Kevin Ivanoff. He's got himself up into this battle for a top 10, having come all the way through, having started from the second to last row. It looks like it could well be, is that Cooper Campbell-Lees at the front of this train of karts? Yes, it is. I think Matt Scott, then it's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the second of the two Cato Motorsports karts, as she moves down the inside of Matt Scott and takes Kevin Ivanoff along with her as well. He moves through down the inside. Good moves for the two of them. And Matt Scott at the moment is going backwards. He's been shuffled back even further, I think, this time by the 264 of Thomas Welsford.
But we can see a bit of a argy-bargy here going on for P2 and P3. A great battle throughout this lap, a trading of positions, but holding on to it is Harrison Bishop for his Kiddix team, with Finley Smith behind. And Finley Smith, will they get, well, they'll get another 2 laps because the leader's gone across the line. So this is a penultimate lap for these two here on screen, and trying to find a way past is Finley Smith, trying to posture up the inside, maybe into the bowl section. Nothing doing there, wants to be smarter about that. Coming over to Litchfield Bridge, where there might be an opportunity down into hairpin 1. Finley Smith really doing a great job to keep the pressure on Harrison Bishop. A little look over the shoulder. Doesn't look like they want to work together at any stage of this race at the moment. They want the points for the taking themselves, and up on that podium and taking all of the acclaim as much as they can into the next superheat later on.
Ewan House, who was 1.5 seconds behind this battle as they crossed the timing line at the start of this lap, will almost certainly close in if these two start scrapping. Tell a racing driver that it's all about the points, and they'll say no, it's all about maximising the track position throughout every lap, every race. So they head up towards the timing line. Wolfit crosses to commence the final lap. Bishop and Smith for second place. Don't discount Ewan House though. He's closing in lap on lap, corner on corner.
Yeah, Ewan House is regaining his composure after a frantic start. Ewan House is very much up there in the final at Warden Law as well, amongst the battles of Ryan Rapina, who's not in this group of race at the moment, but showing that Ewan can mix it with the big dogs up the front and mixing it with the likes of Charlie Wolfit maybe in this race, but particularly trying to chase after Harrison Bishop and Finley Smith here. And if there's a mistake between these two as they make their way up towards the third sector, Ewan House, you better want to pounce on it, and it looks like he's closed up even more. Is it going to be too much of an overreach for Ewan to gain a couple of places? Anything can happen with a few corners between here and the start-finish line. He's right on the back. He's a nice move though, up the inside there. Looked into the third sector, looks like he's gone up the inside of Finley Smith, so Ewan House might come across to P3. Charlie Wolfit takes P1 for the first time this weekend, and Ewan House, yes, did get that P3 with a nice lunge up the inside on Finley Smith. So great racing there, followed by Laurie McVeigh. A great performance from Laurie McVeigh as well, up from P17 in that race. So yeah, an amazing up 12 places from Laurie McVeigh. Adam Churchek, Charlie Very, James Tate, Kevin Ivanov. Great recovery, as we were mentioning there, David, from P9, although we do have a 5-second penalty for Kevin Ivanov. So on the road finishing P9, maybe won't look like that. Oh, and Laurie McVeigh as well up in P5. I was just talking about, David's just spotted that there's also a 5-second penalty for Laurie too. So that's possibly going to drop him down probably to P8 or P9 where Kevin Ivanov was.
Yeah, still a great charge through from both Laurie McVeigh and Kevin Ivanov, coming through from what was P17. Ivanov classified as starting P13, but we know he didn't after the opening lap issues for Kevin Ivanov. Great race, of course, in junior Rotax. Charlie Wolfit putting the marker down for a driver that you would expect to be at the front, seeded 6th in the country out of last season's junior Rotax as Charlie Wolfit. Somebody in the live chat had asked earlier on if we would like to make some big predictions for the day. Please let me know whether you'd like that to be class specific, because I don't really want to go through every single class and make myself look silly 7 or 8 times. But let me know what's your favourite class and where you're going to get, who you want me to predict, and both Jake and I will write some stuff down. Alice Dealey's cart just being collected from the outside of the first corner. That went ground to a halt in sector number 1. So Ellis Holt's cart being recovered. Act 1, Scene 1 of Junior Rotax is consigned to the history books, but don't worry, because there's another one coming right up.
And there are plenty of races where that came from as well. And Charlie Wolfit, don't remember seeing Charlie at Warden Law, not a name that I saw. So great to see Charlie up here in the grid at PF International, and Alex Owen on the live chat just making it very clear that we all saw Wolfit is down the road, and certainly he was. So we'll see how he gets on in the later races as well. But now let's get on to our next class. They come fast and furious. or rather our next class, we're staying with Junior Rotax because we're on to Superheat 2 then, of Group C versus D, and you can see our wonderful Kart Championship flags there in the background as we run you through the grid then for C versus D. Braith Murdoch is starting on pole with Zach Turner, Ryan Rapini, who was very much a feature of the final of a Junior Rotax at Warden Law, Teddy Cooper, Fletcher Jameson as well, who picked up some free tyres on the paddock show, which you'll see later on at lunchtime as well. Maximilian Braskov is P6. And P7 is picked up by Larry Price, Cameron Tipping, and Thanawat Vojabuti is P9. Toby Farthing, Sam Flynn from the Kiddix team is there in P11, and Zach Waddle in P12. Zach Jennings, Jamie Riches, Ronnie Smart, Alfie Forrester, Alex Zeki, and Lewis Gilbert is in P18, followed by Jack Bowie, Jackson Lane, Noah Stamp Clark, Chloe Waddle, Clark Naylor, Joseph Berkery in P24. Dada Jake Anders and Noah Clare, Harry Ward, Benjamin Jones, Oliver Hutchings and Thomas Butcher down in P30. Followed and rounded off then by Louis Brown and Samuel Yeadon for P32. And yes, Rapini showing great racecraft, David, at Warden Law. I think was very much a favourite of his on the calendar. Let's see if for Rapini it can be the same said, starting from the second row of the grid in P3. And who are you most looking forward to seeing in this race?
For me, I'm going to go with Zach Turner. He's a driver that over the last year or so has matured greatly in his racecraft. We've got the 237 round, is that? Joseph Berkeley, and another kart stationary and rolling to a halt at hairpin number 1 of the 221 of Jamie Ritchie. So whether we can get that kart clear in enough time, I think we can, because the leaders have got this slowed down. But yeah, very much looking forward to Zach Turner. He won the opening round, I believe, with the Trent Valley Kart Club in Junior Rotax a few weeks ago. He's a driver that a year to 18 months ago was very quick, but just didn't quite. He would sort of lose his head in the middle of a race, and it wouldn't quite go for him. He has matured greatly in the last year or so as Zach Turner. He's become a really, really accomplished driver and one of the front runners now in Junior Rotax.
Yeah, as we are going round and finding their way then with the tram lines and getting as much heat in the tyres, you can see right at the back there, weaving as much as they can. Coming through then in this first Superheat for these drivers. Will we go racing here in the tram lines? No, it's a false start. Our race director not very happy with that, and they'll go round again for another formation lap.
Early call that. Yeah, very early call that they weren't happy. I think the leaders had gone a little bit too soon. We've actually got a kart rolling to a halt on the start line of Chloe Waddell. And she's just trying to get that going again. Looks like the plug might have oiled up. Just going to have a little bit. Should be giving a little bit of time. She's decided that it's a no as Chloe gets out of the kart. We're going to see if we can get that kart going again or moved for Chloe Waddell and see if we can get it going. She wants to try and get it going. Marshall wants to get the track clear because that's obviously the racing line up towards the first corner, and it is unfortunately game over for Chloe Waddell. Kart is going to be moved to safety, hopefully in enough time that we can get this one going at the second time of asking. It's up against the barrier, so that is to safety, and she'll make her way back down the circuit. There's a gate there on the right hand side further down, so unfortunate for Chloe Waddell. We'll get another opportunity in Superheat 2 later on. Yeah. So Junior Rotax then make their way around. Can we get this one going at the second time of asking? Leaders will start to form the grid up and pack it together a little bit more here now then as we make our way round. We've got a second, third, fourth kart stopped in fact now as that one is the 285, Louis Brown, who was going to go off the final row, and I'm not quite sure what he's trying to fix. We should get this one going because we're going to have a minute or so to get that kart clear. So
doesn't know what's wrong there, clearly, and yeah, very frustrated. Unfortunate though, and hopefully can equally make their way up on the next Superheats. We're going through the tram lines here. Are we away and racing? Yes, the race director is happy. We are underway. Yes, we're going under the bridge section then for the very first time into the bowl, and was just clarifying whether a race director was going to make a different decision, but no, it looks like we are away. We've got a yellow flag though into turn 1 when they come back round to the kart affected though. Looks like everyone was pretty much line astern though, as we come through the start, you can see Zach Turner then, I think, out in front for Coles Racing, leading the charge to come into hairpin 1 then. And there's a driver off though at the hairpin, I think locked their rear brakes. That's the 267 of, I'm trying to find the 267, I believe.
Noah Clark.
Noah Clark, yeah, so got on the brakes a little bit too much there and is going to find his way back through the pack then. So you can see the karts well off the safety on the inside then from the start that we had, and coming through the final section and coming across the start-finish line then. For the first time, we'll get a confirmation of all of those position switches maybe on the first lap. We've seen Braith Murdoch then actually out in P1.
Zach Turner from Braith Murdoch. The timing on the left, not quite right on the screen, but it's Turner from Murdoch and Rapini. Fletcher Jameson in front of Teddy Coomer and Max Braskoff. Larry Price, Zach Waddell and Cameron Tipping in front of Sam Flynn. That completes your top 10.
Yeah, so hopefully that will iron out and we can see a nice posturing of a move there, particularly from Braith Murdoch, trying to see if he could go up the inside quite early on in this race of Zach Turner, trying to force the issue of Zach, and has been building up and soaking up a lot of pressure in the Kart Championship so far with that bright green helmet that everyone wants to charge after, and coming then into these final few corners of this lap. And we can see a little bit of, well, just sort of learning. I think it'd be quite interesting to see, and getting out a little bit wide there was Braith Murdoch to try and get a run on Zach Turner then as we go across the start-finish line once again, coming up into and under the bridge, under the bowl section, and around a very long sweeping left-right hander. Looked like there was trying to be a move up the inside there, possibly from Larry Price and down at that part of the grid, but looked like there's nothing doing. You see contact warning from Jackson Lane for the number 257, so have to be careful with his conduct as we go throughout the rest of this race. But Zach Turner,
Larry Price goes straight on, at hairpin number 1. Completely missed his braking point out of P7, shot across the camera, exit stage. You managed to get it stopped just before the barrier, but now we're down to a train of 6 at the front. Price in no man's land in P7, being hunted down by Waddell, Tipping and Flynn.
Yeah, so I completely missed that because we're going so fast, so not to be expected. But yeah, we've got to be so careful on the brakes, because a slight lock-up and you will say see you later to your position. You'll have to recover a lot as they come across the start-finish line again. 5 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. Zach Turner looking over his shoulder more regularly than the rest of the field at the moment, because he's trying to keep Braith Murdoch behind, with Ryan Rapini up there in the mix once again in P3 for the Kiddix team. Zach Turner for the Coles Racing guys, putting in a good display and performance. They're right out of the blocks in this C versus D group, and Braith Murdoch doesn't look like he wants to really chance much of a move at this stage of the race. Still a long way to go. Although Ryan Rapini, as much as he was also patient in Warden Law at round 1, looking to employ the same strategy. I think Ryan enjoys being in this kind of position in the races I've seen him over the last couple of weekends.
Smart driving at the moment by that top 3 to try and work together to pull away, because in the background they have been battling. Teddy Cooper, Max Braskoff, Fletcher Jameson. They're not in the order that it says on the screen. That'll change as they come round. I think it's Teddy Cooper now up into 4th place. Fletcher Jameson in the colours of Jack's Motorsport down into P6. Max Braskoff sandwiched between the two of them in P5. But these two at the front are starting to pull away ever so slightly from Ryan Rapini. He gains that back as they enter the bowl section, but they've been very, very smart so far in trying to keep this as clean as possible. Why have a 6-kart battle when you can have a 3-kart battle? As into the back of Zach Turner goes Braith Murdoch on the brakes up towards the first of the 2 hairpins, all still very much line astern from this field inside the top 6. Behind that, Larry Price has been overtaken now by Sam Flynn, who's moved through from the periphery of the top 10 right into the middle of it in the 241. He's up into 7th place, Price down into 8th.
Yeah, and I want to be very careful with Braith on the back of Zach Turner, because we know that nose cone penalty we don't want to be seeing, because that could get you an automatic 5-second penalty. So wants to be careful on the braking. Wants to run, of course, pretty close to Zach Turner and keep the gap honest, and a 2/10 gap also at the moment as they come across the start-finish line once again. But Ryan Rapini with very smart driving at the moment, just waiting to see how this plays out. Our P4 man, Teddy Cooper, starting to come into the mix as well, and sensing a bit of an opportunity as we come across the Litchfield steel bridge once again, and out into shot down towards hairpin 1. Will there be any moves up the inside? Looks like they're going to keep it. Line is still low. Ryan Rapini thinking about a move and changing that and mixing it up a little bit to go up the inside. Trying to use all of the track was Ryan Rapini for Brave Murdoch out on the outside there, but nothing doing, and that's now given Zach Turner a complete lead.
Just look at the gap that's given Turner, because into the mix as well comes Teddy Cooper, and they're all battling over second place. They're handing the victory in this superheat to Zach Turner. He was expecting to have to defend this one hard, and they've done all the work for him. Off into the distance goes Zach Turner. The gap was 2/10 at the end of the previous lap. It's going to be nearly 2 seconds now. Zach Turner is home and dry. All he's got to do is keep that kart on the tarmac. Cooper up into second. Murdoch, Rapini, Jameson and Brascoff.
And that all started from Ryan Rapini wanting to force the issue, and has now let Teddy Cooper take the place as well. Teddy Cooper, of course, his Kiddix teammate, I believe, so in the same awning. So, yeah, thanks very much to my teammate Ryan Rapini for making that happen as they come then, you're on screen right now, into that hairpin there. You can see a nice retaining move from Maximilian Brascoff back up the inside to hold on to P5 or P6 around that area of the field, coming across that curb, using a lot of that curb to gain as much lap time as they can, although a bit of posturing driving though, going up into that section there between, I believe that was Teddy Cooper and Ryan Rapini.
We don't want to see that. No. It's too early for that. To be climbing up on the back of each other, particularly in the superheats. Don't want to ruin the rest of your day. Luckily, they've all managed to come out of that pretty much in order, but it has thrown a bit of a lifeline to Sam Flynn and Larry Price, because they now, rather than battling out over 7th place, have got a chance to battle it out for 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, Zach Turner then out with an absolute C between him and P2, an almost 3 to 3.5 second gap then. You're on screen right now seeing the runners further back for P2 and P3. That's Maximilian Brascoff in P3 there on your screen. You can see Teddy Cooper just off in front in P2 then, and with this penultimate lap at the moment, are we going to see much of a change back here at this part of the grid? Ryan Rapini's got a contact warning from race control in the position he is at the moment, so I want to be very careful. Doesn't want to drop down a little bit further. Showing the pace of a fastest lap at the moment, but was that true fastest lap pace? Let's see then as they come across for another 2 laps to go then here around the PFI International Circuit in the heart of Lincolnshire. Can any more changes be happening? Got Zach Turner out in P1 and Teddy Cooper with his own buffer now between him and and Brascoff in P3.
Brascoff going super defensive into the bowl, and I imagine he will employ a similar tactic. Will he? No, he won't, because there goes Fletcher Jameson drawing alongside. Oh, there's contact in the background. There's that Braith Murdoch, I think it was, in the Cato Motorsport car, trying to go through the same gap, but went a little bit too deep on the brakes. He made contact with Max Brascoff, as Brascoff and Sam Flynn now, who's used all of this in front of him to effectively, like a little bit of a draft board, just go up, all the way through from the tail end of the top 10 to move himself now, I think, up into P5 for Sam Flynn as they go under the timing line to commence the last lap for Zach Turner.
Yeah, unfortunate for Braith Murdoch, who was up there in the mix, battling with Zach Turner, but all of the action you saw about halfway through the race has built out these gaps as far as they are now. A little move up the inside there, I believe that was between Sam Flynn and Ryan Rapini. We'll see how that all comes out in the wash, but that's Teddy Cooper there coming into shot. You'll see Ryan Rapini though still in P3 with Fletcher Jameson hot on the heels, trying to find a little bit of a weave around the outside. Can he find a move around the outside into hairpin and do the cutback? No, it is still the same as they go down into hairpin 2. Fletcher Jameson almost looking desperate, and too desperate, because there's a move up the inside there from Sam Flynn, who's taken advantage of that, coming into the final sector of this race. Zach Turner is going to have a comfortable victory coming through as long as Teddy Cooper in P2. How is P3 and further back going to finish?
Sam Flynn slid it down the inside and just ran out the road there, up towards the timing line. It's been a Sunday morning stroll for Zach Turner. He's going to take the victory by over 4 seconds from Teddy Cooper. The battle for 3rd, though, still raging up towards the timing line. Ryan Rapini. We've got a big spin. That's the 235 of Toby Farthing going round. He's not made it to the timing line just yet. He's going to fall all the way down the order. Turner, Cooper, Rapini, Jameson, Brascoff and Price, with Sam Flynn, Braith Murdoch, Zoe Waddell, and there you see the spin there. Who's the contact with? Could that well be? Trying to pick out who it was. I think it could well. I'm completely lost. I'm not going to try and make the guess on that one.
No, well, it looks like Toby's found his way round, but we've got a couple of investigations going on. If it's important to keep an eye on what the stewards are looking at the moment.
Sam Flynn is one of them.
Sam Flynn is one of them in those battles in the mid-pack between 6th and 7th there. We've also got Joseph Berkery under investigation. Cameron Tipping, the 287. Was that what happened on the start-finish straight?
I think that was the Cato Motorsport car with Cam Tipping was the one involved who crossed the line in P10. So it was in that sort of region, and it was definitely a red and white kart, so I think that would be Cam Tipping.
But all of that kind of started. I mean, Zach Turner went out into the lead, but then Ryan Rapini triggered off what happened in the mid-pack there, and his teammate Eddie Cooper took advantage of that, and everyone else did.
Well, just look how much of a gap that they almost presented on a gold-plated platter to Zach Turner. From a gap of 0.2 on one lap to 2 seconds the lap later. For Zach Turner, just because of one move down the inside by another driver in the background who wanted to make his way through.
And that's Jamie Riches there, whose kart is being pulled off, who was a bit unlucky and unfortunate in that race. Jamie Riches started down in P14, unfortunately didn't make it any further than that and did not finish. But enthralling junior rotax action there with both of those races. Let's get on to our next heat.
Super Heat 1 then for Honda Cadet. We'll see us all lined up. We've got somebody running down there. No problem with the kart. He's just decided that he wants to go through the front gate rather than the rear gate. That takes him straight out into the grandstand. Thank you for those getting in touch. We've got Gaz Manable saying good luck to Luca and Tommy. So that'll be Luca Picocci and Tommy Begoin. 2 Scotsmen in this first Super Heat for our Hondas. That's Henry Colborne on the camera position.
You bumped into him on the paddock show yesterday.
Had a great chat with him on the paddock show. That'll be on the stream during the lunch break, so don't go anywhere when that is. Henry took a superb victory in one of the 2 super heats. One of the 2 heats that he was in yesterday. And by the look of the camera position, it looks like he is lining up on the front row. It looks like it'll be P2 for Henry Colborne. Grid up on the screen then. For us, it's going to be the 59 of Marcus Cooper on pole position. He'll have Henry Colborne alongside him on the front row. Sawyer Henderson and Ben Bors on route number 2 with Bradley Sutton and Oliver Ratton on route number 3. Freddie Drury and Luca Picocci with Luke Hamill and Seth Wright in front of Reggie Duffy and Ollie Knox on row number 6. Aubrey Harrington Evans and Jensen Fathers are on row number 7. We've got Finley Thursfield P15, Archie Edgar P16 with Jacob Jones, whose birthday it is this weekend, going off P17. He's got Cian Delaney for company on row number 9. Alfie Love starts P19. Alfie Keeling completes the top 20 in front of Ethan Pearson and Ralph Ryder Birch with Tommy Burgoyne and Austin Dowell on row number 12. Row 13, since Finn Hollis and Maximilian Mikalski in front of Chris Doshi, Sebastian McCarthy and Dino Rowlands. Dino Rowlands will not be taking part in this race weekend after something happened yesterday, meaning that he was removed from the meeting, unfortunately, for Dino. And Sebastian McCarthy exits the pit lane in the 56 machine. He qualified yesterday morning in P9. Did not take part in any of the 2 heats yesterday because he was ill. He spent the whole day in the caravan unwell. So overnight he's managed to improve a little bit. He comes out, he starts the super heat from the back row. Just going back to the Dino Rowlands incident. They left Parc Ferme yesterday morning with the tyre still on the kart, and therefore that is unfortunate. It's sad. We obviously want to see everybody go racing, but we all race to the same rules. So it's unfortunate. It's caught out a few drivers. In fact, it cost a driver a British Championship last year.
Goodness.
So. Unfortunate for Dino Rowlands, but I'm sure he'll be back at round number 3 and ready to go for a driver that is starting to migrate his way towards the front of this Honda Cadet grid as well.
We got some love from Oliver Ratton on the live chat, going off from P8 in this Honda Cadet Superheat 1, both from Daniel Racer and Sher Cowell as well. Good luck, Oliver Ratton. We got good luck messages and wishes as well for Luca Bicocchi and Tommy today. In the Honda Cadet class, you'll see that they're lining up on the grid for a standing start. And trying to line them up all on the grid. You can see, look at the posture straight away from a runner there, a number 75 of Henry Colborne. He looks like he knows exactly what he wants to do going into the first chicane.
And to be honest, can you blame him? That'll get straightened up, and it has done. Yeah, but that kart aggressively raked
tried his best.
Yeah, but you know, you've got to give it a whirl, haven't you? He rolls his kart back into position. They draw alongside each other then on the front row, and that kart probably actually now facing probably towards the outside of the circuit. Red lights start to come on then as Honda Cadets. The engine notes rise on the GX200 Honda engine. We're away in racing. It has been a good start from the outside of the front row by Colborne, but not enough to draw alongside the 59 of Marcus Cooper as everybody slots in single file all the way down to around about V15 or 16 up towards the bowl for the first time. Everybody through nice and cleanly all the way down the order up and onto Litchfield Bridge. It's still Cooper from Colborne and Benjamin Bors in front of Sawyer Henderson as they run down towards hairpin 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Benjamin Bors up there in the top 4. Very impressive driving from a privateer to be up there. Been performing well all this weekend, and a possible move up the inside. Oh, we got a spinner off of hairpin 1. Got a bit out of touch with the braking. Not too sure who that was at the back. And this is the number 74 then of
Finn Hollis
down from when started in P25 and hopefully looking to make his way up and recover from
out of the race. But unfortunately for Finn Hollis,
oh, no.
He's tried to get it going again, but he's parked the kart on the outside near Marshall's post 6 and climbs up and out of the kart. So the first race of the day for Finn Hollis, last half a lap.
Here we go then across the start-finish line for the very first time. No standing start here. They are well in motion, building up the speed towards the first chicane and under the Litchfield Bridge and up to the bowl section. Look at this 3 breaking away then with Marcus Cooper, Henry Colborne, who did try his best to position his kart at the start off the grid, but bound in P2. And Sawyer Henderson in P3, allowing Ben Bowers and Bradley Sutton to be behind in P4 and 5 on their tail as well.
Waved yellow, so there'll be no overtaking into that first hairpin as the kart is still being recovered on the exit.
And we'll just see what happens with the rest of that action. Luca Bicocchi, good start from him as well, up 2 places at the moment into P6, and a good showing in Sunderland as well, Warden Law for round 1 as they come into this third section. You can see these 3 really break away, although it's going to become a top 5 group in a moment, even possibly a top 6 group from Bicocchi up to Marcus Cooper, probably about a 1.5 2 second gap between them all as they come across the start-finish line then at this incredibly prestigious circuit of PFI for the Kart Championship. If you're watching us live on Alpha Live on our YouTube channel, we're bringing you live coverage of the Kart Championship right throughout the day through to our finals later. And who's this making a dive up the inside then into that bowl section? Quite hard to make out from there. A couple of moves up the inside there, but I do believe that might have been possibly down sort of Luke Hamill, Ollie Knox territory. We'll see how that all fans out as we come through this latest lap. And a little sniff up the inside there from the 53 of Bradley Sutton, trying to make a move on Ben Bowers in P4. And it's all going on though behind as well. That's down towards P in 28. That is Ben Bowers trying to posture himself as well in this battle.
That allowed Luca Bicocchi to get through. So Sutton, who went for fourth, came out in P6 as Luca Bicocchi moves himself up into P5. Fastest lap of the race for him so far. At the moment though, the top 3 all boxing very, very smartly at the front of this race. I was incredibly impressed with Henry Colborne's race yesterday where he took the victory in one of the 2 heats that he was in. I was watching that from the outside of the bowl. He started that race down in P6 and slowly worked his way up. But then when he got into a position, he pushed the one in front away from the one behind so that he could have a clean opportunity and overtake, so that he didn't do what Bradley Sutton's just done, and that is go for a move and lose a place. he was really, really smart with this. I'm not expecting, and I'm just going to wait till they get round this hairpin so that I don't look really, really silly, the top 3 here to really start racing until that clock goes down towards the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, and very smart racing from these 3, as you said, and even though look over the shoulder there from Sawyer Henderson and Ben Bowers, but impressive composure from this Honda Cadet group as well, and making sure that they pick up as much points as they can towards the rest of this weekend, because that's so crucial, isn't it, David, that they don't lose sight of that. You can get very in your mind and in your head of this current race and this current Grand Prix, but actually, of course, you've got to think about the long game.
Well, the best way to sort of describe it is that you don't win trophies in heats or super heats. You only win them at the end of the day. And as soon as the drivers start getting that mentality that it's all about getting ready for the final, there's no point going gung-ho right now, because you end up down in P20, you're going to start the final in P10 and from your points accumulation, and then you're going to have to work really hard even to get towards the trophy paying positions. That's why you can see the more experienced drivers in this Honda Cadet class, particularly those at the front, are working together to try and break away. But to be fair to the top 3, they're not leaving Bors, Bococci or Sutton behind at all. In fact, I think they're probably closing in.
Yeah, this top 6 have now broken away, really, from the rest of the field. So Marcus Cooper, Henry Colborne, Sawyer Henderson, Ben Bowers, Luca Bicocchi and Bradley Sutton, all in this fight, because from all of the races I've seen this season so far, if you want to have any lesson from any racing action, particularly in the Kart Championship, it is not over until the final few corners, especially with all of these 6 in the mix.
Yeah, it was 2 trains of 3 and now it's a train of 6, and for me this is where Colborne's got to go now. This is the lap where he's got to switch this up, because he's the most vulnerable driver. You'd think it was the leader, but he's got a clear track in front of him. It's the driver behind. He's going to get shuffled back if he doesn't make the move now, and he's going to have to make the advances. Here's Henry Colborne, and right on cue, he tries to move down the inside of Marcus Cooper. I don't think he was alongside enough, and it has indeed backed himself into the field. He may come off the bridge P3. That's put Benjamin Bors wide out onto the curb as well, as he tried to go round the outside of Henry Colborne, and Luca Bicocci's going to pick up a place. He moves up down the inside into P4.
So yeah, I think this is Marcus Cooper and Sawyer Henderson then up into P2, because Henry Colborne has dropped back. So Sawyer Henderson will be rubbing his hands together, metaphorically in his mind, because he want to be doing that racing and karting, and thinking, thank you very much. I will see if I can make the most of that into these final few laps. As you come round then, look into this final sector here at PFI, you can see the pink helmet, the bright pink helmet of Sawyer Henderson all over the back of Marcus Cooper, and now Marcus Cooper with a new challenge to deal with then, with 1:30 and 1 lap on the clock here at PFI.
They'll come back into this, I'm sure of it, will this train behind. We're currently running Noah's Ark style, 2 by 2 by 2, as it's Cooper and Henderson. Then it's going to be, that's Bicocci down the inside of Henry Colborne.
Nice
Colborne,
move.
who was battling for that lead, now shuffled back into 4th place. Luca Bicocci charging through from his 8th place start. And that was all because yesterday he had a big off going through the Fullerton S's. He had an overtake on him that didn't quite work out with Mason Becker, as down the inside for the lead goes Sawyer Henderson. Yeah,
really lovely move there on the brakes. Says they want to work together, but I'm sure the psychology of Marcus Cooper will be like, well, no, I'm not going to work together with you, mate. I might trick you into that, and the mentality of that, you might think that we want to push ahead. Although, kind of, to be fair, smart strategy even for a couple of sectors, because these two maybe want to break away, or even these 3 now, from the rest of the field, particularly.
And Cooper drops a wheel just off the side of the circuit there. It didn't do him any harm, but it could well have done if it had gone slightly differently for the young driver. And coming into this, they cross the line. 2 laps to go, and Luca Bicocci's in the mix for a win here. And 3 laps ago, you wouldn't have wrote that down.
No, absolutely. This is why we say it is never over until the final few corners. And Luca Bicocci trying to go up the inside for P2. Marcus Cooper doesn't want to waste any time here on this final stage of the race, but has to be patient and wait at the moment. Showing his pace at the moment also, though, with the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute and 5:18. But there's going to be a move for P2, because our P2 man of Marcus Cooper could sense the danger. Now back up into P1 ahead of Sawyer Henderson, and Luca Bicocchi will want to be making the most of these battles, trying to find the space there coming out of hairpin 2. A look over the shoulder from Sawyer Henderson, with Luca trying to go up the inside into that part of the circuit there, and has taken P2.
Into the background as well, Henry Colborne is right back into the mix of Henderson, Cooper and Bicocci battling it out. We'll head out of the Mike Wilson complex for the penultimate time through the final 2 corners up towards the timing line. Last lap on the overhead gantry as Luca Bicocci tries to go down the inside for lead. Bicocci from 8th to 1st. On to the final lap. Here we go then, into defensive mode. He's gone from attack into defence. He's gone slightly wide, up and over the curb, down the inside. Back goes Sawyer Henderson into the lead. And they'll run side by side. Cooper's going to get the run, I think, off the inside here, along with Henry Colborne. And Bicocci's going to get shuffled back to P4.
How is this one going to end, David? We have no idea because it's all changed in a matter of a few corners. Luca Bicocci down in P4 now. Sawyer Henderson up with the bright pink helmet in P1. You can see with company from Teddy Cooper. Not Teddy Cooper, Marcus Cooper behind, who's now down in P2. And we come through the final few corners here. You want to be seeing a bit of a sniff up the inside maybe as we come into the Mike Wilson complex. Look at the posturing in P2 behind from Marcus Cooper, desperately trying to find an opportunity in this group of 3 now. How is it going to finish as we come across the start-finish line for our Honda Cadet runners? And we'll see as we come across our final lap, commencing with Sawyer Henderson taking the victory, just, I think, ahead of Marcus Cooper and Luca Bicocci down to P3, who was out in the lead there, has gone down towards the bottom of the order. And
Colborne,
also point out
Colborne dropping down
right
the order. There was a waved yellow in the background. The top 6 were all together, and there is Henry Colborne. He's not going to finish. Look at the rear bumper. That's been absolutely stoved in as the rear bumper of Henry Colborne. He was in 4th place as they entered the Mike Wilson complex. And he's going to come out of this in retirement. Henry Colborne, who would have been one of the favourites for this Honda Cadet class for not only this superheat but also the final as well. We saw the yellow flag in the background for the rest of the field coming through, which would have mitigated any further overtaking opportunities further down the order. But as they crossed the finish line under the checkered flag gantry, it was Sawyer Henderson from Marcus Cooper, Luca Bicocci, Bradley Sutton, Ben Bors in front of Luke Hamill, Freddie Drury, Finley Thursfield, Reggie Duffersey and Ollie Knox, your top 10. But disappointment for Henry Colborne.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay. It's the most important thing, obviously, that wasn't too much of a nasty incident. Perhaps just got it a bit wrong and trying to make up those positions in those final few laps. Of course, as you do, as any racing driver would do.
Well, I mean, I'm no Poirot. But that rear bumper tells a story.
It does tell a story, indeed. Yeah, it might have been because there was some racing action, some argy-bargy going on. Who knows? I would imagine that it was very intriguing indeed between all of our competitors, down for Henry Colborne, who was making a bit of recovery up through the field. And we've seen that, haven't we, in the races so far? We've had those front runners starting from P2, P3, got caught up on the first few laps, and then of trying to recover later on in the race. And some been successful. Unfortunately, some others haven't, because they get caught up in that mid-pack where it's a lot more tight.
Well, look at the way Luca Bicocci made his way through there. Almost, under the radar to a large extent. He moved up from 8th to 6th on the opening lap, and then it was just one place at a time until as soon as that last lap board came out, he came out of the slipstream, down the inside into the first chicane, made the move, and then ended up getting hung out to dry out onto the exit curb. Right, we have to park Honda Cadet for a little while. There'll be 2 more instalments of that coming in, given the volume of karts that we've got. We move on then to Junior Rotax Primo Superheat number 1.
And here we are then into our first superheat of Junior Primo for the day here at PF International. A glorious day at PF International. Much better conditions than here than it was for the Club Championship, the first round of TVKC. So the drivers will be happy about that visiting today. You can see our Jack's Dex Racing livery there, and our runner of Perry, Zane Perry, who is starting P2 on the first row of the grid, and very much looks pretty chilled, pretty comfortable in the dummy grid at the moment before they make their way out down there in the paddock. But Junior Primo, I've got to say, even though it's as chaotic as these classes can be, including Junior Primo, because everyone has jumped into this class and is trying to make the most of it as they can, at Warden Law, this was my favourite class to watch because it's so competitive, and we'll see how it all unfolds, particularly where they start from for this first Superheat Junior Primo today. We'll start with Casper McAllister on pole position, and also on the front row, Zane Perry, who was on your screen there in the dummy grid. Jacob Underhill took a 6.5 second win at Warden Law in the final of the Junior Primo. Can he replicate that performance throughout the rest of the weekend? Bertie Hodgson, Hakeem Bart down there towards Toby Wortley and Layla Berryman as well. Toby Wortley, Arthur Murfitt, Lucas Esser, Liam Dooling, Morgan Cooney and Ruben Jenkins down to P12. Aaron Berridge and Shay Laird, Jackson Heath, Rebecca Reestall, Lily Cantillon and Alfie Skit down to P18. Jerry Dufusy and Cora Moore. Odysseus Hole down to P22, Archie Thoman Evans, Logan Nixon and Elliot Daimlo as well. Archie Thoman Evans you'll see on the paddock show on our socials as well. Jake Richardson, Jude Pudderfoot, who was up in the mix at Warden Law as well, wanted to recover hopefully a little bit here at PFI. Jacob Kent, Jack Smith, Riley Linnell and Oscar Dolinek is in P30. Jack Wykes, Harry Myatt, Waldron, Ashton Bailey and Harvey Everett in P34. Had a bit of a nasty incident yesterday, but all good and everything's been checked over and okay back at the start of the grid. Back of the grid, and hopefully make a good start even today.
I think she may well have missed the heat yesterday.
Yeah.
Qualified, had a few issues in the morning, so may well have missed the heat, hence the points accumulation sees her going off the back. They're going to have to work really hard to get this one underway. Tail of the field not with the rest of them. It's been a very, very fast rolling up lap. I would be incredibly, in fact already false start called. So we're going to have a little bit of time to talk about Junior Primo. It's exactly the same car, chassis, engine, power output, tyres as Junior Rotax. Primo is an introductory class. It's for first year juniors to come and race with other first year juniors without the pressure of going and racing your likes of, you know, top 10 seeds in the country. Drivers that run at the front regularly here at Trent Valley Kart Club meeting. This is an introduction. It's almost what I'd like to call almost like a safe environment. They're all together, all of your more novice end drivers in juniors. It doesn't mean that they haven't got any race experience. They certainly do. I remember my son, who's 13, racing Bambinos with Toby Wortley. Yeah. You know, Toby now into Junior Primo in his debut year in the junior ranks. Drivers that I know that have come through Honda Cadet, have come through Intermax and made their way. This is a good one for those drivers where you can race micro until you're 12 and then jump straight into a junior if you want. This is a good way of doing that if you want to go down that route and you have to move up due to age constraints. As they head towards the timing line, then looks like we are much better positioned to potentially get this race underway. This time round, lights extinguished, we're away and racing. Already up to the reverse corner, Perry drops a wheel on the grass. We've got Morgan Cooney off on the start line. He's going to join the back of the field, just keep it going. One of the cones has been skittled. Up and onto the bridge, though, they go. And I think Casper McAllister has held on to that lead.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. There was a little bit of trying to see if a move from Zane Perry up the inside. We'll just see how that comes out here as we come into the hairpin, all the way back down here to sort of P8, P9, P10 territory. Moves going all over the place as we come through the first couple of hairpins.
Jacob Underhill has gone to the front now then on that opening lap. He's worked his way through and down towards the first of the two hairpins. He's taken the lead for Jacob Underhill, moves up from third place.
Yeah, and I was talking about Jacob Underhill performance at Warden Law, and has got right onto the front then to lay claim to this first place and making pole position his as we come down for the very first time across the start-finish line. And you can see Jacob Underhill followed by Casper McAllister, Zane Perry, Arthur Murfitt, Layla Berryman, Bertie Hodgson, Lucas Essers, Liam Dooling, Hakeem Bart, Ruben Jenkins, rounding off your top 10 at the moment. And a nice move there up the inside, I believe. That was from Bertie Hodgson on Layla Berryman. So Bertie's going to move up to P5 at this first lap also. But Layla Berryman looks like it's coming right back at Bertie here. Nothing doing though. Bertie holds on through the first hairpin.
An opening lap gain of 12 places from Jude Pudderfoot, 26 to 14 for the driver that finished P2 at Warden Law.
Yeah, very impressive display from Jude for the X-Kart team.
Having said that, I think he's been shuffled back on lap number 2. So race of 2 laps.
Commentator's curse instantly now. This is the quickest commentator's curse I've ever seen there. We can see a contact warning from Toby Wortley on screen from Race Control. Looking into that, Toby Wortley down in P12 at the moment, so we'll hopefully see how that all comes out. Toby Wortley now down dropped to P14 though, and actually he's gone to the back of the field, so it looks like there's been an issue for Toby Wortley on that lap in particular. Not sure at what corner that happened, but we'll hopefully be able to recover as we go through the rest of this race.
Move down the inside come from Liam Dooling. As he tries the move. He's on the brakes early though, he had to think about that, and needed a very, very compliant Lucas Esser to play games with him, and that's not quite worked for either of them now. They're just back in. In fact, Esser's down the road in the 55, the yellow orange helmet. Bertie Hodgson's the one involved as Layla Berryman gets squeezed out there in the pink helmet. She started dropping down this order from that opening lap, and the first two have been 2.5, 3 laps have been a tough one for Berryman.
Yeah, Layla had great pace in Sunderland at Warden Law, particularly in the final junior primo she got through to, and just sometimes gets a bit caught up in this racing action. Very hard, very easy to do when it's all fiercely competitive like this. But Layla's definitely got the pace to be out there and mixing it with the drivers at the front of the grid. That is for sure, as we can see on screen with you right now. That battle there, I think, particularly between Bertie Hodgson and Liam Dooling.
Change for the lead off camera sees Casper McAllister go back to the front in front of Jacob Underhill. The top 4 breaking away. Zane Perry, Arthur Murphy, one of the Honda Cadet graduates into this junior primo class, going with them in P4.
Yeah, but Casper McAllister there getting a bit wide out of hairpin 2, which allowed the P2 of Jacob Underhill to close back up again, put the pressure instantly back on. You can see him trying to squeeze up the outside there was Jacob Underhill. Not very happy that he lost P1, and he's reclaimed it before the start-finish straight. A fantastic little move up the inside there, using all the track space, although Casper McAllister doesn't like that again and has gone back up into P1. That's now made Jacob Underhill vulnerable.
Oh, Murphy went down the inside of Zane Perry, and it looks like he's gone down the inside of Jacob Underhill as well for the 88 of Arthur Murphy. We've had a contact warning for Liam Dooling. That's because he was busy earlier on arguing with Bertie Hodgson, exchanging hand signals, and then failed to notice that Aaron Berridge was alongside him, moved across and put him on the grass up towards the Fullerton Essers.
Yeah, Arthur Murphy for that Kiddix team up there now in P2. So a great lap for Arthur, taking advantage of all that. Jacob Underhill, as you said, down to P4 at the moment, but has definitely got the pace we've seen so far here at the round 2 of the Kart Championship to hopefully reclaim, although is dropping off a little bit off our front 3 and maybe trying to just gain a little bit of composure and sort of mentally realign himself and think, right, how can I use these 3 minutes plus 1 lap to my best advantage and not let Casper McAllister out in the lead get too much of a gap. It's more than half a second now, which in karting terms is quite a light year if there's no mistakes for the rest of this race.
Yeah, they've got to really work hard now, Murphy and Perry, and to a slightly lesser extent at the minute Jacob Underhill, to try and reel in Casper McAllister at the front. They'll get to a point though where they realise we can't catch him and we're going to have to scrap over second place. Underhill closing in. He's very late on the brakes into hairpin number 1. Lucas Esser in the background now, almost in a game of boredom. He's in P5, but he's comfortable having broke away from that Hodgson Dooling Hakeem battle.
That was a nice look up the inside from Zane Perry then, trying to go up the inside on Arthur Murphy, but just quite not enough space and ran out of road, and has to postpone that move then as we come through the rest of this section of the Mike Wilson complex. Out at the final corner then onto this latest lap with McAllister out in front enjoying that. You can see Trent Valley Kart Club and the PFI International Circuit here in fine form here on this Sunday. Thank you to everyone that's watching us wherever you are around the world, around the UK, on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure you get your live comments in for us as we go throughout the race and through this racing action, which is frenetic right now. Good luck for Jude Pudderfoot, says Jack T Racing. Jude Pudderfoot down at the moment, I believe, in P14, so hopefully we're looking to use that support on the live chat to get a bit higher up before the end of this race.
Well, he's been 26th, up to 14th on the opening lap, down to 21st, back up to 14th now for Jude Pudderfoot. He's going to have to do it all again in the other superheat for Junior Primo from fairly down the order. If he can get himself anywhere near the top 10, he's got a chance later on At the moment, though, this top 4 with McAllister breaking away at the front, he's going to have a gap of over a second. They're still going to get 3 laps in, though, at the end of this one. Lapping in the 57-second region. They'll cross the timing line with about 1 minute and 10 on the clock. 3 to go in Junior Primo.
Yeah, so Hunter Motorsport leading the charge here at the front of this Junior Primo field, which has provided some amazing racing action so far. You can see Lucas Esser coming into a shot just at the end there, trying to catch up to Zane Perry in P5, but has got a lot to do to close up to this group. Oh, and this is coming together between a couple of
Dave
drivers.
Edwards racing carts. It's going to be frosty down in DER in about 10 minutes' time.
I'm trying to see who that was between. That is number...
Alfie Skit and Jacob
Kent, yeah, caught up in that one as well, who is one of our novice drivers here on the grid and putting in some great driving. Although we can see here at the back for second, third and fourth, it is all happening between our third and fourth, I believe, of Zane Perry and Jacob Underhill. And Jacob Underhill, yet still in P4, but it looked like there was a small change to the lead and back towards P3.
Elliot DeMillo retires on the grass on the run up towards the Terry Fullerton Essers. So they're going to have a waved yellow on the entry to hairpin 1. They'll not be able to go racing again until the Fullerton Essers.
Oh, and that, you can see Dimlow there in the hairpins as we were just talking about that. There was a move we possibly saw from Arthur Murphy and Zane Perry for P2 squabbling and P3. Let's see how that has come out together. It looks like Arthur Murphy is still in P2 and P3, now letting P4 and P5 close up of Jacob Underhill, and Lucas Esser has really had an opportunity to get into this one and made up a lot of ground.
Underhill up into third, Perry down into fourth. Esser, though, right in the mix. Murphy not in a comfort zone yet as they run up towards the far end of the circuit. They'll cross the timing line this time. Time in the top left-hand corner down to 0. Final lap for Casper McAllister. Yeah, Casper McAllister, can he bring this one home with a near 2-second gap? You can see the absolute mile between the two there. The Kiddicks of Arthur Murphy chasing after with Jacob Underhill trying to recover from earlier efforts in this one. Going very defensive on the inside there was one of our drivers from P3 and P4. You can see the 25 of Zane Perry coming over the Litchfield Bridge using all of the track to their advantage. But look at that between Casper McAllister, although these two here at the back, I believe this is Zane Perry and Lucas Esser. Lucas Esser trying everything he can, even getting a little love tap on the rear bumper to let them know that I'm coming for this position. Zane Perry, move out the way. Zane Perry trying to go up the inside here before we get to the Ferrari S's, and nothing doing. What happened came out there, I believe, kept the order the same it was, but not happy behind is Lucas Esser, who feels like they should have had that position and had the racing space, waving hands up in the air. We'll see how that all finishes, but Casper McAllister comes home to take victory here in this Junior Primo Superheat 1, a confident and assured victory out the front there. Once he got that opportunity, there was no letting it up. Arthur Murphy picks up P2. Jacob Underhill takes the podium with Jacob up there in the mix at one point, but Zane Perry comes across the line for P4, followed by Lucas Esser, Bertie Hodgson. Some good battles in that race as well from Bertie. Aaron Berridge, Liam Dooling as well, and also Hakeem Barton, Ruben Jenkins in P10, although we can see, David, some race control penalties being applied here. Yeah, you see two on the screen there for the 66 of Jacob Kent, who we saw off earlier on. Two DER drivers, Jack Smith as well of Thistle and Rose Racing, has picked up a 5-second penalty, as has Arthur Murphy. Out of second place, that will drop him down into P5, and I get the feeling that was for his move. He went into third place under the bridge and then had a little bit of overspeed and down the inside and then came into contact, I think it was with Zane Perry, into the rear. So if it's for anything, I think it's that. Having said that, this circuit is covered extensively by about 500 security cameras that are considerably better than what my eyes are. But, you know, it's a bit like catchphrase this, you say what you see. And that's what I saw. So I think it could well be for that. If it's not, then he probably got lucky with that one, and he's had another one. So it is what it is. People are far more important than I get to make those decisions.
It'd be quite nice to have Mr. Chips in here right now. You know, just a bit hungry.
Chips to the commentary box, please. That's chips to the commentary box.
We don't have all the power here, though. So we've gone from a very enthralling junior primo superheat and on very shortly to our Intermax runners, which you can see in the dummy grid there.
Intermax heat number 1 then for the Super. Evan Meller on screen in the 117 will start on the front row. He's on the outside line, so everybody on that camera shot there is on the even numbered grid positions as they're against the back wall here at PF. Pole is on the other side, so that's 2, 4, 6 and 8 for those of you that are strong on your 2 times tables. The Jensen Sale in the 140. Third in the championship last year. Intermax, the only class with a returning defending champion in Logan Rolfe in the 132 machine here in the Kart Championship. So I expect him to be very much near the front, and I say that because I can't see him anywhere else, so I'd expect him to be somewhere near that left hand side for Logan Rolfe. Always expect to see him towards the head of this grid as they make their way out onto the circuit. It will be Maximilian Abrahart going off the pole position berth in the 161. He's got Evan Miller for company. Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale on row number 2. Alfie Phillipson and Drew Davidson on row number 3. Jay Birmingham and Ethan Lloyd in front of Hamish Gordon and Lewis Kakoldi. And then in P11 you've got Aaron Rigg, and then the 78 of Chinafat Vejapati in P12. Dexter Petty starts 13th. Adam Batt alongside him on row number 7. Felix, Sheldon Haywood and Sam Dixon in front of Freddie Blackshaw and Eli Owen.
That's Finley Thompson right at the back, which will get towards the back of the grid going off.
Finley Rhodes and Finley Beals are in front of Elsie Gannon and Sam Fleming. Ethan Manzi and Logan Jones are on row number 12. Jensen Skiff starts P25. He's alongside Isaac Garth with Jamie Walsh. Rio Paniauto is in P28. It should have been Finley Thompson P29, but we know that he's rolled to a halt on the entry to the Bruno Ferrari chicane. He should have had Ayrton Glasworthy alongside him. He'll line up lonely on P15.
So here they are filing round then for this first superheat of our rotax inters as part of our cadet Kart Championship in the Kart Championship family here on a glorious day at PF International. We are enjoying all of your comments coming on the live chat. Some support for Jensen Skeff as well. Come on, son, he says, and we'll be very much appreciating all of the support down in P25, but they come across the start-finish line and it's a false start because I believe our race director wasn't very happy in, well, being 1 by 1. That's essentially what happens when they come through the tram lines. If they're not in the order that our race director Dan Ashton wants them to be, they go around again and try and see if they can improve their racecraft. Yeah,
there's acceleration cones as well, along with 2 yellow lines across the circuit just behind standing start positions 7 and 8. And what you'll generally find is the drivers start to see them cones get very, very close to them. In their mind, at around about positions 25 and 26, they do power down a little bit too early. They do only get a certain amount of goes at this before it get red flagged and they get an angry Dan Ashton making their way down to have a chat with them.
But Evan Meller, you're probably quite aware of, David, yourself, a Teesside Winter Champ with that to his name, and very impressive, particularly up in the top 3 at the moment. So it's all to play for, as we've seen in our previous classes. But Evan Meller probably got a lot of a chance in this race, as has Logan Rolfe. You said a returning champion. Joined me in the commentary box at Warden Law as well. Very assured, knows exactly kind of the goals and where he wants to go with his racing. How will Logan get on in this race as well? Jensen Sale as well, after penalties applied down at Warden Law, took the victory of our Intermax class. And for a privateer driver, has been in a team before, but has come out now as a privateer. Very impressive to see that performance and display from Jensen. So we expect Jensen Sale starting off at P4 alongside Logan Rolfe on the second row of the grid to be in the mix of this one as well if it all goes around. And look, they're coming round even slower and more gingerly this time. They don't want to have another false start.
This is where it should have been around about 2 minutes ago. They're nicely into position Abrahart and Mellor on the front row then. Rolf and Sale on row number 2 into the tram lines. And it's another false start, is it? Yes, it is. Ooh. They're just going too early, Jake. They're really nicely together in the tram lines. They're just powering down really, really early. One more opportunity, I think, as we've got.
But then that might have been why.
The 188 of Sam Fleming rolls to a halt under the timing gantry. He was further down the order. I don't think he was the problem, but when they slow down, the plugs start to oil up, and that's a problem. They sort of have to then keep blipping the throttle, keep it all clear. That car already driver out, walking away angrily, we'll say. He's not at all happy.
Was looking to make a little bit of an impression from P22, but hopefully we'll get the second superheat to have a bit of a go and have an impression on this field. So they're coming around slowly again. As you were saying, David, if they are not to the liking of our race director Dan Ashton on the gantry, again, it will be red flagged. He'll go down and have a chat with our front runners, and then the front runners will be put to the back of the grid. That's how it has happened sometimes.
It certainly happened in the past. What will generally happen at some point, and particularly in the day, is that they may well just go, right, we're going to green flag it, we're going to go, and we'll just give a 5-second penalty to the 2 drivers on the front row.
Yep.
You know, whilst it is the pole man's position, obviously it's the driver in second place has to be alongside, so we can't have one train further down than the other. So it may well be that both of the front row are being looked at here, and certainly the driver in second place has got to be alongside. They do seem to be really nicely positioned through here, and have been for certainly the last time as well. They were really, really well positioned. It's just getting that power down. As soon as the problem is if they start powering round just as they're coming round the fast back last corner, the tail of the field are almost at full throttle at race pace coming round there, and it all gets a little bit messy further down the order. That's why the timing line is, in way further down towards. You'll see it if we pick up the overhead gantry camera very shortly as we head up towards the timing line. It's there. Look at the yellow cone.
Yeah.
That's where your acceleration is. We are away and racing this time, though, as they head up towards the Bruno Ferrari chicane for the first time. Everybody nicely through, up towards the bowl, as Jensen Sale tries to make a move down the inside. It's already the Logan Roll up into second place. He's down the inside of Evan Miller. Abrahart leads us then off the bridge from Logan Rolfe, Evan Miller, and then moving through. That's down the inside. Looks like it's the 111. Is that Felix Sheldon Haywood making moves early doors? He's tried to go down the inside. No, it's the 112, sorry, of Alfie Phillipson. He tries to go down the inside. Jensen Sale nearly had it done, had to slot back into position.
Yeah, Jensen Sale made a move up into P4 around Alfie Phillipson in that first part of the race. So nice driving from Jensen. I think it was around the outside. As I said, very impressed with Jensen. You asked for our predictions on the live chat of the drivers we were excited to see today. Jensen is definitely one of them. But our pole man, Max Abrahart, who has taken victory at the Ultimate Karting Championship very recently as well, with a bit of prestige to his name, looking to try it then and fend off Logan Rolfe, who has to almost, with Max, get out the way of Logan because didn't realise that Logan was up the inside, and has taken a very confident P1 then as we come up through the bowl section for the KR Sport team, and off the Litchfield Bridge for the first time officially in this race. But Max Abrahart will keep the pressure on and try and go around the outside here to retain the lead a bit. The switch back at hairpin 1, and it's worked for him. Is it going to stick as we go into hairpin 2? Look at these two scrapping right away here at the start of the race, which allows Jensen Sale, who's up into P3, into this mix now. This is exactly what happened, but very close. But Max Abrahart up into P1, David.
All the way round the outside. Logan Rolfe thought he had it done. He went up towards hairpin 2 on the inside, put the brake on to stop the switchback from Abrahart. Abrahart just drove all the way around the outside, got the power on, and these two that were a duo have now invited Mellor, Sale and Phillipson back in as they head up towards the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Abrahart from Rolfe, Sale, Mellor, Phillipson, Gordon with Birmingham, Veshabuti and Davidson and Kukoldi.
Logan Rolfe, though, up the inside into the bowl, retaking P1 on Max Abrahart coming off the Litchfield Bridge. I feel like there's going to be a toing and froing in this race, but Max Abrahart gets out of shape coming out of Litchfield Bridge. Jensen Sale is all over him for P2, but they went back into the formation and not quite enough gap and space to work with for Jensen, but he's feeling racy out there.
Rolfe likes to lead. He is a leader, doesn't like to be in second place and push. He wants to be at the front, dictate the pace, dictate the race. But at the moment, it's invited everybody back in all the way down the order to, that's Drew Davidson in the periphery in the background in the ST Racing colours, the yellow and blue, the Scotsman in the 170 in P9.
Yeah, whilst these three are battling at the front, we've got a great start from Lewis Cacaldi, privateer, up 4 places into the top 10. So Lewis will be very happy with his performance at the moment, and hopefully to make some more places up as we go throughout the rest of this Superheat in Rotax Inter. Logan Rolfe then leading and retaining that lead on this latest lap across the Litchfield Bridge. Jensen Sale wanting to work together with Max Abrahart in P2 at the moment, but Max Abrahart is not looking like he wants to be staying in P2 much longer. Coming into the first hairpin, you can down, as you said, David, here, down into the other positions of P4 and P5 coming into the mix of Evan Mellor, Alfie Phillipson and Hamish Gordon down to P6, and Logan Rolfe probably won't be too bothered by that at the moment with the control at the front, but if this all comes out in the wash in a couple of laps, he wants to wish that there was a bit more of a gap between this front three and the group behind.
Still 4 minutes to go, so plenty of time. There's a waved yellow there in the background. We've got a driver. They've gone off a good distance as well at the Fullerton Essers. We'll pick out who that is in a few moments' time as they'll fall down the order all the way down to the tail end of the field. This top three, and already that looked like a defensive line, and it was, because into the first corner, Logan Rolfe going defensive into the bowl. It's very early to employ those tactics for Rolfe, but I guess he felt that Abrahart was dangerous, and already Logan Rolfe not fully defensive on the white line, but certainly semi-defensive up towards hairpin 1. As soon as he comes out, though, he's going to be safe with the yellow flag still at the Fullerton Essers. Driver involved, Felix Sheldon Haywood, down into P28 and retirement.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. You can see the marshal at the back of the shot just there as they were coming through, way off track, and the marshal doing a great job to get that cart cleared as soon as possible, whilst these three charged through with Logan Rolfe leading round these final few corners, then coming towards the start-finish line once again, and these three working together very well, it looks like, at the moment. Will that stay the same for very long?
3 minutes now on the clock as they head through, and let's see whether Logan Rolfe takes that very similar defensive line. Yes, he does, into the bowl. Clearly feels vulnerable into there from Max Abrahart and Jensen Sale. Neither of those two at the moment seem to be too interested in finding a way through. Don't want to show their hand too early. The reason that Abrahart has followed Logan Rolfe into that inside line is because he doesn't want to go wide open the door for Jensen Sale. Yeah,
who was very impressive at Warden. Logan and Max equally had a great battle in our first round of the Kart Championship in the Rotax Interclass. Is the same being repeated here at PF. They are very confident around both of these tracks, and equally different tracks in their characteristics. A lot more straights here at PFI. Warden Law a bit more technical as a circuit, but nothing changed in terms of their ability there across everything, particularly in this part of the race, and leading the charge with our front three with probably say about a second or so gap now back to Alfie Phillipson, Hamish Gordon and Vejabuti down to Evan Mellor in P7 as well. Logan Rolfe going defensive, as you said, David, with that defensive line into the bowl. Feels like he needs to deploy that every single lap here, because Max Abrahart is not making a single mistake, and neither is Jensen Sale, although Max Abrahart looks like he wants to get on with it. Is it going to be a little bit of a sniff round the outside, a bit of a switchback into this hairpin? Max tries it but didn't have enough momentum off that hairpin, particularly there, as we come to the second one now.
Abrahart telling Rolfe, let's go forwards, let's have a battle between two of us rather than bringing Sale into this mix, because we know how dangerous Jensen Sale can be. Logan Rolfe, though, his job is to try and keep Max Abrahart behind him, and we know full well how drivers employ these tactics. He'll have told Logan Rolfe to go forward. As soon as Logan Rolfe turns his head back down the inside, the move comes. We know all the games, we know the hand signals, we know how drivers employ these tactics. It's not their first rodeo, that's for sure. 2 laps to go. Rolfe, Abrahart and Sale, your top three. Further down the top 10, Phillipson, Gordon, Vejabuti up now into 6th place. He's had a good run of things in front of now Evan Mellor, with Jay Birmingham, Drew Davidson, Lewis Cacaldi up into P10.
Yes, and we can see now a little bit of more of a defensive move from Logan Rolfe, who went really tight to the inside there of hairpin 1 to allow Max Abrahart to try and take advantage once again of the reduced racing line that Logan had, but Logan is being very, very strategic, very smart with his defensive driving. It's become a bit of a feature of his skill set and his Venn diagram of the attributes he needs to have to stay at the front. Although Max goes up the inside, was caught napping there into the Mike Wilson complex, and also Jensen Sale has gone through in the bright green race suit of his. So up now into P1 is Max Abrahart, followed by Jensen Sale onto the last lap, and Logan Rolfe will be steaming inside that visor and that helmet that he's let this happen and been in control of this race for so long. Can he regain anything as we go up into the rest of this race? He does, into P2, and recovers straight away up the inside of Jensen Sale. Max Abrahart on the outside, taking the normal racing line, has got enough space to be able to retain that kind of momentum going to there. But Jensen Sale now trying to be in the mix with Logan Rolfe, and Logan Rolfe has got enough composure in the tank to hold on to P2, with Max Abrahart being very patient in the last few laps to sniff that opportunity and go up the inside of Logan Rolfe. It looks like Max has got this one in the bag. What's going to happen between Logan and Jensen Sale? We've got a final few corners to go, and as they come round them here and across the final right-hander, you'll see Max Abrahart taking victory, as he did in other championships recently as well, here for the Kart Championship, followed by Logan Rolfe, disappointed maybe in P2 to give that a one away, but Jensen Sale with an impressive drive in P3, rounding off your podium with Alfie Philipson with a great performance from him as well there, up from P5. So great to see that. Hamish Gordon, Vejabuti as well, great performance from him, up 7 places, even up 6 places rather, to P6. Evan Meller dropping down the order a little bit as well. Jay Birmingham, Drew Davidson and Lewis Kukaldi in P10 as well. So that's your top 10, David, and some great defensive driving there at the end of that race, but unfortunately not enough for Logan.
Well, self-inflicted really for Logan Rolfe for me. He was very, very defensive into Bobby Game corner. That sent him wide. Max Abrahart had it fully scouted and then went down the inside. It opened the door for Jensen Sale. Rolfe managed to get the position back and still had a real sniff of catching back up to Max Abrahart, particularly down into the first of the 2 hairpins. Was late on the brakes into that corner, actually gained a few kart lengths on entry, but then ran slightly wide, ran out of curb on the exit, dropped the left wheel. That allowed Sale to have another go at Logan Rolfe and allowed Abrahart to move off into the distance. I get the feeling those 3 are going to be the story of the day, the season, and the championship here in Intermax, here at the Kart Championship. It's certainly going to be one of those 3. Put the stamp on that one. That's my early season call. Yeah,
and I have to agree with you, particularly on what we've seen so far, the racing action, and Jensen Sale, a great drive, or hopefully wanting to be building up towards the front of the pack. But Max Abrahart, as I was saying, particularly for Coles Racing, finished P3 on the road in round 1 and has now made amends for that in this latest Superheat. So we'll be happy with the progress that he is making. Now you can see our dummy grid then, our first dual grid of the race coming up very shortly between Micromax and Mighty Cadet. And let's take you through that in our Superheat 1. You can see our mighty runner there at the front of the pack. Harry Stinson, who had great performance in Warden Law as well, making sure that is staying the same. He is going to line up on the front row alongside Ansel. We'll have our Micromax runners as well, featuring the likes of Sebastian Crawford, Jensen Darlow and Arthur Rhodes as well. Jensen Darlow, the PFI driver of the year, particularly here at the Club Championship, and got a lot of fans in that realm. But we'll be getting underway in the second with our marshals. We got the thumbs up from our main marshal on the gantry from Marianne, who's putting on lots of effort and great stewarding this weekend. I think it's fair to say, if that's an official term, stewarding.
Strong glove game as well.
Stewarding, strong glove game. The thumbs up is always there. Let's get onto the grid then for, first of all, our mighty cadet runners. That's Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson lining up on the first row for our mighties. Heath Smith, Logan Jackson, Elliot Hitch and Freddie Dye is down to P6. Arthur Thompson, Henry Hales, Jax Wong, Jacob Amos, and Junior Wright and Arthur Bath down to P12. And you got Frank Pearson and Hadley Jarvis rounding off our mighty runners. We then get on to our Micromax grid, and that is starting with Sebastian Crawford, Freddie Baker with Jensen Darlow there, down in P3, Arthur Rhodes as well into P4. And then we'll have Will Hatton and Zach Andrew on the next row. Sebastian Talbot, Milo Taylor, Max Armit and Jensen Drummond on row 12. Theo Jepson, Benjamin Finley, Munro Wilcox, Anthony Ray, Lanny Eden and Ethan Bainbridge as well. Ethan Bainbridge down in 16th with, we've got Steph St. Mackie and Rio Pocock down rounding off your Micro Max runners.
The difficult thing here, particularly for Micro, is when they, and it's not an if, it's definitely a when, they start catching the tail end of the Mighty field. They've got to try and give themselves as much time as possible before that happens and hope that the field in front is fragmented enough that it's just one driver at a time that they are coming through. The leaders at the front of Mighty, they'll go. They've some real quality at the front of this. Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson, obviously the two standout ones, they'll go off the front row. And that's not, I'm just not picking them because they're on the front row.
No.
Generally, wherever they race, there's very little between the two of those.
Yeah.
No matter which championship they're in, they are two very, very accomplished drivers. And on machinery that is, more equal than equal, it's certainly one to watch between the front two of them. They're not going to break away. That's for sure. Micros just being told to sort of open the gap up a little bit more, but they're not formed up, and that's the problem. They need to start forming up now, because whether they're formed up or not, as long as Mighty Cadet are and they get going, the second field, they don't get an option to false start.
Yeah, all right. Well, here we are away then for our Mighty runners, and it looks like we are off the line and racing here with our Mighties, and we've seen it move up the inside there.
No,
from Stinson
Stinson getting shuffled back. The just outside train just wasn't where it needed to be to get going. And with this being a dual class, that's the problem. And Harry Stinson's got work to do now. He's already picked one off and he's back up into 4th place, but he's going to have to make his way through the order, as heading up towards the timing line will be Micro. We'll keep an eye out on that. Here we go. Crawford and Baker up towards the first corner. We've got drivers up and over curbs, but largely they're through clean and tidy. We'll keep an eye on them as they head up towards the bowl, and the top two have managed to hold track position as they make their way up and round and onto the Litchfield Bridge for the first time.
Well, I'm wondering whether Sebastian Crawford can use the wise words of Mika Hakkinen, meeting him at the British Kart Championship recently. Any advice that was imparted by Mika at the front of this Micromax grid? Let's see how it plays out, though, in these two front runners. Lots of action going on in the mid-pack between our Mighty Cadets and also our Micromax runners. You see Ansel Murray then out in the lead at the top of your timing on the left-hand side, with Elliot Hitch and Heath Smith rounding off your top three, of Harry Stinson, you said, David, dropped down to P4. So Harry will be looking to try and build upon the rest of that in this part of the race. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that Harry Stinson is up to P3 with that blue cart, just trying to make out between the two classes.
Stinson still 4th, but
still
right
4th.
on the back. Yeah, right on the back as Micro come up and over the timing line. In fact, the move has been made now, albeit a corner later. He is up into 3rd place, makes the move down the inside, but that's allowed, I think, Arthur Thompson potentially into the mix as well. Always difficult to pick up on Mighty, because the transponders are, let's say, intermittent.
Yeah, but they're very similar kind of liveries and helmets between people. But we're on the front here of our Micro runners, our RCE team member, making sure there's plenty to divulge after this Grand Prix.
Ansel Murray's dad with the camera. It's always easy to take the video when your driver's 1.5 seconds down the road in front of everybody else.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Post that on social media. Ansel, a multiple championship winner over the years, many titles to his name, and I think Ansel will be quite happy that Harry Stinson isn't there for company, but given you saying, these two are going to be batting up the front in this class for the remainder of the season, probably, and in other championships. So Ansel will be very happy about that. Probably not aware of that at the moment, but will be looking to use that advantage as we come through then with our
Freddie
Micromax
Baker
runners.
down the inside of Micro. He goes down the inside of Sebastian Crawford, so we've got to change the lead. Crawford getting shuffled back here. Was that Jensen Darlow down the inside for the Jacks Motorsport driver up into second place? Last year's Trent Valley Kart Club champion is making his way towards the front of the field. Crawford, though, coming straight back at him down the inside into hairpin number 1 to retake the second place, and then immediately tells Darlow to go forward with a small level of hypocrisy, given that he has just overtaken him, having been overtaken.
Zach Andrew did a nice counter-attacking move on Will Hatton, I believe, down in those positions there in sort of P5, P6 territory for this class. So great racing going on in those hairpins here. We've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, plus the one final lap that we'll have. And you can see that Sebastian Crawford leading round the Micromax runners then for this part of the lap as they come across the start-finish line, and has got company from Freddie Baker, of course. So Freddie Baker, up into P1 with Sebastian Crawford trying to claim that first position going up into the bowl section. So it's always lots going on with our dual class runners on this track, and plenty of moves being made up into the bowl there. Looks up the inside. How has that come out of the wash up off the Litchfield Bridge? We've got Freddie Baker trying to deploy the human DRS, as I like to call it, on down into hairpin 1, and a nice move then up the inside from our 31 of Will Hatton on Milo Taylor in the Ben Follen Motorsport. So Milo Taylor dropping back a little bit there. Some nice driving from Will Hatton, the privateer, showing that there's more experience to be had with the driving going on in that part of the circuit.
Andrew back down, wide, though. Zach Andrew back down the inside of Will Hatton. I don't think Hatton's particularly happy, but I don't know why. That was a really good move. He got hung out to dry on the outside. Did Will Hatton, tried to keep the foot in on the exit there, got shuffled back by a few positions, but a really good battle back there by Zach Andrew in the 27. Freddie Baker, radiator flap adjustment. He wants a little bit more air in the engine now that it's up to temperature.
And those two trading positions as they come across the start-finish line. Sebastian Crawford was in the lead, and he retains the lead there as we come across the Litchfield Bridge. But Freddie Baker was in front for a short time coming through the Mike Wilson complex. That is allowing these two in your screen behind, although there's a move once again trying to find a way up the inside from Freddie Baker on Sebastian Crawford, nothing doing, allowing the two behind of Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow in P3 and P4 to latch onto the back of those two for now a 4-horse race in this Micro Max class.
Arthur Rhodes, who's seen that transition out of electric power last year's mighty Bambino vice champion, is adapted very, very well to the Micro Max power. He's running in this battle at the front with Crawford, with Baker, with Darlow, and just behind them as well, Elliott here. It's Milo Taylor's not a million miles back either in that number 67. Once again, down the inside goes Baker into the first corner. Crawford doesn't really defend it. As soon as he sees Baker on the inside, he almost jumps out of the way. Yeah. Allows Baker to go through down the inside. I imagine that defence will become a little bit more robust if he's leading in about a minute and a half's time.
Yeah, and of course these drivers will have their strong sectors. They will have places that they will be better at coming out of certain turns or anything. Oh, a little bit of a knock in the back there, getting a braking a little bit out of hand, it looked like there, from Seb Crawford on Freddie Baker. Gave Freddie Baker a nice reminder that he was there back in P2. That's allowed Sebastian Crawford up into P1 and Jensen Darlow, as you say, David, up into P2. Making some nice moves there. As you said, the PFI champ last year at this club championship, and looking to put his experience of this track into good use.
Lap traffic in front for the micros to contend with. We said at the start it was going to be a when rather than an if, but they have played it well enough that it's one driver at a time that they're going to have to make their way through. So, but the problem is now do they all get through the same gap, or will it fragment this front battle? It's always going to play. Oh, mechanical! Oh. Harry Stinson chain guard. One of the championship favourites in the 178 was running in third. Like, trying to figure out where he is at the moment in the battle. We'll keep an eye out on Micro, and I'll look out the window to see where Stinson is, to see whether he's moved up from that third place.
Okay, let's keep an eye on the Micro then, David. As you say, Sebastian Crawford up in P1 at the moment. Jensen Darlow will be feeling very happy with the progress at the moment and particularly wanting to hold on to that position as we come through this bowl for the very first, for the penultimate time, and the first time on this lap. And you can see our runners, that was our Bambino runners there you were keeping an eye on. That was Elliot Hitch and Heath Smith in the mix with Ansel Murray.
This is your mighty, and they caught Ansel Murray. It's gutting for Stinson. Both him and last year's mighty Bambino champion Heath Smith had caught up. They've worked together to catch up onto the back of Ansel Murray. But in about 25 seconds' time, the heart is going to fall out of Harry Stinson's race because he's going to see that mechanical flag on the overhead gantry.
Yeah, that is so gutting, as you say. He's right up there in the mix for this. Oh, and it's Jensen Darlow. Look down in P3 in the Micromax class. What's been happening there? That looks like that Freddie Baker has gone back up the inside of Jensen Darlow at some point in this race, and Freddie Baker being really defensive going into this third and final sector. It's allowing Seb Crawford to have all the fun in the world out of the front of this Micromax class, and we are going to be on our final, well, we're on our final lap, coming through the final few corners, I believe. I think the checkered flag, no, the checkered flag's going to be waved next time around.
My team were the first one, so they dictate the last lap. Ansel Murray started the last lap. These drivers are just seeing their last lap board now, so we head back towards the head of our Mighties, and it's split away because that looks like Heath Smith's gone to the front of Mighty.
Yeah, it certainly does. Heath Smith has taken advantage of what's been happening with Harry Stinson and the rest of the field, and your 118 driver will be thinking, yes, I like driving around this track 24/7 because I'm going to take victory here across the start-finish line in our Mighties. Heath Smith comes across the line to claim his hands on P1, followed by Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson. But let's not dwell on that too long, David. Let's get back to Micromax.
Micro down the far end, heading into the Bobby Game corner. Sebastian Crawford still at the head of that field from Arthur Rhodes. No, it's not. That's Freddie Baker in second place with the gold flakes on his helmet. Baker in second place, but it's going to be Sebastian Crawford out of the final corner. Traffic in front won't come into play. Superheat 1 goes the way of Sebastian Crawford from Freddie Baker, Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow. Rhodes with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. So you can see there on that overhead gantry, the chain guard mechanical flag for the 178 of Harry Stinson. And that was out for 2 laps, and he took the checkered flag. He was running a very fine line there. And I imagine if there was one further lap before the checker came out, he may well have been in some very serious trouble for not adhering to that mechanical flag. So we'll see what comes of that. Nonetheless, he's going to fall all the way down to the bottom of the order, pick up points for last place effectively in that class, which is very, very unfortunate for Harry Stinson, because both he and Heath Smith, who was the eventual winner, worked their way to close up a gap that, whilst we didn't really have it on timing, was probably over a second to catch up onto the back of Ansel Murray. And that really sort of shows, particularly with the electric power, how they work well together to, effectively catch up onto the back of the kart in front. And, same with the normally aspirated engines, that if you work together, you're only punching one hole through the air, and there's only the air coming over the top and dragging the kart back to sort of catch up. So they worked their way through, and it was a really good race from Stinson and Murray. Always difficult, of course, in multi-class format to try and catch everything that happens. But luckily here at PF, we do have a massive window in front of us. So that is very, very helpful. We go back, though, to we stay with the cadet. We go back to cadet classes. I want to say backstay because
we're in a Honda Cadets.
We've got another Honda Cadet grid. This time it's A versus C for the second of the Super Heats.
Yep, so there was some amazing action then in our first heat of the day for Honda cadets. I think we're going to be seeing something very similar with names of Henry Colborne in the mix, who did drop down in that race, but he reclaims P2 on the front row of the grid for this latest superheat. We've got other name Ben Bowers was a bit unfortunate in the last superheat as well to be down where he is, but P4 in this one. And keep your eyes on Luca Bicocchi as well, down in 8th place, because he was in the lead at one point in the last superheat and unfortunately came out down into P3, but a great drive nonetheless, up from where he was in the last race. In this race, going from P8 getting up to P3 again wouldn't be a bad day at the office if that was the case.
Archie Canning will go off the front row under the watchful eye there of the gentleman with the black hat. That's his dad, former KZ2 British champion Ryan Cannon. So a bit of pedigree, a lot of drivers, in fact, with sort of family connections all the way, racing pedigree all the way down the order. So there's that chain guard that was missing in the previous race. Let's not talk about that.
No, let's not.
Touchy subject.
Do you think he knows that we're talking about him?
If he does, he's playing it very, very cool.
It's just like looking straight.
He's playing it very cool.
No one will know this. No one will know. So we're waiting for our Honda cadets to get underway here. Out onto the grid. Whilst we do that, waiting for some of your live comments to come through. We have been seeing them in the last few races, and thank you to everyone getting involved on our Alpha Live YouTube chat. We can see Alex Owen saying, yeah, as a mechanic it's heartbreaking when you see the chain guard flying off. It is bad luck, isn't it, David, to see all of that happening. Come on, Archie Cannon from Riley Blakemore. Riley Blakemore wishing Archie Cannon good luck. And Ollie Ratton getting some support again down in P6 for this one as well on the live chat too.
Riley Blakemore, the 2025 Honda Cadet British champion, supporting Archie. And we've got a question there. What is A versus C? So we've got a field of 45 Hondas, so too many to put on track at one time. We've got the same in Junior Rotax, where we've got over 60, so again, too much to put on at one time. So during the qualifying procedure, the driver that qualifies on pole, he's in Group A. Second, he's in B. The next driver is in C, and then we restart the sequence and go A, B, C. Oh, loads of drivers off on the start line. And so what happens then is they get given a thing, and then you effectively race A versus B, B versus C, and then C versus A.
Yeah.
So that gives us our grids for each race. So it's a 2/3 format for Honda, and then it's the same for Rotax as well. They get A versus B.
All right, but let's get on to our grids then for Honda Cadet. Archie Cannon, Henry Colborne, Mason Becker, Ben Bowers, Joshua Bailey down to Oliver Ratton in P6. Archie Loveridge, Luca Bicocchi, Alistair Saunders, Seth Wright, Jensen Drummond and Ollie Knox down to P12. Joshua Doherty, Jensen Farbers, Jensen Cullo, who's been doing quite well this weekend in the previous heats, down in P15, wanting to make his way up through the grid. Archie Edgar, Phoebe Shelton and Keen Delaney down in 18th, with Eric Grisbeck and Alfie Keeling, Isaac Young, Ralph Ryder Birch, Oliver Bullock and Austin Dowell down towards there in P24. James Murphy, Max Mikowski, Reggie Cook, Sebastian McCarthy and Edward Charlton down in P29. And hopefully, Sebastian McCarthy can have a bit of a better one of it this time as well. You can see our marshal out on the grid with the red flag there, getting our drivers to stop on their grid marks. And we don't want any maybe interesting positioning from Henry Colborne this time, we might see. He was trying to posture his cart towards the chicane, but the marshals made sure that that was put right.
That cart is in a much straighter position than what it was this time for the first heat, as we take up position with the watching masses from the grandstand here on the start line that runs down the side of the start-finish straight. Lights then are on, and we've got 4 reds. They extinguish, and we are away and racing. Great start from Colborne as Cannon just fails to get the launch from the inside line and really only holds on to second place because Mason Becker behind decided he wanted to help and push through rather than try and drive round the outside. As they come up towards the pole, it'll be Colborne. No, it won't. It's a great return to action from Archie Cannon. He's up and into the lead from Henry Colborne. It looks like Mason Becker got squeezed out onto the entry to the bridge, and he's going to be high and wide and getting shuffled all the way down the order as Archie Loveridge tries to get down the inside of it. Great start from Joshua Bailey in the Project 1 racing colours. He moves up from the third row into what would be third place, could well be second, and he tries a move, slots back in behind Henry Colborne. Good start as well from Ben Bors in fourth place.
Yeah, Luca Bicocchi as well, starting off in P8, looking very racy in these first few stages of the race, making some moves into the first couple of hairpins. Oh, and who's that that's gone off habit of coming together?
Alistair Saunders round.
Unfortunate to see Alistair, and that's a bad fortune there, but they come across the start-finish line for the first time. It's Archie Cannon, followed by Henry Colborne, Joshua Bailey, Ben Bowers, and Luca Bicocchi. Look at that, I was saying he was looking racy, up 3 places on the first lap, getting support on the live chat from Nana and brother Jack. It's from Lorraine Joss, so lots of support for Luca, and I'm sure for all of the rest of the drivers coming over the Litchfield Bridge. Look at the gap that Archie Cannon has kind of put on
the grass.
Oh, not a place you want to be getting out there, not gripping. He's just testing that all of his tyres are still working in good order, but yes, not great to see Joshua Bailey out there. And so easy to get wide out of the Litchfield Bridge section. You get on that sort of Astro turf bit, and if you get on the grass for too long, you don't want to be there.
I'm not 100% sure it was entirely self-inflicted for Archie Loveridge, who was alongside a driver running down there. Whether there was any contact between the two of them or whether the cart to the side of him took him by surprise, but a very experienced driver at this level is Archie Loveridge. He was running side by side with Mason Becker as they ran down the hill towards the first hairpin. As wide goes Archie Cannon, and that could well give a run to Joshua Bailey, who's helped through by Ben Bors, and Joshua Bailey will lead us through into the bowl, and I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that's the first time that Joshua Bailey has led a race in the Kart Championship.
Well, he'll be feeling very, very good about that. Getting out wide was he not too long ago, and now making amends here in the lead, with many a driver chasing behind. Ben Bowers up into P2 as well, although as Archie Cannon coming back through to retake P2 and try and get after first place once again. And Archie Cannon won't be too happy that he's let that progress slip, and will be wanting to regain hopefully in the next couple of laps. With 5 minutes and a lap on the clock, plenty of time to do that. As we know, in the Kart Championship, anything can happen with the amount of laps that we have in our races. He'll be coming in the Mike Wilson complex then around the technical few sections, and coming towards the final right-hander here at PF International. We've got some amazing racing action on display right now. We've had that right throughout the morning, and I'm sure that won't be changing as we go towards our finals later. Who's going to be in the mix for our finals? We'll find out from the superheats at the moment. A dive down the inside from Archie Cannon. Does he make it stick into the bowl? He certainly does. And Ben Bowers for company as well, back in P2, going up the inside of Joshua Bailey, but although he slipped back into P3 as well. Joshua Bailey is saying, let's push after Archie Cannon once again, because it's all changed once more. And that is the number 52, Mason Becker, getting in the mix as well with Josh Bailey. So Archie up in the lead into the second hairpin, followed by Ben Bowers, Mason Becker as well in the mix.
Archie Loveridge has made his way back to the front of the second train, having been down in 7th place. He now finds himself in P5, being pursued by Henry Colborne and Luca Bicocchi. Behind them, Oliver Ratt and Seth Wright, a driver who's shown a massive amount of improvement over the winter. You wouldn't have put him as a top 10 runner this time last year. He's worked really, really hard, and he brings the 99 towards the front of this field. There he is in the mix as well.
We're just seeing Max Mikowski has got a 5-second penalty for something that's happening in the race. Not too sure what that was for, but that's just popped up on our screen. Down in P26 as a moment as a privateer, so we'll see how that affects his race towards the end here. But you've got these front 4 runners now, and you've got Ben Bowers having a look up the inside, trying to go up on the inside of Archie Cannon. Looks like Archie Cannon got a bad run off the inside.
Becker with the double move. He pushed Ben Bors through down the inside of Archie Cannon, and then had so much speed he thought, I'm going past you as well. Third to first, Cannon back on Bors. Cannon's back up into second place. Joshua Bailey could well shuffle Benjamin Bors back. No, doesn't get the run. And now, what was a train of 4 and a train of 5 is now a train of 9, all the way down to Seth Wright in 9th place.
So, do you want some more? Yes, that was the philosophy from our front man right now. Helped himself to a double overtake, and the complexion of this race has changed all once again. With 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap, they coming hurtling down the start-finish line, and you can see that Mason Becker up into P1, followed closely by Archie Cannon. Archie Cannon, bumper to bumper, giving him a little bit of a tap to let him know he's there, and moves up the inside for P4 and 5. Looks like that Archie Loveridge was trying to make a move on Joshua Bailey. Ben Bower's in the mix here as well on the inside of the bridge coming out, and all that's getting out very wide there, I believe, was Joshua Bailey. Doesn't want to be up on the AstroTurf, on the hill too much. How are they going to fare into this hairpin here? 73 of Archie Loveridge holding firm behind with Luca Bicocchi and Henry Colborne down in P7. So Henry, again, not having a great race out there and getting caught up in some of the action. Can he find his way through the rest of our Honda Cadet Superheat 2? And look at these two going out in the front now. Mason Becker, Archie Cannon breaking off from the back here of Joshua Bailey and Ben Bowers. And Bowers down into P3 now at the moment, leading the next group.
Loveridge up into that 3rd place. Oh, he's been as down as far as P9 as Archie Loveridge in this race. Never, ever count out Archie Loveridge. He made that move back on Ben Bowers into hairpin number 1. They need to work really hard, those two of them, to try and break away. Because if they start scrapping, because look at the front now, Archie Cannon has decided to push Mason Becker away from the rest of the pack. Why battle as 9? Like I said earlier, why battle as a big gap when battle a group when you can battle as a smaller group of the two of you? As then they see he carried so much speed there and could have made the overtake, but then all he's going to do is back himself in. But Archie Loveridge and Ben Bowers, could Loveridge win this having been down in P9 in the same way that Bicocchi in the previous race was down in P8 and led us over the line onto the last lap?
It would be a Herculean effort for sure to see Archie Loveridge coming through the field here. He is right in the mix because that gap has definitely closed up coming into this 3rd and final sector. You could almost argue that Ben Bowers doesn't want to drop the gap of Archie Loveridge either and wants to be in the mix here for this race victory, but it depends how defensive Mason Becker will want to go on Archie Cannon. Will he let in the two drivers behind him? This is our penultimate lap here, round PF International in this Honda Cadet race with Mason Becker out front. Is there a dive down the inside? No. Smart and thoughtful driving from Archie Cannon, who doesn't, as you say, David, want to drop back into the clutches behind, although Archie Loveridge is definitely doing that, setting the fastest lap of the race, trying to grab on to these front two.
Well, he's been trying to push away and it hasn't worked, so now he's decided that he has to go to the front. He's tried to push Mason Becker away from the two behind. The two behind have had too much, so now he feels that the only way to get away is to have clear track in front of him. Cannon with the move down the inside. Becker now slots into that pushing zone, but they can't break away from Loveridge and from Benjamin Bowers. It's going to be one final lap for these four. Don't count out Luca Bicocchi because, see, look, one move as Becker goes wide. And that's going to give Cannon 1 or 2 kart lengths. But see, look how close they come back together. Up towards the timing line. 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it's a 5 or 6 horse race now. Who is going to take victory here in this Honda Cadet Superheat and take more points into the rest of this weekend? And coming up into the bowl, is it going to be a dive from Mason Becker? No, Archie Cannon stays in the lead. Although Mason Becker does go up the inside and takes P1 on this latest part of the track and is now got a bit of a gap out the front and ahead of Archie Cannon. Archie Cannon going really defensive to hold off Ben Bowers in P3. And is that enough of a gap then for Archie to break away? And in the meanwhile, you've got Ben Bowers trying everything he can to sweep back around the outside, trying to make that happen. Luca Bicocchi in the mix as well, in for P3 and P4. And Ben Bowers, yes, up the inside then, takes P2. What a great defensive driving from them. And look at all these 5, 6 involved trying to get as many points as a dive down the inside.
Double overtake by Joshua Bailey.
Oh, amazing
7th to 5th into the final Mike Wilson complex for Joshua Bailey. Great move out of the final corner though. Mason Becker wins a front tick for Superheat for our Honda Cadets from Ben Bowers, Archie Cannon, Archie Loveridge, Joshua Bailey, Luca Bicocchi, Oliver Ratton, Seth Wright, Henry Colborne. Your top 9 with Cian Delaney completing your top 10.
It's very close with Luca and I believe it might have been Ollie Ratton over the start-finish line there. There was a drag race to the finish line, but I think Luca just about held it there. Not as great progress for Luca in this race, but I'm sure he'll be very happy with the racing and the racecraft he's had over his competitors today, and of course all counts in the final. These superheat points are valuable, but so is the final two, and a great racing action in these latest groups between the Honda Cadet. Very competitive class today. I mean, we have many, but particularly Honda Cadets I really enjoyed seeing today, I think.
Yeah, it goes one of two ways. You look at the way the first race went, where the top two worked together, pushed away. That one, they were unable to break away, and whenever they did, the rest of the field just went, okay, well, we need 2 or 3 laps of us not scrapping to reel them back in. And everybody was on the same page, which was really good to see, certainly for the neutral. You know, not if you're, the parent of one of the 2 leaders. You know, they want to break away. On the final lap, though, Mason Becker just had that opportunity to pull away due to everybody else in the background. So, yeah. Another great effort from our Hondas. This is a class where it could be any one of 4 or 5. Right, then it's time to move on. It's time for Superheat 1 in Senior Rotax.
And here we go then, our most senior of class, of course, because it is Senior Rotax here at PF International, the Kart Championship. We're on to our first Superheat of the day. You're wondering why you haven't seen any Senior Rotax today. Well, this is because it's the first offering, and we start on the front row. That's the grid you're seeing there for, that's it, yeah, we switch to Senior Rotax now. That is the correct starting grid for Hugh Moulton. Harrison Crowther will join him on the front row. Benjamin Lee is P3, Joshua Smith, Ross Tyler, and Riley Bishop in P6. Followed by Lewis Sumner, Elliot Dalton Ayres, one to watch as well. Good driving from in the mid-pack at Warden Law. Drew Preisner in P9. Kai Newman in P10. Max Sheldon Hayward and Hayden Sherwood. Very similar name there, down into P11, P12 even. Jamie Kirkbride, Lewis Holt, Connor Tubby, James Kell. Great performances from him in one of the heats yesterday, but in the other one, not so lucky with a damaged exhaust. Oliver Lomax, Melissa Adrian, top privateer at Warden Law, looking to make that prestige count here. Christopher Hughes, Zach Kane, Jack Gillicuddy, Joseph Yore, Thomas Ambler, and Willow McIver in P24, with Scott McDowell, Eddie King, Cassidy Southall, George Cole, Sam Kelbrick, and Rory Hinkley, who was running in P5 yesterday and in the championship, are looking to hopefully make amends in this first superheat of the day.
Some strong drivers, Hinkley and Cole, well down the order, and will be looking to make their way through. Into the tram lines we go. Lights extinguisher, and we're away and racing at the first time of asking as the field makes their way up through the Bruno Ferrari chicane for the first time and into the bowl. It looks like the leading quartet are as they were on the grid, up and over the bridge for the first time. Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton look to be your top 2, making their way off as we go 3-4 wide off the bridge, up towards the first of these 2 hairpins, and everybody through nice and cleanly in the first half of the lap.
Yeah, but Harrison Crowther down to P2 with his teammate Hugh Moulton up to P1 then, as we come through for the third sector for the first time. Both Coles Racing teammates, and there of course will be a bit of strategy talked about in the awnings, but very early on in this race you expect a few position swaps to be going on as we are into our first superheat of the day, their first chance of the day to show what they are made of and take as many points as they can into this part of the race. You can see then Coles Racing teammates coming through the chicane for the very first time. Hugh Moulton, followed by Harrison Crowther, Benjamin Lee, Ross Tyler, Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Joshua Smith, Drew Preisner, and Shaden Harewood for P10.
So we've got marshals working down the far end of the circuit. I saw a marshal go running across the screen. So we're covering so far under waved yellow flags. We've got drivers falling down the order. Zach Kane dropped all the way down from P20 to P30 and crossed the timing line some 10 or 11 seconds off the back of the field. Looks like we've got Christopher Hughes off into retirement, still covered under waved yellows down the far end of the circuit, so there'll be no overtaking from Bobby Gaiman all the way around the Mike Wilson complex. They'll be free to race from the final post, and we remain fully green from the rest of the circuit. So 6 minutes on the clock. We're still green as this race sees Moulton and Crowther with a gap of a second back to Benjamin Lee, heading off into the distance further down the order. That looked like it was Riley Bishop making a move up from 6th place. As we've got another car off. We'll try and pick the number. Oh, it's took a kick.
That's a Max Verstappen kind of kick to the back of his car.
Yeah, it was 100% the kart's fault. So the kart has taken a big right boot. Ross Tyler there up into that 4th place. Tyler was running, and he's dropped a few places behind the ex-kart duo with Sumner and Bishop. They were your top 2 in the junior championship last year, moving up into senior. Bishop taking that title from Sumner. Sumner at the moment, though, just in front of Bishop in P4.
Yeah, wasting no time to get acclimatised in the senior rotax class. And these two out front then, Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther. Benjamin Lee was starting to come into the mix a little bit there, but it looks like the gap is ebbing and flowing all of the time. Harrison Crowther, P1 in round 1 of the Kart Championship in the final. P3 in the British Kart Championship as well at Warden Law. On the road it finished. Had some mechanical problems in the Challenge Cup at PFI. So both of these drivers know what they're doing around here when it comes to navigating the turns in the best way. Qualified P1 for the Trent Valley Kart Championship did Hugh Moulton, who is out in the lead at the moment, and P4 in the final. That had some spark issues, so we wanting to make amends for the bad luck that he's had in previous races here around the PFI in different championships. But looking good for Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther at the moment, with Benjamin Lee rounding off your podium. And is that going wide?
Oh, that's from that train man. Was that Joshua Smith getting shuffled back? I think it could well have been. He was running up in 3rd or 4th place early doors, and he was in this mix. He's gone backwards as Sumner and Bishop move up. Benjamin Lee, as you say, wasn't able to close in on the leading duo and has now started to fall his way down the order. He falls into P6 with Bishop, Sumner, Tyler coming back through. Drew Preisner and Joshua Smith. It wasn't Smith. He's on the back of this train. There he is in the orange helmet. So it was Jaden Sherwood, Connor Tubby in that sort of area for 8th and 9th. Down the inside goes the 91 of Drew Preisner with a good move on Benjamin Lee, who's had a tough couple of laps.
Yeah, that's not where he wants to be. And then down in P7, and will then hopefully be wanting to recover. Up to these two at the front, which are having a great time for Coles Racing, with 3 minutes and 20 odd seconds on the clock, plus the 1 lap. And here in the superheats, Davey, obviously they're enjoying it out the front. They'll be wanting to take as many points as they can, but they'll also be wanting to focus on themselves and towards the end of the Drivers' Championship for the rest of the season.
They will not do anything silly for the next 2.5 minutes, I can assure you. They're both smart enough that they know that battling is just not going to work for either of them. They'll and to be fair, it's pretty much worked out for the rest now, as the top 8 have almost sort of found their actual position as they made their way through. Joshua Smith with a move down the inside of Benjamin Lee, and that was always going to come. He tried it on the previous lap, and further down you can tell your drivers of real calibre. They're the ones that effectively they want a 2-minute race at the end of the race, not an 8-minute race. And that's what they do. And when they overtake, they don't defend too much. They'll let the one go and slot back in. They'll lose no time. And that's why they end up having a gap of 1.5 seconds. Often that's not enough. It does invite 1 or 2 back in. But you look at Sumner and Bishop, they've had to come through from 6th and 7th, and you get the feeling if they'd have started 3rd and 4th, they may well have gone with this leading duo.
Yeah, no, great points, and we'll hopefully be looking to make the most of the driving ability that we know that they have. But Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther driving, as you say, a very strategically smart race out front, with a move there up the inside. Again, Drew Preisner making a really nice way up the field, up into P5 there then on Ross Tyler, and making further headway into the front of the pack. And Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner trying to cling on to these two here at the front, but they are probably managing their pace right now. They know they've got the comfort of this sort of about 1.7, 1.8 gap they've got, although you would say coming across the line it has closed up slightly with Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop there. You can see in the X-Kart liveries.
Well, Sumner 10th and a half faster than the leading duo on the previous lap, but he needs more than that He needs these two to start scrapping to give him a lifeline of taking the victory in this Superheat 1, as now the defensive switch is flicked from Hugh Moulton as Crowther tries to go high and wide round the outside, hoping for a bit of a switchback. He looks over the shoulder. I'm not sure that he's going to take too many unnecessary risks in the Superheat. Why fall all the way down the order when you can pick up some points? We said earlier on, you don't get trophies in Superheats, so need to be very, very sensible of things.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. And we saw similar strategies, if I remember rightly, at the first round at Warden Law with front runners. You know, don't want to make any silly manoeuvres. Looks like it's going to be very polite coming across the start-finish line. And why wouldn't it be? Picking up top points, the Coles Racing team, Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther. Looks like they'll want to cement that then on this penultimate lap. And although I say that, the commentator's curse strikes because, getting out a bit wide, just about holding onto his cart was Harrison Crowther, trying to make that move around the outside and has now made his driver vulnerable. Hugh Moulton out in the lead has now made Harrison Crowther very vulnerable to the ex-kart team behind of Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop, who can now sense, as we were just saying, it was all looking comfortable and polite.
Well, Crowther tried to go round the outside into the middle section of the bowl and just ran out of track on the outside, got himself dropped a wheel onto the rumble strip as he tried to turn in, and then almost ground to a halt and had to get going again. But like I said earlier on, sometimes a gap of a second and a half isn't enough to not invite other people back in. Moulton's off into the distance as he starts the final lap. Crowther now then under pressure from Bishop and from Sumner as well. Sumner up into that third place. From Bishop, Preisner's not a million miles back either.
Yeah, Preisner's been doing really well in this race, up 3 or 4 places from his starting position. So it'll be good to see, up from 9th place, a privateer driver, showing why he deserves to be in the mix with some of the greatest drivers in the country here at the Kart Championship. Having to go really defensive is Harrison Crowther on the ex-kart team, and then the other ex-kart driver goes around the outside of his teammate as well. Riley Bishop round the outside of Lewis Sumner, and Lewis Sumner now falling down the order. So Riley Bishop now wanted to try and capitalise.
Drew Preisner down the inside.
Oh, look at that.
Preisner down the inside of Lewis Sumner in the Fullerton S's. Out at the front, Moulton's got this one comfortable, and I don't think Sumner's going to try a late dive. He's going to have to get a run out of that final corner, but Crowther's too far in front. Moulton takes victory in Superheat 1 from Harrison Crowther, who almost looks to his left to somebody in the grandstand and just basically almost just saying, that didn't quite go to plan for Harrison Crowther, but still strong points for P2. Riley Bishop, Drew Preisner, Lewis Sumner complete your top 5. Ross Tyler, Joshua Smith, Jaden Sherwood. Benjamin Lee had a tough time of things after a strong opening few laps. He got roughed up a little and went back to P9. He finishes in front of Connor Tubby in P10.
We saw some very unhappy drivers coming across the line there and caught up in some incidents. We did have a 5-second penalty for Melissa Adrian down in P27, so probably won't affect things too much. But we had some other penalties from the stewards as well. Kai Newman, a 5-second penalty for him, all the way down though towards the down in P13 for the Ultimate R team, so that will drop him down below the likes, I believe, of sort of Rory Hinckley, maybe further down the order as well. But coming into scrutineering, it's the first time we're seeing scrutineering here on the Alpha Live YouTube stream here at PFI International, and they have to come onto these weighing scales and make sure that all the weights are as should be as when they started, so that the rules are all fine and dandy, and they'll check the nose cones as well every single time they come into Parc Ferme to make sure there's no nose cone penalties, an instant automatic 5-second penalty for that. But whilst they're in scrutineering, we'll go on to our next class here at PF.
First of our second Superheats for those classes that are not running A versus B, B versus C, etc. is upon us. It is time for Mighty Bambino Superheat 2. Luca Peed and Teddy Smith will go off the front row. Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse on row number 2, with Jules Nash and EJ Deera on row number 3. Stanley Thurston starts 7th. Aidan Castleman for company on row 4, with Theo Azzopardi and Arthur Etherington on row 5. Rafe Verdi and Briella Stevens are in front of Arton Odula and Emerson Elliott, with Jensen Paris and Reggie Love on row number 8. Jonah Curtis and Max Tetlow on row 9. Row 10 sees Max West and Sadie Kart Mill in front of the number 88 machine of Jensen Mullin.
So obviously Eli Parkhouse picking up the win in this class before from he's starting P4 in this one, as you just told us. And novice and privateer, you know, it's not to be sniffed at. You know, it's of course the teams in the awnings have a little bit of advantage, but it's good to put credit on where the name is due when, you know, they show up and they put in a performance like they did in the last heat.
Yeah, less of an advantage in your classes that have fixed gearing, which is great. You know, micro and your Mighty classes are all sort of fixed gearing, so it's not like they can go out and run back-to-back simulations, whereas like your junior teams will have 2 or 3 drivers of a similar pace, and they'll send them out on different gearing, and then they'll overlay some data after they've put the data logger into the laptop, and you know they're running the data lines and things like that. So it's yeah, it really is good. And this sort of Mighty class as well, particularly for the Bambinos, it's a great introduction. But also, everybody knows that the field is very equal. Whereas when you've gone previously with your Coma classes, it was all about, oh, somebody's got a slightly better engine. And whereas this, it brings it in, but it's less mechanical.
Equalises it, doesn't it?
Yeah, less for your mechanics to come in. Because obviously some of these will be novice mechanics as well as novice drivers. So it's a gentle introduction into motorsport.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how this unfolds then, with Luca Pede on pole then on the inside, wanting to hold on to that, but maybe a little bit of a run Teddy Smith is sensing from the start of the grid. And they're away then for our second superheat of Mighty Bambino, and Luca Pede does indeed get a great start. Teddy Smith files in for P2, but down into P3 and P4 between Eli Parkhouse and Oliver Reynolds. It looked like Ollie Reynolds was trying a move up the inside, or to at least hold on to P3. We'll see how that comes out as they come round then across the Litchfield Bridge for the first time in this Mighty Bambino class, and that is Jules Nash, I believe, up into P3. Jules Nash then, a great performance and showing from him again, but has got company on the inside, David.
Eli Parkhouse makes the move, and Oliver Reynolds goes through the gap created, and as fast as Nash was up into third place, he's now down into P5. It wasn't a particularly fast start off the front row outside for the S-plate of Teddy Smith, but maybe the 5-second penalty for a jump start in heat number 1 was weighing heavy on the mind, but he did slot into that second place, and the leading duo have got a fairly comfortable gap because of the Reynolds, Parkhouse and Nash battle going on for third down to fifth. Just behind them, that looks like we've got EJ Deera in 6th place in the yellow and purple colours for the number 26. Indeed we do. They'll head up towards the timing line for the first time.
So Luca Pede leading his Ambition Motorsport kart across the start-finish line for the first time, followed by the RCE of Teddy Smith, and right on the bumper then as we come under the bridge and around the bowl section. Teddy Smith trying to size up a move there around the outside, but nothing doing. Eli Parkhouse was going a little bit defensive and wide to hold off the place, but that's not worked because Oliver Reynolds has gone up the inside of Eli Parkhouse, and you come off the bridge there, you see that Eli Parkhouse has dropped back again, but it looks like that this is Eli Parkhouse's strength here coming into the hairpin, because he's going back up the inside once more and taking advantage of the momentum he got off of the last move from Oliver Reynolds, and it's as you were.
Jules Nash is going to try a little bit of a move down. He had a look down the inside of Oliver Reynolds. The door not open though, and is firmly closed. And from Eli Parkhouse all the way down to Theo Azzopardi in 9th place, they run nose to tail. Azzopardi just on the back of Stanley Thurston and Aidan Castleman. Thurston, another driver that I think picked up a race 1 penalty, so he'll be looking to bounce back in this one. At the front, Luca Pede and Teddy Smith, who crossed the line on the previous lap with a few hundredths of a second between them, if that. We'll commence this one as they fan out onto the final corner. Oliver Reynolds is going to get left high and dry on the outside here as the whole train comes down the inside all the way up to Stanley Thurston. I think he may well hold on side by side to that position, but it's a few places dropped for Oliver Reynolds. He drops down into P7.
And this is the thing about a class like Mighty Bambino, isn't it? You make a tiny mistake, and with such a closed and, well, very close equalised field, if you make a mistake, you are punished instantly, because there isn't that big differential between, obviously, their batteries of their mighty Bambinos. You can see on screen there, Jules Nash holding off things in P4 with EJ Dera and Aidan Castleman for company in the background. Oliver Reynolds trying to find his way back up the order again and drop down from where he was previously as we come out of the second hairpin then and towards the Fullerton S's into this third and final sector. Oliver Reynolds, you can see on your screen there, with Aidan Castleman and keeping him honest in front. And there's Luca Pede and Teddy Smith having a very nice time of it out front at the moment, very strategically working together, you would think, at the moment, to stay in that privilege of being in the group of two. Although you can see Eli Parkhouse is getting, I would say, a little bit closer to them as we go across the start-finish line this time, with 4 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap here, and defensive driving, it looks like, from Jules Nash rather, on EJ Dera, because EJ Dera looked like he was going to size up for a move, but I think has managed to hold on to that one, has Jules Nash.
Oliver Reynolds and Theo Azzopardi are battling as we focus back in the spring sunshine here as they head up onto Litchfield Bridge. 3.5 minutes to go. Drivers lapping in the 120s, so 3 or 4 laps depending on how they cross the timing line. But Parkhouse, who did have a bit of a gap to Jules Nash, has been reeled in these last couple of laps. He was almost in a bit of no man's land between the leaders and this battle behind, but as the front few have started to settle down a little bit, it's started to work. It's shuffled a few further back. Stanley Thurston, who was right in the mix, is now off the back and is pulling himself up to the steering wheel, willing his kart forwards and on to the back of this train of 6 in front of them. Leading duo, though, are still fairly content just to work with each other, and again crossing the line with a fraction between them the last time out. But I think this is where it's at, as wide goes Eli Parkhouse into the second part of the Mike Wilson complex. It hasn't cost him track position just yet, but he's going to be slightly slower, and if this train pops out of the slipstream on him at the moment, may well see him shuffle back, but it looks like he's got enough drive to hold on somehow to that third place.
Yeah, and you thought that was pretty much signed, sealed and delivered, but the mistake not capitalised on by EJ Dare and Jules Nash behind him for Eli Parkhouse. Although you can see now, though, a move up the inside from Jules Nash has taken P3 at the front of this group. And you can also see it happening at the front here. Teddy Smith now wanting to push on a little bit and say, Luca, come on. Let's see if we can hold on to this two at the front. It's now me and you, and let's see how it all ends as we cross the start-finish line at the end of this race. You saw on the last lap that Teddy Smith was looking over the shoulder coming out of the Litchfield Bridge thinking, oh, that's fine, we don't need to worry about them. And now Teddy knows there is enough of a gap to maybe give a couple of moves here into the final sector and try to experiment and start to think about how he's going to get in front of Luca.
Eli Parkhouse there went wide again at hairpin 2, and it looked like it was going to allow Nash an opportunity to attack him, and he's taking a very, very defensive line into that complex there as Nash then gets into the rear quarter, and that could allow Oliver Reynolds to try and sweep round the outside. They'll be side by side. Reynolds will have track position, and that's going to shuffle Jules Nash back. He was just unfortunate that he got caught out as Smith has a few looks down the inside. Nash got caught out by Eli Parkhouse, went into his rear bumper and just cost himself, really, rather than the driver in front. He comes out of it in P6.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful when you choose your moves, especially at this stage of the race. Although Eli Parkhouse looks like he built a little bit of a gap back in front there of the group behind him of Oliver Reynolds. And here we are then. We've got 40 seconds on the clock, and Teddy Smith is making his move up the inside into the first hairpin. And Luca Bede is going to do a nice switchback to try and recover P1. But is Teddy Smith also going to have the inside coming towards the second hairpin? He's made his move. He's now thought the time is to go here and make amends for the patience he's had in this race. It looks like Luca Pede, though, has strategically come up the inside and has retaken P1 in this mighty Bambino Superheat 2 of the day. And these two have been battling at the front in this class for a while. You can see Eli Parkhouse then back to P3, and 4 and 5 down towards Aidan Castleman and Jules Nash as well. Probably all wanting for Eli Parkhouse to get on with this. and seeing if they can get any scraps, particularly maybe off Oliver Reynolds as well, doing the most of that pressuring on Eli Parkhouse right now. But they're going to come across the line for the final lap, David.
Luca Pede takes a very defensive line down the start-finish straight through the Bruno Ferrari chicane and up towards the bowl. I imagine he will once again park the car semi-defensive, not quite as tight as they have been in some of our larger classes, but that's because these karts have a much more immediate power pickup and they don't need it. But immediately off the bridge, he comes to the inside, and I imagine Smith will take this down the outside and will try and use a switchback all the way round the outside. Pede impeded himself coming off the bridge by scrubbing off all of the speed, and Smith now leads us up, and Pede's going to come back down the inside. Smith's going to have the switchback opportunity that Pede did on him on the previous lap, but Smith's not going to have the chance as Pede parks the car perfectly up towards the Fullerton S's for the final time. Can he get the switchback out of the second part of this corner up towards Bobby Game?
Yeah, Luca Pede holding on and thinking he's got enough in the tank here. Goes really defensive as well, cuts off his racing line. But all the while, Teddy Smith has got the advantage. He is the hunter, chasing the hunted at the moment with these final few corners. But it doesn't look like it's going to change. It looks like Luca Pede has got this one in the bag coming through the final few corners. It was a great attempt from Teddy Smith, but it's not going to be to no avail because Luca Pede comes across the line to take the win here in Super Heat 2. You can see Teddy Smith frustrated with that he couldn't hold on to that position. Also at the back there, look, more frustration from Stanley Thurston down in P9. But yes, our final running order there, we've got Aidan Castleman in P5. Eli Parkhouse was overtaken and held on from Oliver Reynolds into P3. Jules Nash, EJ Dara, Theo Azzopardi, Stanley Thurston and Arthur Everington down to P10.
Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse will go down to a photo finish, I imagine.
It was really close.
Between the two of them. Oliver Reynolds making the move up into third place on the final lap. 0.04 of a second between the two of those at the line, and that'll go down to a photo finish as the rather than where the transponder is positioned, because if you've got a smaller driver, the seat is further forwards and therefore the transponder is further forwards and therefore it picks up earlier. So, but Luca Pede and Teddy Smith, I know Smith frustrated over the line, but I think he now knows everything that he needs to do to challenge Luca Pede in the final later on. He got the move done on a couple of occasions, including that drive round the outside, but Pede with a little bit more experience than Teddy Smith, particularly in terms of running at the front and challenging for race victories, and that sees him bring the number 4 machine home in the prime berth. There is Teddy Smith in the S-plate. It is very, very easy to forget how young these drivers are with how accomplished they are out on the circuit until you see there, you get the visor up from Teddy Smith, and then you really can see how they are. Junior Rotax next up in another one of our AE versus BB versus C's. It's Junior Rotax Superheat B versus C.
And here we go then for Junior Rotax once again, and the sound of the track has changed somewhat from our Mighties all-electric to our Junior Rotax machines. And here's your starting grid then. Ewan House, who has been impressive up the front in this part of the weekend, and also for our first round, Warden Law leads us out from pole position. Brafe Murdoch, Connor Large, Ryan Rapini for the Kidex team down in 4th, Charlie Very and Fletcher Jameson in P6. Noah Moulton, Larry Price, JJ Plowman and Thanawat Vejabuti in P10 made his way up to P6 in the last race. Very impressive driving from Vejabuti, Toby Jukes and Sam Flynn. Also for the Kiddix team down in P12. Leighton Kelly, Zach Jennings, Shay Hilton, Ronnie Smart and Elijah Hartley with Alex Dezecki in P18. Elijah Hazelwood, Jack Bowie and Charlie Quinn. Noah Stamp Clark is down towards P22. Row 12 will be Alex Roach and Clark Naylor. Matt Scott and Jake Anders, Thomas Walsford and Harry Ward down to row 15 of George Ralston and Oliver Hutchings, rounded off by Liam Canales, Louis Brown and Hugh Hobson in the final position on the grid in P33. So looking to get themselves in order here, and to the liking of our race director Dan Ashton, that they'll all be close enough to each other. We can go racing as much as we would like, as close together as possible for our starting grid into the tram lines, and that acceleration line not taking liberties with it too early. Here we go then for the latest superheat of Junior Rotax, and we are away and racing, and it looks like a hold of the lead from Ewan House on pole position up into the bowl section for the first time, and using the nous and experience they would have picked up from the track conditions in the earlier superheats into this latest one here. Ewan House leading away, and some posturing driving there going up on the inside to hold off the Kiddix driver. I think behind that might be Rapini down in P3 or P4 that lost out on the start. We'll double check in a moment. David, have you seen something?
Braith Murdoch leads from Ryan Rapini. That's your top two. Further down the order, Larry Price had a trip across the grass in the Bruno Ferrari chicane. That's dropped him down to the tail end of the top 10, may even just be on the outside of that. But as they come through, it was Braith Murdoch with a super start off the outside run. Drove all the way round the outside and had the lead into the first corner. They'll cross the timing line at the end of lap number 1 then. So it's going to be Murdoch from Rapini. Ewan House, the pole man, down into P3. Connor Large, Fletcher Jameson, Charlie Very, Noah Moulton, Sam Flynn. Down the inside, Ryan Rapini goes for the lead. Doesn't quite work out. Jack Jennings and Larry Price, as I mentioned, down in P10.
Yeah, Ultima R then leading the way with that livery at the front with Braith Murdoch. A great, fantastic start from him with Rapini. Looking like they want to settle in here with Ewan House in P3 as well. Although Ewan House looking to try and shape a move up the inside here on Rapini. Fantastic move and a switchback. Looks like it's going to go around the outside. Saw a gap open on the inside. I said, thank you very much. I'll take that for P2. So it's Murdoch, Ewan House and Rapini, your top 3.
Great driving in juniors. Yellow flag in the background, which is in very, very quickly. We've had a drive around. I think it was the 211 of JJ Plowman over from the Isle of Man. He falls all the way down to the tail end of the field. It's Murdoch and Rapini. So far, they've all been fairly sensible at the start of this one. Rapini, though, down into P5 as it was Ewan House down the inside of him that shuffled him back early doors, and that's allowed Large and Jameson through. Jameson with the fastest lap on the previous, as all of our drivers set their personal best, as it was their first flying lap, as we could have a change for the lead here. Ewan House goes back to the top of the timing stacker on the left-hand side, or at least he will at the end of this lap. He goes back to the front.
That's Connor Large then in P3, who's found a place in these first couple of laps. Fletcher Jameson also found a place up into P4. Yeah, Ryan Rapini not having a lot of luck, down 3 places then in P5. We're looking to recover some of that as we go through this next part of this Junior Rotax Subi, and Braith Murdoch will be wanting to settle in, you would hope. Or is that been a change for the lead? Because it looks like, yeah, Ewan House out in front. I thought that was a Coles Racing livery. I think that happened in the Mike Wilson complex. So Braith Murdoch then back behind, and Ewan House up from P3 then, making his way up to first in this race and wanting to lead the way and the charge as we come off the Litchfield Bridge. Oh, there's a cone on the track there, but the marshal's doing a great job to get that cleared before they probably will get back round to that. A great driving there from Rapini, I think, up on the inside of Connor Large. So go back up to P3 and back onto the podium. Rapini looking to gain some ground towards Braith Murdoch and Ewan House once again.
Earlier on in the race, Braith Murdoch was under investigation, I believe, for a potential jump start, but that's been cleared for Braith Murdoch. He was just really, really fast at getting away. They crossed the line almost side by side, so no further action for Braith Murdoch. 5-second penalty though for Ronnie Smart in the 250 Project 1 machine.
Yeah, and Vegebuti under investigation at the moment, down to P22, so not having the same sort of rate of success of the last Superheat as he enjoyed in this Junior Rotax class. Who's that diving down
Jameson.
The inside? Jameson, lovely move there on Connor Large across the Litchfield Bridge and making the most of that opportunity. You see lots of drivers adjusting the choke there, coming into this hairpin, and Connor Large then back up the inside of Jameson to retake P4.
It's going to allow the top 3 to break away. As Large felt that he needed to be back in front of Fletcher Jameson. Jameson asking Charlie Very and Noah Moulton for a little bit of compliance in catching him back up. We've got a waved yellow because we've got a stationary car, albeit rejoining at hairpin number 2. Looks like that's the 222 of Zach Jennings, who was running in P9 just in front of Larry Price. He's off on the entry up towards the second hairpin and falls all the way down to P32.
Yep, and won't be looking forward to trying to make their way back up in this race. Zach Jennings, you said, in the top 10. Good amount of points on offer in this top 10 towards the finals, but we'll see and keep an eye on Zach Jennings to see if he can get closer up to where he's gone down to now and see if he can pull off any amazing moves towards the end, but looking unlikely from him now. We are on the battle here, following along from Connor Large from P4 down to Fletcher Jameson and Charlie Very and Noah Moulton as well in this gaggle of karts, coming through the groups of hairpins here and into the Fullerton S's in the final sector of this PFI track. Glorious day here in Lincolnshire, and we're very much enjoying seeing all of your support and love for the stream. And thank you for everyone watching live on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. Full coverage right throughout the day towards our finals, which will all come out in the wash, and see who's going to take all of these points through to our finals and all these classes later on. Ewan House, though, taking full points from this one at the moment, with Braith Murdoch closely behind, with Ryan Rapini made his way back up into P3 after dropping down a couple of laps ago with the fastest lap of the race. Although there's a move up here into hairpin 1 from Braith. Murdoch wants to retake the lead from Ewan House. Ewan House comes right back at him, though, to retain P1, and it's a to and fro between these couple of hairpins. Who's going to come out in front? Looks like Brave Murdoch has got a run up the inside. Rapini fancies a move on Ewan House as well. Rapini's up into P2, so Rapini being ever the opportunist in the Kart Championship once again, and no different here in this latest race.
Ewan House thought he'd done enough there by retaking the lead, and he tapped the brakes in the middle of the corner to try and stop Braith Murdoch getting the run back on him, but Murdoch got the run with a little bit of assistance from Ryan Rapini as well down the inside. The two of them working together. They had a gap, and on that lap, 7/10 quicker because of that battling was Connor Large in 4th place. Change for lead again. Ryan Rapini will take the lead, and then he gets shuffled out wide. Rapini carries too much speed, and as fast as he was into 1st, he's back down into 3rd. Murdoch back to the front, being pursued by Ewan House.
It's all change at the front, and another move up the inside from Ewan House. Whilst they're all battling, they're letting all of the carts behind them. And out onto the grass section here. Brave Murdoch, who was in the lead a moment ago, has now got to recover all of those positions. So you have Ewan House followed by Ryan Rapini out front. Once again, 30 seconds on the clock plus 1 lap, and these front group now look very different from a few corners ago.
House, Rapini, Large, that's very up into 4th place, being pursued by Fletcher Jameson. I think he's found a way past Noah Moulton. In fact, I think Sam Flynn may well have got past Moulton as well. We'll pick that out as they come up and over the timing line. Indeed, they have. It's Murdoch down into 8th. That's as far as he fell as he came to harm at hairpin number 1. Ewan House, though, leads us up and onto the bridge.
Yeah, lots to contend with Ewan. He knows how to lead from the front and at the back, but can he keep this position where he wants to for the remainder of this race? Rapini is putting on the pressure and then some right now with Connor Large, but Connor Large doesn't keep an eye on Charlie Very and nearly gets done for that position there for P3 and P4. Has that made it stick? Connor Large looks like he is just about out in front for P3 at the moment. This is the battle here between our runners down towards Sam Flynn and Braith Murdoch, trying to catch back up to the front of the pack, but he's going to have it all to do and a lot to do if he's going to be anywhere near our front 3.
Went in hot at hairpin number 1, and that allowed Larry Price to slide down the inside. Murdoch's got that back in the Mike Wilson complex over the timing line with a gap of nearly a second for Ewan House as they start the final lap. Connor Large, Ryan Rapini, Charlie Very, as everybody takes a slightly defensive line into the bowl. I don't think we're going to see any moves up and onto the bridge, which is further down the order. Fletcher Jameson trying to find a way past Noah Moulton. Can't get it done. I think that may well have cost him a place as well to Sam Flynn.
look at the gap that Ewan House has now got. A nice move there from Noah Moulton, holding on to, I think it was P5. Well, who's that? Up into the hairpin as well. Your 258 of Rapini is battling and then some with Connor Large for P2 and P3. How's it going to finish?
Larry Price over the grass. You can see him just rejoining in the background.
But here is Ewan House then coming round the final few corners to take what has become a very comfortable victory with more than a second. Who's
Ronnie
that?
Smart.
Ronnie Smart has been amongst the blows of there, but the checkered flag is out. Ewan House takes victory from Ryan Rapini, who did pip Connor Large on that last lap, so takes P2 for P3. Charlie Very was up in the mix. A great performance from Charlie Very in that race as well, up from 5th into 4th, finding a place. Noah Moulton, Sam Flynn, Brave Murdoch, unlucky for Brave, who was up in the lead at one point, got out on the grass at one of the second hairpins and couldn't recover. Finishes P7. Shay Hilton, Fletcher Jameson and Larry Price round off your top 10. We've got lots of people though under investigation. Ronnie Smart, Vegebuti is under investigation, maybe early. No, so Ronnie Smart the only one under investigation once again at the moment, even with that existing 5-second penalty that Ronnie's also got at the moment. So not a great race for Ronnie Smart, who did come across the line, it seems, down in P28 finally, as the drivers make their way into Parc Ferme then, out of the Junior Rotax heat of B versus C. And you can see the competition across all of these classes, but particularly in the Junior Rotax, the same names popping up again. Ewan House, Rapini, you've got Moulton up in there. You had Sam Flynn in the mix at one point as well. It's such a competitive grid.
It is, and we're going to get another one in a few moments' time, because we've got another one of our Junior Rotax. So we're going to effectively do it all over again with a new cast of drivers. It's time for Superheat 4 in our Junior Rotax class. It's A versus D. So they'll be making their way out onto the field, onto the circuit. In fact, the green flag being waved on the overhead gantry to welcome our drivers who slide their karts out on cold rubber, trying to get as much heat in as possible. Front row will be Charlie Wolfett and Zach Turner. So Wolfett in the 295, as off goes the 288 of Benjamin Jones. He's not going to get much heat in his tyres on the grass, unfortunately. So it'll be Wolfett and Turner on the front row, with Finlay Smith in the S-plate alongside Teddy Cooper on row number 2, Harrison Bishop and Maximilian Braskoff on row number 3. Row 4 will see Max Douthwaite and Cameron Tipping, James Tate and Toby Farthing, with Adam Turacek and Zach Waddell on row number 6. Kevin Ivanoff will start P13. He's got Jamie Ritchie alongside him. Neither of those two had a particularly easy first superheats. We'll talk about that in a moment. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alfie Forrester in front of Laurie McVeigh and Lewis Gilbert on row 9. Ellis Dealey and Jackson Lane, with Amy Peacock, Chloe Waddell, Aston Brown and Joseph Berkery in front of Pierce Whitehead and Noah Clare. Cooper Campbell Lees will start 27th alongside Benjamin Jones, Jake Walker and Thomas Butcher in front of Isaac Jameson, Samuel Yeadon and Jasper Oakes.
And Chloe Waddell will be having a better race this time round. I know she's sort of in a similar starting position, but went out of the last superheat, so we're hoping to make amends, but of course with our other drivers as well wanting to do the same. And here they are then with our drivers coming round then for this superheat into our fourth one day with Sport for Choice with Junior Rotax, and hopefully Zach Turner feels like he can pip Charlie Wolfett at the start as they come round very slowly and making sure they're all in file, coming before the tram lines and before the accelerating line. Will our race director be happy going racing here within the tram lines? Are we away for this Junior Rotax heat? Yes, we are good, and we are away up into turn 1, and that is Charlie Wolfett holding on to pole position. I think that Zach Turner has lost out to Finlay Smith.
Got
although there's lots off.
2 or 3 on the grass. Pierce Whitehead's one of them. will pick out the other one, but Piers Whitehead definitely one of the two drivers off and onto the grass on lap number 1.
But Finley Smith made a nice opportunist move there to take P2 over Zach Turner. I say that, Zach Turner doesn't want that to stay the same for very long because Zach Turner reclaims P2 and wants to chase after Charlie Wolfett.
Just seen a kart go up and almost over the top of another one. It was the 2-2-3 of Max Douthwaite taking a liking to the kart in front.
So with all of what happened at the start, I mean, they're not one to waste any time getting out of this junior rotax. Who's get spinning off as we come into the Fulton S's. Yeah, Peacock getting out of shape, getting very close, I think, with Dealey and Jackson Lane around those positions. And look at the gap as a result of all of that. We've seen it play out today, haven't we, David, across other classes. And Charlie Wolfett will be very happy with the gap under his belt. But look at this. This is down towards Harrison Bishop.
2 or 3 off and into the bridge. That's a big one. Covered under yellow, driver's fine, driver is okay, has jumped up and has climbed up onto the barrier. So we've got 2 or 3 karts off, but the driver that came out of the kart was the first one up and he is okay.
Thank goodness for that. That's what we want to see. The racing action might be neutralised in a second. We'll see what happens. But meanwhile, we have the 220 there of James Tate going up the inside of Adam Churchek in the Kinnick's car. Oh, and round at the hairpin there.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
So it's all much more frenetic in this junior rotax heat than the other ones we've had. We do have yellows out, though those karts have been cleared very quickly by our marshals, incredible marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club for
Max
PFI
Braskoff.
International.
I'm sure it's Maximilian Braskoff, who started on the 3rd row in P number 6. We'll confirm it in a few moments because they'll fall down the order. But I'm absolutely adamant it is the 277 of Max Braskoff, and I'm really pleased that he is okay. It was a fairly big one into the wall. But he bounced straight back up and moved his way to safety. And this race continues now under a full green circuit once again.
Yep, and that's the main thing. We, of course, know that it's very exciting to watch all of the action across the weekend for the Kart Championship, but the main thing is safety. We want to see that happening. And up in the lead then, there's a closing of a gap. Charlie Wolfett really getting closed in on by Zach Turner in his machine, and Zach Turner's made up the ground from a poor start and really putting the pressure on Charlie now, the privateer out the front with Zach Turner in his Coles Racing machine, setting the fastest lap of the race as well and letting you know on the leaderboard too. And how's it going to look then? This dynamic has completely changed as we come across the start-finish line once again in this latest superheat. An adjustment of the choke there from Zach Turner might get a bit of extra performance where he wants it out of his Coles Racing machine. Up the inside, have a look at a bit of a move there, trying to go up the inside. I think that was back to Adam Churchek and Finney Smith and Harrison Bishop. But as we come out of the bridge section, you can see Charlie Wolfett not going defensive too much yet on Zach Turner, maybe working together at this stage of the race. You see a Guy Cunnington Racing machine here of your 220 of James Tate trying to fend off Cameron Tipping and Kevin Ivanov.
Oh,
Ivan McVeigh.
Ivan is off. He's on the grass on the run up towards the second hairpin. He's going to be squeezed out on the outside. He is not happy with somebody in that train of karts in front.
That was commentary gold, but I say that's probably the quote of the day, David. I'll give you that one. Also did like the impeding earlier. But thankfully the drivers are okay and we are still racing as a full green here at the circuit. Action happening every single corner and breadth of this PFI International Complex. We have got 4 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. Charlie Wolfett with Zach Turner at a 2/10 or so gap, quarter of a second gap behind. But basically Zach Turner on the back saying, hello mate, I'm here to challenge you in this superheat. We might be friends right now coming into hairpin 1, but in a couple of laps time that could be very different. I could be chucking it up the inside, so get ready for that, prepare for it. It gives Zach Turner a chance there with the gap. They've got to have a little look over his shoulder to see where Harrison Bishop coming into your shot right now and Finley Smith have just come in as well with James Tate at the back there, and Adam Churchek, I do believe, ahead of James Tate as well, up into P5.
Yeah, Cameron Tipping on the back of those with the Daniel Ricciardo inspired helmet in the Cato Motorsport colours, although he drops a wheel off onto the curb on the outside. That'll cost him a kart length or 2 in 7th place. They've got a gap back there to Laurie McVeigh, Lewis Gilbert and Aston Brown, who's made some good moves up in this one, as is Lewis Gilbert, to be fair. Gilbert up 9 places from P18. Aston Brown 13 places from P23.
Jordan Luke on the live chat says, what is going on, bro? Yeah, we don't know sometimes either because it's changing positions all of the time. We've got support for Zach Turner out in front as well, but who are these two scrapping into the hairpin? That is Harrison Bishop and Finley Smith as well with the S-plate trying to hold on to position. Finley Smith then out into P3, overtaking Harrison Bishop for that podium place as they come for the best of the rest at the moment from Zach Turner and Charlie Wolfett out front.
Bishop, so Wolfett and Turner at the moment being very compliant with each other. I wouldn't expect anything less of two of the most experienced drivers on this junior grid. That'll all change in a moment's time, but you can see that those two working together and being compliant has given them a 4-second lead. Back to Smith and Bishop. They changed position on the previous lap. Smith up into third, Bishop down into fourth. Then there's that train of three, Turacek, Tate and Tipping. These are your leading duo though. Wolfett is very quick off the bridge and opens up 2 or 3 kart lengths. Turner though is very quick in the midsection. They look to be geared slightly differently.
Yeah, and that's the toing and froing and the interesting dynamics of how the teams, and obviously Charlie with a privateer will be setting up his kart at the moment, and you'd think that Zach Turner, with the pace that he might have in the hairpins, also does very well in this section here, but there's a lot of straight here at PFI. If that kart of Charlie's is geared up more for the top speed and the straight line speed, he'll be very much enjoying the corner he's about to come onto on the start finish line, and of course the hairpin sections and off the Litchfield Bridge as well. It is all balancing out here between our two drivers. We pick up towards the back as well. Finley Smith here on your screen with Harrison Bishop chasing in P4. Back to P5 as well. We have James Tate and Adam Churchek, Laurie McVeigh, Cameron Tipping, Aston Brown and Toby Farthing. Down to P10, Guy Cunnington racing their machine of James Tate.
Turner's down the inside of Wolfett for the lead at hairpin number 1. He's got the job done as well. Now he goes into defensive mode as we keep an eye. Was that Laurie McVeigh making a move down the inside as well? And here, confirmation of that change for position. Zach Turner leads from Charlie Wolfett.
And he's done such an amazing job to climb back up from falling into the mid-pack before, and has now made amends for the troubles he had earlier in this race, and has gone to the front of the field once again. Zach Turner, we have seen it in round 1 of this Kart Championship as well, will be able to hold off and fend off Charlie Wolfett, who is now right on the tail and wants to reclaim that P1 as well. They are bumper to bumper going up into the bowl section.
Tight goes Turner as he makes another radiator flap adjustment. This time it's down. He wants slightly more temperature in that engine. They've got all the information they need on the data loggers in front of them. 2 laps to go. Turner down the inside. Wolfett's going to go high and wide, try and get the switch back, but Turner is going to park it once again on the inside, and Wolfett goes early on the brakes. He wants to be really tight, trying to get the switch back. He was very, very early on the brakes there with Charlie Wolfett, playing a few games at the moment with the mind of Zach Turner.
Is Zach Turner going to hold on to this then through the Fullerton S's and into the Mike Wilson complex? It looks like there's going to be a dive down the inside there from Charlie Wolfett. No, nothing doing, no gap there. There might be just a couple more opportunities to see if Charlie Wolfett can gain this, but he's probably thinking P2, I can take that into the rest of the finals of the day, and that is how it's going to finish. Zach Turner and oh no, final lap now, sorry, final lap. I don't thought the checkered flag was out. We've got one more lap to go. Let's see if it does finish like that. Zach Turner is holding on then from Charlie Wolfett, and then of course in that dynamic, Charlie Wolfett will be using this lap and leaving it to the very final stages and moments of this race. He goes super defensive to Zach Turner, and David will try, as you said in the last lap, try and sweep back down and cut back under the inside from Charlie Wolfett, but that didn't work. Zach Turner holding on to this place with that bright green helmet, although Zach Turner let him in.
It certainly has worked this time. Down the inside goes Wolfett. Great move. I said the lap ago it was a bit of mind games about braking a bit earlier on Zach Turner. This time he got the switch back absolutely perfect.
Oh, is Zach Turner going to have a look up the inside there? No, nothing doing. Thinks wiser of it. And now getting ahead of myself on the last lap. This is going to be the checkered flag. Charlie Wolfett then looks a bit different this time because he has been the opportunist and holds off just about for Zach Turner for P2. Finley Smith coming across the line for P3. Harrison Bishop, Laurie McVeigh, James Tate and Adam Churchek takes P7, Cameron Tipping, Kevin Ivanov and Aston Brown. Now, I think we would like to see that move again from Charlie Wolfett on Zach Turner. David, talk us through this.
This was set up a lap ago when he braked early there on the outside. Turner tried to get it turned in and get it stopped on the inside. And by the time they hit the white line on the outside, Wolfett is already through. He's got the job done. But I'm going to credit that to a lap before when Charlie Wolfett braked early and then this time knew that something was going to be a little bit different. That is a superb display by Charlie Wolfett to take that victory from Zach Turner.
Yeah, and when it felt like it was falling by the wayside, he very much believed that the race victory was still there, made it count, and I guess that in the strategy as well, you know, wanted to be in second place so that not give Zach Turner another chance, because Zach Turner was very strong in those technical sections. But Charlie Wolfett made sure that he used all of the ability and know-how he'd learnt from Zach in the previous stages of that race to take victory then over Zach Turner. Finley Smith rounding off our podium in that junior Rotax latest superheat there. And on it goes with our junior classes, because we're sticking with another very competitive field with our junior primos on to right now. And here we are for Junior Primo then, your Superheat 2 in this Junior Kart Championship as part of the Kart Championship family, which you are following along on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Just want to, for the first time today, shout out our sponsors quickly for Victory Shine, helping us keep the Kart Championship alive as well, On Track Marketing UK, and Race Cloud AI, helping us bring the coverage and the Kart Championship here to you, as well as KKC, who have been very generous in giving out some amazing prizes around the paddock, which you'll see on the paddock show later on at lunchtime today. Shall we get towards our starting grids shortly then for our junior primo? Casper McAllister goes off pole position once again with Zane Perry, and Jacob Underhill with some great driving in the previous heat want to be being up towards the top of the pack and not finishing down and losing momentum as he did in the last race. Bertie Hodgson, Hakeem Bart and Layla Berryman is in P6. Arthur Murfitt, who had a great race last time out as well, starts from row 4. P7 and Toby Vertley in P8. Lucas Esser, Liam Dooling, Morgan Cooney and Ruben Jenkins down to P12. Aaron Berridge, Shay Laird, Jackson Heath and Rebecca Reestall, Lily Cantignon, Alfie Skitt in P18. And Jerry Jafissi and Cora Moore, Odysseus Hall and Archie Thoman Evans and Logan Nixon and Elliot Dimolo down to P24. You can see the drivers making their way out in the back of your shot there. Jake Richardson, although do we have a bit of a spinner possibly from one of our grid starters? We will see how that fans out. That is the one for Lily Cantignon, we think, 45, not making her way round. So we'll see if she finds her way up in the grid again. Let's get back to the rest of the grid on screen here. Jake Richardson, Jude Pudderfoot making some great ground in the last heat. Jacob Kent, Jack Smith, Riley Linnell and Oscar Delenek rounding off P30 to Jack Wykes. Harry Myatt, Waldron, Ashton Bailey and Harvey Everett rounds off your grid there in P34 after missing a heat yesterday, as we mentioned earlier on as well. Yeah, that was Lily Cantignon. Has she found her way back towards the position that she'll be starting in down into P17?
She's going to struggle. She's still just towards the tail of the field. These tyres, these tyres have so much grip when they're up to temperature. And when they're not up to temperature, it's like driving on house bricks.
Yeah.
They've just got nothing. They provide you with nothing. And that's why we see so many drivers coming out of the pit lane that don't have that level of adhesion that they were expecting, and they do go round. So, Lily Cantignon may well not be positioned where she should be gridded. She could well be further down the order. Into the tram lines we go then. She'll be hoping for a false start, and indeed it is, because she will now be able to make her way up, as we've got Morgan Cooney on the grass. So he's going to have to retake his position. So he was squeezed on early doors and then just stayed on it. Tav will be happy here at the circuit. He won't have to mow that bit tomorrow. although Morgan Cooney will probably invoice him £5 or something for the work.
A fiver? That's extortionate. Goodness me.
What?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I've got a teenage son. He would want more than £5 to mow the lawn. I can assure you of that.
Yeah. Maybe let's double it and then we're talking. We're not around tomorrow, are we?
No.
Unfortunately, to to keep the PFI looking resplendent in this spring Lincolnshire sunshine. They're coming round again then for this formation lap once again, because we had that false start. We've got Casper McAllister then trying to lead off pole. Zane Perry,
Lily
the P2.
catching on with another problem.
Yeah, so that was the incident off of the start. We were hoping that she was going to find her way, and she might not find her way now, although she has got her kart going. Will she find her way to the back of the grid? She's coming through the second hairpin now, and she will be able to tag on the back, but she's got a lot of work to do if we are going racing here through the tram line. She said Lily wanted this last time. She might not have second time lucky. No. Looks like we're getting underway for a race, and we are underway for this Junior Primo Superheat 2 of the day, and I do believe it looks like Casper has lost out to Zane Perry at the front. Just trying to confirm that, maybe as they come off the Litchfield Bridge. Some great starts across all of our runners there, and out the front you can see
McAllister leads then.
Is still holding on to the lead.
Good start from Jacob Underhill. He was on the inside row in third place. He got down the inside of Zane Perry and moves himself up, and it's been a good move there by Arthur Murphy. He's up into fourth place again. He was fast starting last time out as well, but did pick up a penalty early doors in that race. This one looks a little bit cleaner. He's up into fourth place.
Yeah, so Jacob Underhill will be very happy to be up in the mix this early in the race, and defensive driving going on already from our front runners, and sensing that you want to try and keep a little bit of the hard efforts at the start as we come across the start-finish line
Underhill
for the first time.
Underhill, we've got a cart off on the outside, but everybody's missed it, which is great to know. Underhill went wide, dropped a wheel off. That dropped him down into third place, St. Perry back up into second. And that cart's, I'm not sure who that is in the middle of that pack, but one of them carts is not handling particularly well.
And Layla,
I think it's Jacob Underhill. I think he's got a bit of a problem.
And Layla Berryman has gone all the way down to the back of the grid. Had an issue.
Still stationary.
Where the yellow flags are.
Still stationary is Layla Berryman at the far end of the circuit, and is being dragged away up and out of the cart.
And that's her race done, sadly. She's been asked to go back to the paddock and out of this one. Also, a shame for Layla. I was saying in the Warden Law races, she is up there, she's got the pace, but sometimes gets a bit of bad fortune getting caught up in the racing action. But here we are then with 6 minutes on the clock, and plus the 1 lap around PF International. This Superheat 2 of Junior Primo coming across the line for the second time, and is McAllister ahead of Zane Perry and Arthur Murphy. You can see Layla Berryman there walking into Parc Ferme and probably just trying to collect her thoughts of just the kind of luck that she needs on her side for the Cato Motorsport team. Coming across the Litchfield Bridge here though, back to the racing action. McAllister leads Perry from Murfitt, who's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment, and Jacob Underhill in P4. Bertie Hodgson, we can see a nice dive down the inside there from on the, I can't, trying to figure out, I think that might have been Lucas Esser, I believe, in P6 on Bertie Hodgson. So we'll just try and clarify that. The number 22, Aaron Berridge, you were looking further back there, down to P12 and P11, mixing with Ruben Jenkins as well. So great battles going on all over the grid at the moment, and seeing how they can come out on top.
Berryman's cart recovered, so we are green down in the Mike Wilson complex once again. McAllister, Perry, Murphy, Underhill with the fastest lap, although immediately eclipsed by Liam Dooling in 7th place. Underhill, whose cart looked like it was all over the place in the first 2 laps of this race, just didn't seem to be planted well underneath him. Appears to have found something now as we head towards half race distance, but he needs this trio in front to start scrapping, and could really do with the trio behind to start doing a bit as well to give him a bit more comfort. And right on cue, down the inside goes Arthur Murfitt for 2nd place. Yeah,
great move from Arthur Murfitt there, wanting to chase after Zane, after McAllister even, who is out in the lead. Got a 3/10 gap also at the moment. Looks like it's coming down all the time though, as we go into this 3rd and final sector for this lap once again. And a little bit of a gap to play with there for McAllister, but he won't want to be resting on that for too long, because he knows how quickly things can change, particularly in this Junior Primo class. And there is Layla Berryman talking through what happened with her incident at Parc Ferme.
Her dad there with the trolley ready to collect Berryman, having a debrief with Larry Price, who was out in the Junior Rotax race earlier on.
And you can see McAllister then has kind of still got that breathing room slightly to, if he does make a little bit of a tweak to his race strategy, he can afford some time, but we wanted to build that gap even more ahead of Arthur Murphy and Zane Perry, who looks like he's trying to try up the inside, and you're bringing Jacob Underhill into this race as well all of the time, who did have a bit of a taste of victory in the last heat of Junior Primo.
Oh, JDR double down the inside for Arthur Murphy. He goes from second down into fourth. Zane Perry up into that second place, and Jacob Underhill, who was half a second quicker than that duo on the previous lap, up into third, and I think it's only a matter of time before that third becomes second.
It'd be really interesting to see if Jacob Underhill will be able to get after McAllister and how that will play out in this race. There's a little bit like a retribution to do there, and that's your 88 of Arthur Murphy. Was that retaining position?
Back through up into third place.
Back through third, yeah.
I thought Underhill was going to send a move down the inside of Perry on the way into the bowl, and it was Murphy doing the other one. Murphy's going to get hung out here, I think, on the outside, and Underhill's back through into third place. Murphy tried to go round the outside of Zane Perry, who is very defensive at the moment for this stage in the race. Not too defensive that I think he's going to draw attention to himself, but he is parking that kart very well. He knows at the moment he can't catch McAllister with what's left, and he's gone wide into the Mike Wilson complex, self-inflicted, and through goes Jacob Underhill into second place.
And was that a dose of commentator's curse there? Maybe it isn't, maybe that was coming, because Jacob Underhill could sense that that part of the track was not one that Zane Perry liked very much. So Underhill now got quite a bit of work to do to chase after McAllister out front, a 1.7 gap. And that is quite a tall order at this stage of the race. Particularly, you can visually see the gap at the moment. And Jacob Underhill is going to have these guys for company all at the same time. Arthur Murphy goes up the inside. Oh, and also, don't think he expected to go up the inside of Jacob Underhill, but was going up the inside of Zane Perry. And now it's all come out with this group now of about 5 and 6, 7, 8 drivers in this group now.
Lucas Esser trying to go down the inside of Murphy. Perry's got squeezed back, and Perry's out wide onto the rumble strip. Underhill's come out of this in second place. Murphy in third. As wide again, that's Zane Perry dropping a wheel, this time onto the rumble strip on the outside. He's going to be down now, is he? He's in 8th place. He's just in front of Aaron Berridge, who's the driver there in the green and white machine, white helmet on the background. There's Berridge in 9th, fastest lap earlier on lap number 6, but out at the front, McAllister is clear with 2.5 second gap now.
Yeah, we said that 1.7 second gap might be a tall order to close down. I think 2.5 seconds might be insurmountable in this Superheat 2 of Junior Primo. So Casper McAllister looks like he's going to have this victory in the bag. We will focus on Jacob Underhill, who's being kept honest by Arthur Murphy with about a 5-6 gap back behind them as we go into the Fullerton S's and towards the last sector, where a lot of overtakes have been happening today, particularly into this complex here on your screen right now, up the inside of your penultimate corner there, but nothing doing at the moment. Jacob Underhill has got that nice buffer with air following for P2, and Arthur Murphy in the background doing his best to try and close it. But here you've got moves going on the start-finish straight. Nice offensive driving there from Aaron Berridge, trying to fend off Bertie Hodgson. And Zane Perry, you know, is up in P2, all the way down in P7 now with Toby Wortley in P8 and Lucas Esser and Jude Pudderfoot, by the way, up into the top 10. Another great drive from Pudderfoot, who's found his way up from P26 in this race, so picking up valuable points.
Pudderfoot there with the yellow helmet. He's going to try a switch back. There'll be 3 wide. They're very preoccupied with each other on the left, and they're going to find Pudderfoot trying to come all the way around the outside. Oh, he's been collected. Collateral damage and somebody else's incident for Jude Pudderfoot. Zane Perry as well. I don't think he knew a lot about what was happening there. They'll both fall down the order, and I think we might have to have a look at that again.
Yeah, let's look at watch this back. It was, well, Jude Pudderfoot, as you said, was trying to find his way around the outside, do a cutback, but they all got caught up with each other there.
Lucas Esser in the 55.
Going through, yeah, and the 25 of that, not getting out too well there in that part. So, yeah, not great to see, but we were hopefully... I think that might have been Shade Laird getting mixed up.
Yeah.
Trying to see who was mixed up in all of
On
that.
to the final lap, top 3 set in stone. This is your battle for 4th place. Aaron Berridge and Bertie Hodgson. Berridge has found a way through, coming onto the bridge. He's now going to switch into this very defensive mode and holds on at the moment. He comes to the inside again as they run up towards the Fullerton S's. Top 3, McAllister, Underhill, Murphy. That's set in stone as long as their carts keep moving underneath them.
Yeah, and McAllister going to take a very comfortable victory here. The checkered flag waves in this Super Heat 2 for Junior Primo. And McAllister comes across the line there. Jacob Underhill in P2, Arthur Murphy at P3. Liam Dooling is going to lose out to Aaron Berridge in P4. And who's that off the road?
Rebecca Restle in the 42 is on the grass in the Mike Wilson complex.
So Rebecca Restle was running in P20,
we've
falling
got
down the order now. Oh,
there we've got two off in the same complex of corners. Rebecca Restle is one. I think it could be Riley Linnell is the other driver that I think is potentially involved there.
so it was Zane. I was trying to pick up the numbers, and because Zane Perry fell down, I was trying to look at the 20s and the numbers. It wasn't Shay Led, it was Zane Perry who got caught up in the midst of all the action for Jude Pudderfoot in that midsection. So Zane Perry, not a great race and just bad luck at that particular instant there, but was right up in the mix in the top 3 positions. But here they come into Parc Ferme. You can see our race winner on the screen there with a sort of Incredible Hulk kind of helmet. Nice livery going on there. I mean, hopefully it didn't really show himself getting angry out there, so that was fine. And Jacob Underhill coming in for a P2. I think Jacob, David, will be quite happy with that given how that race went, and in the grand scheme of things, found a place up from his starting position.
Certainly did. It was them first few laps that really cost him the opportunity to challenge Casper McAllister. He fell down the order in the opening few laps. Didn't look like that kart was handling well, but when it came to him, the pace was there, and that'll give him a real opportunity for the final. We stay with Rotax. It's a slightly smaller version, though. We go to Intermax for their second Super Heat.
So here we are then into Intermax, and we were saying in the last heat, David, that we have got to be keeping our eye on a few front drivers in this field for the Kart Championship this season. Logan Rolfe, Max Abrahart and Jensen Sale are definitely going to be one of them. Evan Mellor will be hoping for a better result in this heat. Didn't have a lot of fortune in the last time out. But you can see here a glorious day at the PF International Circuit with our Kart Championship flags all waving, with our Senior Kart Championship, Junior Kart Championship, our Cadets and our Bambino Kart Championship making up the Kart Championship across the UK this season. And we are stopping off here at PF International today. We were in Sunderland at Warden Law last round. If you do want to watch back for any of the action, you can see that, of course, on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you want to go back and watch the Warden Law racing action, see how our drivers are faring here at PF International today. But you're watching this live or wherever you are in the world, keep your comments and thoughts coming in on our live chat. I don't know if there was if it's directed to a driver called Jake, or whether someone's actually saying to me on the live stream, Guan Jake, as in with the commentary. I don't know which one it is. Thanks to Lewis Karting for your support, whichever Jake you are talking about.
Definitely you.
Hopefully it's me, of course.
You.
And we've seen some love for you today as well, David, as well. We've seen lots of people saying, welcome, David, as if like there's a new signing, like, you know, just been, you've signed the contract on the dotted line. You know, those football clubs who go like, you know, welcome.
During the lunch break, there'll be a photo opportunity on the start line with me holding the CKC, BKC, JKC, SKC t-shirt, and then I'll do some scribbling. Autographs are available.
Be worth a lot. Make sure you get down there. It's happening now. You've said it on the live stream. We've had support as well from Alex Owen, who, yes, these junior masterclasses are junior Rotax and junior Primos. Yes, very much impressing, aren't they today, Alex? Lilisumi as well, or Lamsui, I should say. Top action on the live chat as well. Very much enjoying what we're seeing here for the Kart Championship today around this 1400 or so metre circuit at PFI, one of the, as we said it earlier on in the stream, one of the great circuits that we have the pleasure of being at across the across the country in this championship particularly as well. Just think we're waiting a little bit for our drivers to get through Parc Fermé in the last race and making their way out for Rotax Inter. There's a good opportunity maybe to talk through a little bit more of our interclass runners, David, and Teddy Smith. Well, that's the Bambino, sorry, what am I talking about? The Max Abrahart, who was picking up a fantastic win and a great display at the Ultimate Kart Championship. Of course, he linked to Rotax, and no mean feat, and keeping up the performance and the form here at PF.
Certainly are, as we see the 157 Ayrton Glasworthy for Origin Motorsport. The tail end of the field, one of our novice runners in fact, probably the only novice runner I think in Intermax. That's why he's got black numbers with the white, black background, white number. The rest of the field is yellow with the black number. 129 is Rio Panyatau, the 187 Isaac Garth for Ben Folland Motorsport. There's Logan Jones in the 173, and the 188 is Sam Fleming. Staying with the ones and the eights, 181 of Finley Beals. So Eli Owen, Sam Dixon in the KR Sport colours. He's running with Gary Rolfe this weekend. So we make our way all the way to the front. Again, we can see that brick wall in the background, so that means that's the even side of the grid, the 170. The Scotsman Drew Davidson. And there on the front row once again, Evan Mellor in the 117, another BFM runner. Back to the other side. There's your poleman Max Abrahart. Behind him, Logan Rolfe, who they went at it in the first superheat. Rolfe, with a very relaxed demeanour, gives us a little wave, but he's always relaxed anyway. Even his driving style, his seat is so far back, and he just seems so comfortable.
See, I couldn't do that. It's like when I'm driving. In a normal road car, some people have like, oh, your seat's really high, your steering wheel's. I'm not like steering wheel like right on top of it and literally just like right up against the windscreen, but I don't understand drivers who can just be like, chill like this, or okay, it's all good over here. I'm just driving 70 miles an hour around a very fast kart circuit.
He's very, very, very relaxed. He's always had that driving style all the way through as Logan Rolfe, as we see the 138 of Finley Thompson, who didn't quite have the opening superheat that he would have hoped for. That kart rolling to a halt on the entry to the Bruno Ferrari chicane. You can see the that's the naughty cue. That's the cue to the steward's office.
Well, you can see from the steward's office, particularly maybe from the previous race, a junior primo, or maybe the previous classes, we had Jake Richardson with a 5-second penalty, Logan Nixon as well. We had investigations for some of our drivers. So yeah, the steward's very busy today, but doing some very hard work with all of that. And you can see Max Abrahart's dad on screen right at the front of your picture in the middle here, next to the eye. Hopefully getting ready for all of this. And David, you spot anyone else?
Well, it's Evan Mellor's dad in the background, and then Kai Hunter on the right-hand side with the shades on. So Coles Racing and Hunter Motorsport, just very friendly, very all friendly together in the
off-track.
Off-track, of course. To be fair, everybody in the paddock everybody's worked with everybody or with one team before going to another team, and their driver moves to a team and they take the mechanic with them, and they've all worked for each other before, and then a mechanic then decides, okay, I'm competent here, I'm going to go and set up my own team, and that's how teams sort of develop, and it's all good fun. I'm just trying to figure out what the delay is here on this down the far end. Oh, looks like we are clear for all of our karts, so we're just waiting on the green flag in the dummy grid to get these karts out onto the circuit for their second of the Intermax Super Heats. So a few more people making their way, and now we do indeed get the green flag on the overhead gantry, and the Inters make their way out onto circuit as the grid comes up on the screen. So it'll be Max Abrahart and Evan Mellor on the front row, Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale in front of Alfie Phillipson and Drew Davidson on row number 3. Then it's going to be Jay Birmingham and last year's Micromax champion Ethan Lloyd going off the outside of row number 4. Row 5 will be Hamish Gordon and Lewis Kukoldi, with Aaron Rigg and Chinafat Vejabuti on row number 6. Dexter Petty and Adam Batt in front of Felix, Sheldon Hayward and Sam Dixon. Freddie Blackshaw and Eli Owen are on row number 9. Row 10 sees Finley Rhodes and Finley Beals, with Elsie Gannon and Sam Fleming in front of Ethan Manzi and Logan Jones on row 12. Row 13, Jensen Skiff and Isaac Garvey in front of Jamie Walsh and Rio Panatau, with Finley Thompson and Ayrton Glasworthy completing your Intermax grid.
Yeah, all right, so they're finding their way around again and forming up to get underway for our action down through the final sector, and we'll be wanting to be staying within the tram lines and getting underway here for our interclass.
Good morning and welcome in the live chat to Kevin Birmingham. I hope you enjoy this next instalment here on Alpha Live.
All right, so we're getting ready for as we go round, and of course appreciate all of your comments on our live chat and keeping up with our coverage throughout the day of all of our classes. Make sure you shout out the drivers that you are rooting for as well. We go racing for our Intermax class here. Are we racing? We are away and into the first corner. Looks like Max Abrahart has held on to pole, but it looks like Logan Rolfe has gone up to P2, so it's a good start from Logan Rolfe, as you said, with that calm, relaxed, laid-back driving style that he just likes to just casually make his way up through the grid. But Max Abrahart with a fantastic start, and you can see behind down in P3 and P4 defensive driving going on pretty heavily as well. Jensen Sale as well down the order, I think, a little bit to one place to P5. So Jensen's lost a place at the start, but if anything's to go by from the last superheat, hopefully we'll be making his headway up towards the front of the pack with Max Abrahart and Logan Rolfe at the moment.
Top two already on a bit of a breakaway. Evan Meller in third place. It looks like it could well be Ethan Lloyd, potentially, who's made a good start up into fourth place. We'll confirm that when they come up and over the timing line. Whoever it is, they're actually up into third because they've got past Evan Meller in the final complex. Meller's getting a little bit beat up further down the order. In fact, it is Ethan Lloyd, 8th to 3rd on the opening lap. Great spot as Abrahart is under pressure from Logan Rolfe as they go into the ball. Rolfe's on the inside, Rolfe is through. Change for the lead then. Logan Rolfe from Max Abrahart and Ethan Lloyd. Jensen Sale, Evan Meller, Alfie Phillips and Hamish Gordon, Aaron Rigg, Drew Davidson and Jay Birmingham complete the top 10.
And look at the gap they're already building, but it looks like Max Abrahart is back up the inside of Logan Rolfe once again. Is this going to be a feature of this entire race? Logan Rolfe, though, goes back up the inside. Will Max then get him back? Oh, and Logan Rolfe shows him the inside of the track. Make sure that he doesn't get past out of the second hairpin. That was extreme defensive driving to the finest margins there from Logan Rolfe to hold on to that place, but all's fair in love and war. We don't make the decisions, the stewards do, and we continue racing with Logan Rolfe then out front of Max Abrahart, coming across the line then to take first place for this lap and hold on to Abrahart behind, who will probably be very, very angry with how that lap has unfolded. But Max Abrahart looking to go around the outside. Is he going to make it stick over the Litchfield Bridge? No, Max Abrahart holding on there. Jensen Sale we were talking about, finding his way up the order with the fastest lap of the race in P3 right now, and looking to build on this with Alfie Phillipson behind him for company too.
We are 3 wide as that's Sam Dixon, I think, trying to make a move down the inside there in the KR colours, and on the outside Dexter Petty getting shown out high and wide as with the 131 of Adam Batt almost rides up the back of the cart in front. No harm done, they all end up facing in the correct direction, but that'll be all change in the middle order as wide goes the 115 of Ethan Manzi.
And we pick up there the runners or in the mid pack. I believe that was
Evan Meller at the
Evan
lead
Meller,
of that one, yes. And getting shuffled back a little bit is Ethan Lloyd now, down into P7 after that strong start, just in front of Drew Davidson.
But you can see that Jensen Sale then is actually got up into P2, and all the while whilst we're on that lap at Sale behind Max Abrahart. Logan Rolfe down into P3, maybe had a bit of an issue on that lap and got caught up with the battle with Jensen Sale. Alfie Phillipson still then down in P4, so Logan Rolfe will be wanting to get to the front of this pack once again, and I said keep an eye on Jensen Sale. We've been impressed with his driving at the Kart Championship over the last couple of rounds. He had a great performance and strong showing in this first Superheat. We're in our second one here for this Rotax class, and putting all the pressure on Max Abrahart, who knows how to win in other championships of late, and got Jensen Sale for company to try and put a stop to that here as we come through with 4 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Coming down the start-finish straight here at PF International, Max Abrahart is got to look on the inside because Jensen Sale is gone for it. What a move up the inside. That's got to be one of the moves of the weekend. A great pace and momentum off the start-finish straight, and is now probably looking to cement his place at the front of this order. Has got a nice gap of probably about a couple of tenths to play with as well, coming down into hairpin 1.
Good move, as then Logan Rolfe does exactly the same to Max Abrahart. He's shuffled back. Abrahart now telling Rolfe, let's go forward. You see Sale has got 2 or 3 kart lengths in front, and then doesn't want him to break away. Alfie Phillipson coming to the party as well in 4th place. P5 is Hamish Gordon. He's lonely at the moment because behind you'll see them come into shot. There's about 10 of them battling it out with Evan Mellor for P6.
Yeah, and I'm sure won't be staying lonely for very long. If he's got the pace to stay out by himself, then you'll obviously be beneficial for him. But we want him to get on to the back of this group, as you said. Alfie Phillipson, although Logan Rolfe here, look, going up the inside of Jensen Sale once again. So Logan Rolfe has recovered from P3, back up into the lead again, and Max Abrahart now finds himself in 3rd place. Jensen Sale, though, back up the inside across Litchfield Bridge. It is all happening here in this Rotax Superheat 2. Do you think this is the final?
Rolfe with a move on the exit of the bridge, back down the inside of Jensen Sale. Abrahart going with him. Phillipson in the mix as well, just off the back of this 4. And Logan Rolfe, who got the move done nicely down the inside, but then went wide as he carried all the speed in. Saw Jensen Sale try and come back down the inside. That is Drew Davidson, is one of the drivers round there.
They got caught up with Djibouti maybe in that particular position of the class, but that will all unfold there. You see our RCE team and younger drivers watching on the gantry there as you come across the start-finish line. Beautiful scenes here at PF International to watch the amazing racing on action right now. Logan Rolfe with Max Abrahart now for company on this latest episode of the Bowl Series 2 in Superheat 2. And coming across the Litchfield Bridge here is Logan Rolfe with Max Abrahart for company, and Max Abrahart sort of dropped a bit of pace there in the last couple of laps, but has now sort of maybe regained a little bit of composure. Jensen Sale as well sticking with this lot. Alfie Phillipson wants to be careful he doesn't lose these front 3 because he could be left exposed to the fast charging Hamish Gordon and Evan Mellor behind in the other group. Following along, Logan Rolfe then coming through the Fullerton S's and wanting to stay composed and looking out ahead and keep Max Abrahart behind as we go into that Mike Wilson complex and round the final few corners, and has been something of an overtaking opportunity at this part of the track this weekend. You can see, look at the amazing helmets on display. Give us a wave. Thank you, lads. Hope
Freddie
you enjoyed the
Baker,
racing.
Zach Andrew watching on with 2 laps to go in this Intermax second Superheat. Rolfe, Abrahart and Sale. Rolfe goes defensive on the entry into the bowl. Abrahart, can he try and make a move up and onto the Litchfield Bridge? No, he can't. And again, Logan Rolfe will migrate towards that inside to try and fend off the attack. Sale will then go wide as all the way round the outside. Abrahart's going to try the round the outside switch. Everybody slots back into line, and it was like it never happened.
Great defensive driving, although, as you say, that Max Abrahart gets caught up with Logan Rolfe. That is not what he wanted to happen. It was good defensive driving, but now Jensen Sale has taken advantage of what just happened there on your screen, and Jensen Sale has gone through. Sorry to use this, sailing into the lead. It's too good not to use because he has had an absolute dream of a moment happen for him there. And now with the final lap, he's got an absolute C between him and the front runner of Alfie Phillipson now in P2 behind him.
Phillipson. We mentioned earlier on about how he just needed to sort of stay close enough, and Abrahart and Rolf are still going at it. This time it's Rolf again for the second time, squeezing Abrahart onto the grass on the inside. He's under investigation for doing it earlier on.
Yeah.
Abrahart obviously probably a little bit more, if you're going to pitch it earlier on for the second one at the hairpin. Abrahart's back in front on Logan Rolf. Those two, I imagine, will be having a frosty chat with each other on the steps outside in about half an hour's time.
You can see his back bumper, I don't know, maybe slightly hanging down on the right-hand side, not fully hanging off from the contact.
Well, Abrahart's not happy with Rolf's defensive driving. Hamish Gordon. Rolf again. That's a little bit naughty from Logan Rolf. It's not the first time he's done it this time. I think it's gone for Logan Rolf. Hamish Gordon is then up then as then Abrahart.
Inside?
That's Gordon, because Rolf and Abrahart are preoccupied with each other, and Hamish Gordon's going to come through for P3. Sale takes the victory. Phillipson in second. It's going to be Hamish Gordon in third place, with Logan Rolf and Max Abrahart in the naughty corner in 4 and 5. Evan Mellor, Lewis Kokolda, Ethan Lloyd. Sam Dixon up after a tough Superheat 1 to finish a superb P9 in front of Aaron Rigg, Finley Rhodes and Finley Beals. Freddie Blackshaw, Isaac Garn, Adam Back complete the top 15 in what was an intense and at times controversial second Intermax Superheat.
I wouldn't want to be in Parc Ferme if I was Max Abrahart or Logan Rolf.
Okay.
As the neutral and the spectator, we of course, as we've seen there, we want things to all be respectful, and close racing can, got the adrenaline pumping all of the time, but that was some fierce battling from Logan Rolf and Max Abrahart. And as you said, as you see right there, Logan Rolf under investigation. The stewards have been very busy in these last few races. But Jensen Sale, a great performance from Jensen, had a slight wobble in that race, but came through back on the back of that group there of Abrahart and Rolf, and took the opportunity to clinch victory here and take some valuable points into this Kart Championship weekend. You can see Hamish Gordon there also loving what happened there as a benefactor of all of what went on there. Or you can see here they are in Parc Ferme. Logan Rolf sticking, you say, fairly clear of Abrahart at the moment.
Just park at the other side of the paddock, boys. They've got a very similar helmet as well.
Yeah, it's
the two of them.
Oh, I thought that wasn't Logan going over. It's just he's charging over.
No, that Lewis Kokolda.
That's Lewis Kokolda. Yeah. And P7. I would fairly happy with that, but frenetic rotax into class. We have to move on now to a next class and see if we'll have anything of the same order in that one.
Well, Honda have got quite a lot to live up to.
Yes, we will see what happens with Honda Cadet classes. Back out now then, let's take you through the grid. Row 1, we'll see Archie Cannon on pole with Marcus Cooper, Mason Beck and Sawyer Henderson on row 2. Joshua Bailey and Bradley Sutton in P6. Archie Loveridge, Freddie Drury, Alistair Saunders, Luke Hamill, Jensen Drummond and Reggie Jafisi in P12. Joshua Doherty, Aubrey Harrington Evans, Jensen Collar, Finley Thursfield, Phoebe Shelton and Jacob Jones down to P18, with Eric Grisbeck and Alfie Love and Isaac Young and Ethan Pearson, followed by Oliver Bullock and Tommy Burgoyne down to P24. James Murfitt and Finn Hollis, who will be hopefully wanting to be keeping going in this one after the retirement from the last races. Reggie Cook, Chris Doshi and Edward Charlton, and Dino Rowlands on the grid, but is not taking part this weekend. So we haven't seen Dino, so we'll be finishing off and rounding off with Edward Charlton at the back of geared privateer here for us. And as you see the red flag on the gantry in front of a commentary box, and the marshal out on track there getting our drivers to stop on their grid spots for a standing start here for this Honda Cadet race.
So I was I'm mildly confused as to where the sunshine had gone.
Yeah, I think you were looking on screen going, what's happened there?
Yes, it's disgraceful behaviour by the sunshine and the clouds, and I demand it returns.
Well, when we was here at PF for the Club Championship, very changeable conditions that day. It's remained sunny so far, but we'll see what happens in this Honda Cadet. The weather was looking pretty stable for this weekend, but anything can happen in this sort of microclimate that we have here around PF International. You can see the steward gets his green flag out, and we are...
Oh, no, false start.
No, false starting, so it looks like we're going round again.
I'm not sure that they were gridded in the right order. Right. Or somebody at the back's gone. Dan doesn't seem happy, so the yellow light came on. They're going to roll round again.
Wait. So what?
No. So false start for Honda. I think that we might not have been in the right order further down as they come round. They are just brought together 2 by 2, so it's the driver's responsibility. There's nobody down there with a sheet pressing, bringing them in. But I think we are. We'll give them another opportunity to grid up. It's only a couple of minutes, and it's something that we'll take that time to make sure everything is okay, and we'll do it all over again. So hard reset, control alt and delete, and let's go again.
Yeah, I mean, with this formation lap of a couple of extra laps they get, I mean, it does give them a little bit of an extra chance to get some warmth in their tyres, because as you're saying, these tyres, to switch on, if they're instantly cold when they come out of the pits, they're like driving on ice, and then they suddenly just grip up out of nowhere, and sitting on the start-finish line. Of course, a standing start, different dynamic to rolling starts in our other classes, but it's hopefully going to be as we were then, coming onto their grid spots once again. So your marshal down there with the red flag, getting our racers to stop on their grid spot. You can see Marcus Cooper there on your right hand side, the number 59. I would say positioned slightly towards the front runner of Archie Cannon, of number 5, our pole man, but we'll see how it all unfolds. Marshall now running all the way back down the grid, and will once again find his green flag out like a magician from, it seemed like last time. Oh no, it's in his other hand. There it is. And getting this race underway for Honda Cadets. The lights are starting to fill, and they go out now, and we are away for Honda Cadets of Super Heat 3. And it is a great start from our 59 of Marcus Cooper from the front row of the grid. P2 jumps Archie Cannon off of pole position then into the bowl for the very first time. So that positioning on the grid, very important, and just a better start off the mark, and reacted better to the lights here at PF International come around the bowl section. And here on the first straight out Litchfield Bridge for the first time, there's a move already though, wants to reclaim top spot. Archie Cannon down the inside of Marcus Cooper, retains the lead then from pole position and takes it right back off of Marcus Cooper.
Good start from Archie Cannon, particularly in the second part. Again, struggled to get away from that P1 berth. It was the same in his first super heat for Archie Cannon. Just didn't quite get it hooked up and away, but the pace came halfway round lap number 1. He moves back to the lead then, in front of the 59 of Marcus Cooper. It's Mason Becker in third place in that number 52 machine. They've got Joshua Bailey, who was a real standout for me in his first super heat, getting to the front at one point. We may well have another change for the lead here, as back down the inside goes the 59 of Cooper. And at the moment, Archie Cannon is a bit of a Project 1 sandwich.
Yeah, a beautiful move there from Marcus Cooper up the inside. And down behind, you can see Mason Becker. Yeah, triple shuffle there between them all. How's that all come out in the wash?
Cannon
that is
Cannon. 5.
Cannon's dropped right down here then as a result of all of that action. And get out wide on the bowl section, especially this early in the race. You can find yourself dropping down the order a lot. And pushed out onto the grass there, I believe, was Archie Loveridge then in that mid-pack scrap between Bradley Sutton and Sawyer Henderson.
Loveridge P4. It was I think it was Bradley Sutton in the 53. Very similar sky blue livery, but it looks like it was Bradley Sutton who was in P6, getting eased out onto the grass, and he bounced his way down, and he'll be around about P9, P10.
Well, here we are then at the front of the pack, so then all completely changed. We come across the line, we'll confirm our new racing order with 5 minutes and 40 on the clock. You see Marcus Cooper leading Mason Becker and Joshua Bailey, you were raving about, David, not too long ago. They're up into P3 in this race as well. And all to do, there's a bit of a look up the inside there from Mason Becker on Marcus Cooper. How did that turn out to be?
Very well.
Very well, because he's gone up into P1, right up on the banking there, out of the Litchfield Bridge, getting his kart pointed in the right direction. And we've got, I believe, Joshua Bailey in the mix here as well, and a move there, pushing out onto the outside of the circuit from Archie Loveridge, trying to shut the door on Joshua Bailey, but I think Joshua Bailey has retained third place. So you've now got Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker up in P2, and a dive down the inside there. Beautiful move from Sawyer Henderson on Archie Cannon. So Archie Cannon dropping down even further in this race. Needs to try and regroup to try and be back up with the front runners.
He hasn't done a lot wrong either to end up back in 6th place. He just got shuffled back earlier on with a move down the inside in the bowl that left him on the outside. That one was a good run by Henderson. He's got a good run out of the final corner. Thinks about it, but slots back in behind Sawyer Henderson, and I think that's because he's seeing the gap to the leaders go out, and he needs to do it in a bit more of a clinical time, and it's come now down the inside. Loveridge with a move down the inside of Joshua Bailey. Bailey's going to hold on round the outside onto the bridge, and now Loveridge will push him down towards the first of the hairpins. Here goes Cannon, finally gets it done on Henderson with a little bit of help from his Apollo Karts teammate in the 55, Freddie Drury.
Yeah, nice move from Archie Cannon there, so hopefully he will be able to regroup a little bit more and work his way back up. But you'd probably think to say it might be a tall order to get to the front of the pack now from P5. You can see our front runners here are first and second in their own little group, and third and fourth just a little way back as well with Joshua Bailey and Archie Loveridge. And you can see them coming through the final few corners here. 3.5 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. Plenty of time for things to change, though, as we have seen right throughout this weekend so far. They are line astern, are Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper, coming through the first turns once again and up into the bowl section and finding their way over the Litchfield Bridge.
Cannon
and over across, yeah, go on.
As I say, Cannon and Drury now. Cannon's going to get a little bit of respite here, I think, from people attacking him, because those Apollo kart drivers have it drilled into them very early not to start scrapping unnecessarily.
You say that?
No, well, no, because this isn't Apollo.
Oh, yeah.
This is Project One and Ambition, all on the same chassis. But they had a gap of 1 second when they crossed the timing line. That is not a 1 second gap now.
No.
I can assure you it's not, between Joshua Bailey, who's dropped down into 4, and Archie Cannon. Those Apollo drivers are drilled into them by their mechanics, by their team boss Adam Nichols, who's a 2-time British champ, that you do not squabble early doors at the detriment of our team. We all work together, and then when you get to the business end, it's all yours, it's up to you. But we work together early doors to try and stop things like this moving away, and you saw that at the first round at Warden Law with Cannon and Bicocci off into the distance.
Yeah.
Early doors, not scrapping. 2 laps to go. It's anybody's game.
And it probably is going to be anyone's game here with 2 minutes on the clock. Marcus Cooper, Mason Becker and Archie Loveridge then leading the way. Joshua Bailey there's hovering as well in P4. I think waiting for this opportunity maybe to open up to see if any of these front three drivers scrap. But they are all being very smart about their racing right now, wanting to open up too many opportunities for any of our drivers behind to be let in, and for the complexion of this race to completely change and turn on its head. We do have a yellow flag being waved, though, out in a certain part of the track.
Oliver Bullock, hairpin number 1 in the 81, goes round.
That'll be why, so probably a short yellow flag. Then hopefully we can continue racing here. The clock ticks down to 1.5 minutes and just under, and they come across the line probably for 3 more laps, I would think, with 1.5 minutes best lap from Archie Cannon at the moment, as you were talking about in that Apollo kart down in P5 at the mid sort of pack of this front group. And can he find his way, Archie, to the further front of the leaders here, Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker? Wouldn't really say it's a 2-horse race anymore. I'd say it is definitely a 5-kart group. You can see Archie Cannon there towards the back of your shot there in that group, and also letting Freddie Drury onto the back as well as Apollo Kart teammate, as you were mentioning, David, working together here. Hopefully can capitalise on both of those as
Mason
they come
Becker
through.
down the inside of Marcus Cooper into the Fullerton S's. It was nice and clean and didn't really lose any of them any time, but now it's Becker leading from Cooper, Loveridge, Bailey, Cannon, Drury. Henderson and Sutton aren't too far away. Sutton's come back in it after that trip across the grass earlier on. 2 laps to go then as they'll cross the timing line with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Becker will be loving seeing that there's daylight between him and what's in front as well. As you can see, lots of busy crowds here. Oh, up the inside
Cooper,
though, it looks like Cooper went through.
back to the lead.
You can see Cooper back in the lead, a tussle between Cooper and Becker then. But has to be careful they don't let Loveridge and Bailey in on the party as well, coming over the Litchfield Bridge. And we go down towards hairpin 1. You can start to see the defensive switches being deactivated from some of our drivers, and our front runner of Becker, they're going very defensive to the inside as we come down towards hairpin 2. They're almost hugging the inside track, going to get no racing line out of there, but they are caring about track position right now. Joshua Bailey fighting on with Archie Loveridge in the middle of there, and who is that? 83 Joshua Bailey getting caught up there
With Mason Becker.
Yeah, doesn't want to let the other drivers up the inside here at the moment, so it has to be very careful on this final lap.
Bailey goes out and wide as Archie Loveridge took advantage of both Becker and Bailey coming together at hairpin number 2. He got the run on them both down into the Terry Fullerton S's. He's up into second place, and Archie Loveridge again always finds his way to the front at the business end of a race, and he's right behind Marcus Cooper. Cooper will go defensive, but not quite as much as I think Loveridge had expected. Loveridge is on the inside of Cooper. Archie Loveridge alongside. Loveridge is through. Loveridge is through into the lead in front of Marcus Cooper as they come up the ridge. Henderson's up to third somehow.
It's all unfolding here, all unravelling at this part of the race. You've got Archie Cannon as well, holding on for dear life in P4 with the fastest lap of the race at the moment. It's all changing here as we go on this final lap here. You can see Loveridge out front with Marcus Cooper trying to hold on as best they can. Is it going to be any change for position as they come into the Fullerton S's? Is there any look up the inside from Cooper? Can he sense an opportunity at any stage? You see Sawyer Henderson trying to get onto the back of these three. He's closed up so quickly as Henderson. He's run out of time though, because we're about to see the checkered flag come across the start-finish line, and what an incredible win from Archie Loveridge, who looks like he's going to hold on to take it across the start-finish line. Yes, takes it from Marcus Cooper, Sawyer Henderson, and Mason Becker, who is up in the front pack there. Archie Cannon dropping down to P5 in the end. Joshua Bailey, P6, Freddie Drury, Bradley Sutton, James Murphy and Joshua Doherty down to P10. And for Loveridge starting in P7, he won't be too displeased with that, will he, David?
Not at all. Again, look, going back and looking at his race, 3 laps in P4, 3 laps in P2, 1 lap in second, 1 lap in the lead was the lap that mattered, which was the last one. He's so calm. He just picks them off as he goes, one by one, lets them in front do their thing. Feel really, really bad for Archie Cannon in there. Again, mentioned earlier in the race, didn't do a lot wrong in that one. Just got shuffled back early doors with a move down the inside that sent him from second down into 5th place, and then things didn't quite open up for him in that final lap. Joshua Bailey tried that move on Mason Becker. Archie Cannon sort of had to move out of the way of that happening in front of the two of them, and then you had and then you've got with Freddie Drury in there as well. It just meant he could only get back up 1 extra place for Archie Cannon into P5. Still some valuable points though. He's been up there, and I'm sure he will be in the fight for a podium later on today.
Marcus Cooper give us a wave there. You see Sawyer Henderson coming off the weighbridge. I think we'll be very happy with P3. Our race winner Archie Loveridge, though, P3 in the final of round 1 at Warden Law, and has been doing some running at Shennington last weekend, which we are going to later on at the Kart Championship. So very much up to grips and showing great form and performance out there on the Honda Cadet Superheat. But now we're on to our next class in Micromax and our dual class of Mighty as well.
2 classes for the price of one then, with Micromax and Mighty, the second of the Super Heats, the penultimate race before we head to our lunch break. So keep an eye out for our paddock show, which is also is a separate video on the Alpha Live channel as well. Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson will go off the front row. Stinson hopefully with a tighter chain guard this time round. Heath Smith and Logan Jackson on row number 2. Elliot Hitch and Freddie Dye on row 3. Row 4 sees Arthur Thompson and Henry Hales in front of Jax Wong and Jacob Amis. Junior Wright and Arthur Bath go off row number 6. Mighty Cadet completed by Frank Pearson and Hadley Jarvis. Then it is our micro runners. Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Baker will be under pressure as always from Jensen Darlow and Arthur Rhodes. That was your top 4 in the last race as well. Zach Andrew starts P5, Will Hatton in P6, Talbot and Taylor in front of Armit and Jensen Drummond are on row 12 overall. Theo Jepson and Benjamin Finley, Munro Wilcox and Anthony Ray are in front of Lani Eden and Ethan Bainbridge on row 15. Seth State Mackey and Rio Pocock should be your final grid. Pocock will not be joining us though in the number 66. We wish Rio well after an incident here at the circuit yesterday. Hope to see you back racing very, very soon.
Arthur Thompson on the formation lap for our Mighties had a bit of a spin down out of the Litchfield Bridge, and so is trying to refine his position there. Hopefully we'll get back up to P8 where he's looking to start this race. Hopefully has found enough time to do that, I would imagine, yeah, before we get to the first of our starting and timing lines. So we're coming round here for our Mighty runners to set us off. And our Mighty Bambino classes have been nothing but extraordinary between our 2 front runners. And as you said, Harry Stinson hopefully looking to fight up in the mix with Ansel Murray this time and have a better start as well, because Harry got dragged back as well as the issues he had with the chain guard. Let's see how they're going to be coming across the line then for our formation. Are we going racing across? Yes, we are. We are underway, and it looks like Ansel Murray is out. And Harry Stinson's lost out down to P3 as well. It looks also like Heath Smith came through there into P2. So Heath Smith up the inside as well, and Harry Stinson not enjoying the race starts at PF International so far this weekend. But here comes also our Micromax runners, and we are off as well. Our pole sitter looks like they got away very well too, although Freddie Baker went up the inside, didn't he, of Sebastian Crawford. So it looks like
Baker and Rhodes all the way round the outside. Crawford was under pressure from Jensen Darlow on the inside. Looked like they got hooked up a little bit, and it's an RCE 1-2 as Baker and Rhodes make their way down. Baker will defend on lap number 1, and then I think they might work together a little bit more. Back to the front of Mighty. Stinson, whilst dropping off the outside row, which generally you'll always lose a place or 2 if you're on the outside row, hasn't fallen anywhere near as far down as he did in Super Heat 1. So he will come through in 3rd place with still having aspirations of closing in on Ansel Murray. Trying to figure out who that is in 4th place. Could be Logan Jackson in the 1-1-2 as we've got people bouncing up and over curbs. He had a wild ride round the Mike Wilson complex and did well just to keep hold of that cart and hold on to 4th place.
Well, here you see at the front of our runners of Micromax, we pick up across the start-finish line. Right now we see Freddie Baker leading from Arthur Rhodes and Sebastian Crawford as well, who's dropped down from pole to P3 at this part of the race. They all come through in the order through the bowl, as I just said, and Freddie Baker up in the mix again and showing that he's got the pace, he's got the quality to be leading this Micromax class. You can see very defensive move there. Oh, we just missed it, I think. A very defensive move from Freddie Baker.
Baker leads, but it was a change for second place. Yeah. It was Sebastian Crawford getting past Arthur Rhodes.
That's it. I'm getting mixed with my 82s and 92s seeing here out on the circuit. But on screen with us, right now, you're following that battle into the final sector. You can see that...
Oh, we've got a driver off on the outside of the Terry Fullerton S's. There was 2 or 3 went into a gap that was only 2 wide. And we've got a car off, and it's currently on the outside. It's on the curb. So that will be monitored locally under a yellow flag. Driver's just been attended to by the marshal. I think the marshals will get that cart cleared away in sufficient time that we should be able to cover this under a localised yellow flag, and indeed we do. The marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club proving why they are widely regarded as the best in the country.
Yeah, well, on your screen right now, we're picking up our Micromax runners, I believe, out in the lead across the Litchfield Bridge. Although, look at this group of karts towards the back of the field. Battling going on all over the shot here. Zach Andrew leading this pack here, being caught in front here, and in a move for Will Hatton trying to get involved as well. So Will Hatton trying to get in the mix of this group. That's the front of the pack there. You can see the mighty Bambino runners running in this part of the track as well. We come into the Mike Wilson complex here with our rotax runners even here of Freddie Baker in second, with Arthur Rhodes out in front then. So Arthur Rhodes for the first time is leading across the line. Started fourth, but has now got company up on the inside.
Rhodes down the inside. No, Rhodes down the inside of Freddie Baker. Baker's going to try and get the switch back onto the bridge, but Arthur Rhodes does indeed lead us up and onto the Litchfield Bridge then from Freddie Baker, and the black helmeted Sebastian Crawford in the background in third place. Jensen Darlow has fallen away off this. It was a tough start for Darlow.
Oh,
he needs these to battle as we've got drivers off high and wide. It's a Pantano sticker kit, I believe it is, for the TWR. It's a 27 of Zach Andrew. As we've got a stationary car on the outside. I think it's the water. We've got a Hadley Jarvis has had a spin, so covered under local yellow. As we've got penalties coming in from the start. Max Armitt with a 3-second penalty for having two wheels outside the lines. We've got start infringements as well for Munro Wilcox and Seth State Mackey.
So our 82 runner Arthur Rhodes then out in front of this Micromax field here as they come into the chicane under the bridge for this time around. And a look up the inside there. Yes, thank you very much, says Sebastian Crawford, who has taken the lead then over the Litchfield Bridge, and Arthur Rhodes back in P2, in P3, and
Freddie Baker went through the gap that was created by Sebastian Crawford, and he's going to try and hit him with a little switchback. They'll run side by side up towards the second hairpin. Baker deciding that it's not going to be one that's going to work out for him. He slots back into line early doors, and in the background, edging closer and closer with every overtaking attempt, is Jensen Darlow. On the last lap, he was a quarter of a second quicker than this trio in front. He desperately wants those three to start scrapping sooner rather than later.
And yeah, wants a great result, of course, knows PFI very well, does Jensen, and wanting to put that experience to good use here. They're coming round onto the start-finish straight. We've got 2 minutes and 1 lap to go. Looks like the Arthur Rhodes don't want to waste any time, though, because back up and around the outside of Sebastian Crawford. And they're coming into the bowl section here once again, and
Freddie Baker will lead us off the bridge.
It's Freddie Baker. I can't keep up with both of them two.
They've both got yellowy helmets, similar. But Baker will lead us off the bridge from Rhodes. Coming from a fair distance back is Sebastian Crawford. He's through. Back to the front of Mighty. Ansel Murray is still leading this one from Heath Smith and Harry Stinson. The top three haven't managed to break away from each other, although they've left the rest of the field. They've got a gap nearly of 4 seconds back to any other runners that aren't really in the same camera shot. You can see there, that's your battle for 4th place with Junior Wright, I think, and Logan Jackson.
Yeah, Jack Swong and Freddie Dye, Henry Helsen, Arthur Thompson and Elliot Hitch, Jacob Amos and Frank Pearson, Arthur Barr following behind there. As you see, Ansel coming off the bridge has had this pressure a lot of the race. You've got Heath Smith as well on the back, but Harry Stinson very much in this race and goes up the inside of Heath Smith into P2. So it is these two protagonists that we have a lot of, I guess, I don't know, motivation for in this series to be right up at the front of the Kart Championship in 2026. And Harry Stinson will be much happier in this race that his chain guard, for one, has stayed on, but two, he's much closer to Ansel Murray and giving Ansel a charge and a chance here. Ansel Murray took a victory in one of the races in Warden Law. Harry Stinson took the pieces in the final as well, right on the line though, so close racing between them as always. And coming across the start-finish line, Ansell and Stinson, followed by Heath Smith, these front three in the Bambinos.
Keep an eye out for the leaders coming in micro, but they've just encountered some lap traffic heading up towards Bobby Game Corner and the Mike Wilson complex, so they may well come out in a slightly different order to what they went in. I'll have a quick look as they come out of that complex, and they're still nose to tail, so they've done really well to navigate the traffic, and it has opened up a bit of a gap. Move down the inside, that's Sebastian Crawford retaking the lead in micro, and then Freddie Baker straight back through, and it opens the door for Arthur Rhodes to come back through. They'll exit the bridge still nose to tail, but it's Baker from Rhodes and Crawford.
But it looks like that it's going to be a move possibly for Baker, although didn't expect that part of the track to be taken up there. Sebastian Crawford gets a bit spooked by the move that Rhodes was making into that corner, and Freddie Baker won't mind that one bit because Freddie can go out into the lead and try and build a gap. I say that, he's got Arthur Rhodes all over the back, not giving any respite as we come through the Fullerton S as well. And watch out for a possible P4 as well, chasing after Jensen Darlow, we were saying as well in the last couple of laps. Jensen still in the mix of this.
Oh, quickly, final lap we're on, and it's been all change at the front of Mighty. As they come off the bridge and head down towards the first hairpin, Harry Stinson has found me. He went wide into the bowl as Ansel Murray went tight and got the switchback. Job was done before they even came back into visual sight up and over the bridge for Harry Stinson. Stinson leads then onto the final lap. They'll be the first of our two classes to see this checkered flag. We'll keep an eye out the window and let you know if there's any changes in micro as well, but we'll stick with this all the way until the checkered flag, and then we'll try and find where micro is as Harry Stinson leads us up and into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time.
It is going to be retribution, you would think. Oh, but a move is trying to be done on Ansel Murray by Heath Smith, but retribution for Harry Stinson. He had a chain guard fall off last time, and no such thing in this race because he takes victory of our mighty Bambinos. But let's go back to our Micromax.
Baker is in the lead this one, pops it down the inside. Look how much Darlow's caught up on the final lap onto the back of this trio as they've battled it out, but as they fan out once again up towards the start line, Freddie Baker will take the second of the superheats from Arthur Rhodes, Sebastian Crawford and Jensen Darlow.
Yeah, that was great battles all over, and particularly could just show you with Ansel Murray and the mighty Bambinos that if you just go slightly wide in those electric classes, that the gap for error and, well, the margin of all of those things is going to be a lot less. You don't have as much to play with, and it is going to punish you and hurt you a lot more than in maybe some of our other classes to try and recover all of that. So you can see our final drivers making their way across the start-finish line for our penultimate super heats and of heats generally in this part of the weekend, before we get to our finals later on to see how all of those results come out after all the points have been added up for our finals later today. Here at PFI, a glorious day, mainly throughout there. The sunshine's come back out now. You were a bit worried before, weren't you, David, that the sunshine disappeared? Thought it was quite rude.
I'm incredibly grateful. Yeah. Incredibly grateful to the sunshine for, first of all, listening, which I'm greatly appreciative of, and for knowing its role, which is to warm up this circuit.
Are you something of a higher power, David, would you say? Or?
I have been described as godlike before.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
you've moved mountains as well, haven't you?
Look at like Greek mythology. There's many gods, and they're not all good.
Well, hopefully you are one of the good ones, particularly here at PFI this weekend. That is Sebastian Crawford coming over the weighbridge there, our number 8 driver. So, as we were saying, that was our penultimate heat of the weekend. And we go right up the age categories right now for our final heat of this session. And then we're going back to our senior rotax drivers. And you can see down our camera pointing into the dummy grid there and Parc Ferme. This will be the fun time before we catch our lunch break. Make sure you stick around as well for the paddock show with myself and David going round PFI yesterday evening and catching up with all the drivers in their awnings and able to give away some really cool prizes as well, thanks to our sponsors KKC and Karting Components. Around all of the different awnings and paddocks this weekend for nominations that came in as well on our Kart Championship socials too, and who we think's been just putting themselves out there and doing a great job, a great performance as well, and really sort of batting against the elements as well, because the thing is, we just see the racing action on track, but there's so much hard work going on in that paddock from mums, dads, mechanics, maybe even mechanicking their own cars as a privateer. It's important to remember the blood, sweat and tears that is going into an event like this, and to be up there in the mix as well. From our privateers, but all of course the efforts going on in the team and factory awnings as well. So our senior rotax runners did provide some great action earlier on. The Crowther and Moulton were definitely up there trying to keep things pretty straight with what was happening before, and hopefully they will be looking to have a similar performance and repeat that here down in the dummy grid. We can see our 21 runner there of Dylan Tracy making the way out then onto the grid, which means we can probably have a look at our starting grid right now then for senior rotax, our final superheat of the day. Hugh Moulton, Harrison Crowther, Benjamin Lee and Joshua Smith, followed by Ross Tyler and Riley Bishop on row 3. Lewis Sumner, Elliot Dalton, Ayres, Drew Preisner is in row 5. A great performance in that last senior rotax heat coming up through the field. Kai Newman, Max Sheldon Hayward, unfortunate in the last one. We're looking to stay more closer to the top 10 rather than going out in the last superheat. Jaden Sherwood in P12 as well. Jamie Kirkbride, Lewis Holt, Connor Tubby, James Kell also looking to use the pace that he's got round here at PF and have some good luck on his side. Oliver Lomax and Melissa Adrian, top privateer in round 1 of the Kart Championship. Christopher Hughes, Zach Kane, Jack Gillicuddy, Joseph Yore, Thomas Ambler and Willow McIver down to P24 on row 12. Scott McDowell, Eddie King, Cassidy Southall, George Cole, Sam Kelbrick and Rory Hinkley again down in P30 because of what happened there. And Dylan Tracy in P31. Rory Hinkley hopefully looking once again to claw way back up through the field. P5 in the final at Warden Law, and a great performance and showing from him, a top performance from Rory there in Sunderland. You can see actually at the front of the field, I don't know what's happening here, but it looks like that Hugh Moulton wants to get on with this, and the rest of the field are sort of saying, oh, okay, yeah, we'll catch up.
Marshals are already thinking about what they're having for lunch. We need to back them all up and get this going at the first time of asking.
I mean, I am as well. I don't know about you, but it's going to be... it's one of the best moments of the day, apart from the racing, I must say. But we are in the Senior Rotax Super Heat 2, and I'm sure the marshals will be still at a fine form and keeping all our drivers safe for this final Super Heat of the day. Let's go racing then here for Senior Rotax. We are away, and it seems that Hugh Moulton is out in the lead, but Benjamin Lee might have jumped Harrison Crowther at the start. So Benjamin Lee up into P2, splitting the Coles Racing teammates as we go over Litchfield Bridge for the very first time, David.
It shows the importance of that inside, as wide goes Moulton at the front, and looked like Lee was going to try and take advantage. Most of them head towards the inside. Everybody through nice and cleanly as we head up towards the second of the two. Crowther earlier on the brakes. He's going to try and get the switch back on Benjamin Lee. Job done for Harrison Crowther. That was well scouted. As further down the order, they're going to have to get into single file for the Fullertonesses, and we've got one off and into retirement on the outside. They've got a problem climbing up and out the cart. We'll confirm the number shortly.
Yeah, so number 91
Drew
there,
Preisner.
Oh no, he's doing so well in the last Super Heat, making progress up through the field, but we return to the race. The show must go on with Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther and Benjamin Lee. So Coles Racing bringing their order back to restoring where they were at the start. The number 88 there we had going off at the final corner. Joseph Yor, he's gone into the pits, into Parc Ferme. So Joseph Yor, no further part in this race. Coles Racing having a bit of a squabble at the front of the pack with Joshua Smith, it looks like.
Crowther now to the front.
And Crowther's, jumped Hugh Moulton in all of that of what's been going on. So will they want to restore what's going on there?
There is Joseph Yao. He's pulled into the dummy grid the wrong way.
No.
He's come in. He's gone in the exit. So,
but thankfully, the last heat of the day of this session, so won't affect the sessions coming forward. Harrison Crowther in front then of Hugh Moulton, and will there be more of a trading positions in this Superheat 2? It was all very polite in the other Superheat. So who's this up the inside? It looks like Joshua Smith on Benjamin Lee then takes P3 to go onto the podium of this Superheat 2. All of these points count towards the finals after the lunch break today, being brought to you all of the racing action on Alpha Live for the Kart Championship in this senior rotax session right now. Is that going to be an amazing move round the outside from Joshua Smith up into P2 now, with Harrison Crowther of company just in front of him. That has got to be one of the moves of the weekend so far here at the Kart Championship. And now Harrison Crowther knows that there's that racecraft in Joshua Smith is going to be looking all over his shoulder.
Did a similar move yesterday in one of the heats on the opening lap into the bowl. Everybody went tight. Smith decided he was going to try it all the way around the outside and made up 5 or 6 places on the opening lap yesterday. And Joshua Smith staking a claim as Harrison Crowther has a prolonged look behind him and over his shoulder at Joshua Smith. Smith, though, again, using that tactic of shall we work together? Yes, absolutely. No, I'm going to shot it straight down the inside of you at the next corner. As Harrison Crowther comes straight back at him to retake the lead.
Yeah, Harrison Crowther not messing about here then, although you would probably think it's not going to stay like this with 4 minutes and 40 on the clock. But Joshua Smith will be very happy with his performance right now, and seeing how it's all going to unfold maybe in a couple of laps time when he wants to make the decision to go after Harrison Crowther in front of him and make a real play for the lead of this race right now. The 92 you saw on your screen there in the middle of the pack, particularly looking to make headway in this race up through the field. Maybe it was different. Max Sheldon Hayward, maybe it's a 22. Get my 9s and 2s mixed up. We'll come across the line for the next time here. And a dive down the inside once again from Hugh Moulton takes P2 back off of Joshua Smith to reinstate once again the Coles Racing 1-2. So can they hold on to this now, or has Joshua Smith got more in the tank to pull off more superhuman efforts around the outside into this turn? Doesn't look like it's in the place right now to be able to do that. The 2 X-Kart runners you can see behind there.
Sumner made the move down the inside of Benjamin Lee in the bowl in the background of where Moulton found the way past Joshua Smith. A carbon copy move moves him up into P5.
Yeah, strong showing right now then from Lewis Sumner, and Benjamin Lee unfortunately finding his way going down the order, starting P3 at the moment. Won't be finishing there if it stays like this. Harrison Crowther then, look at that gap he's sort of built now between his teammate of Hugh Moulton, because Hugh Moulton's trying to recover the time lost trying to get past Joshua Smith as they come across the line then, confirming those positions there. Lewis Sumner in an impressive P5. James Kell up to P9, by the way. Great performance from James so far, setting the fastest lap of the race out there. So James up from P16 into P9 right now, showing that he does have the pace if luck goes his right way around this PF International Circuit, or just generally in the Kart Championship this season in 2026. We have 2 minutes 40 on the clock, plus 1 lap right now as they come out of hairpin 2, and a battle going on between the number 84 of Elliot Dalton Ayres and James Kell. I was just mentioning James Kell looking to make more progress up through the field past Elliot and into the Mike Wilson complex. A lot tighter now. That gap has disappeared for Harrison Crowther, and Hugh Moulton right on the back of his teammate once again, David.
Ross Tyler picks up a contact warning in his battle with Elliot Dalton Ayres over 7th place. Moulton with the fastest lap, immediately eclipsed by James Kell as he tries to tow up onto the back, and they've seen under the timing entry that it starts with a 2, and that means that Harrison Crowther has started now to defend, and it's going to back themselves up into Smith, Bishop, Sumner, and already he migrates towards that inside line as Smith does exactly the same to hold on to 3rd place. just behind them in P5, you've got Benjamin Lee trying to close back up as Smith goes wide. He's going to be introduced to the side pod of Riley Bishop, and that allows his teammate Lewis Sumner through the gap as well. Smith down into P5.
You can always see some great defensive driving there from the Coles Racing guys. Hugh Moulton almost made a point of covering off the driver behind to help both teammates not be passed and have an opportunity for Joshua Smith to come up the inside there. So looks like we're probably going to get about 3 laps or so, maybe rest in this race, maybe 2 or 3, the 3 to go in this Senior Rotax Superheat 2, finishing off our action for this morning session at PF International Round 2 of the Kart Championship, brought to you by our sponsors RaceCloud AI, Victory Shine and On Track Marketing, as well as KKC, helping the Kart Championship be brought to you on your screens here. But look at this, teammates holding up each other, and that is Riley Bishop up the inside, was trying to go up the inside of Hugh Moulton, but now getting pushed wide on the inside. Riley Bishop thinks better of it not to go and ruin his race this close to this part of the weekend. So the Coles Racing guys retain their place.
Mechanical flag for Max Sheldon Haywood for a rear bumper departure, or at least it's hanging off on one side. James Keller's found a way past Ross Tyler. Keep an eye out on him in the background. He should well move up into P7. There he is. He's the one with a little bit of a gap back from this leading 6, which is Joshua Smith, Benjamin Lee just in front. He's not completely out of this battle yet, is James Kell. 2 laps to go, and as soon as they really start squabbling, they've had a little bit in front, but it will probably go a little bit more as they head towards the checkered flag here. Lap and a half to go, up towards hairpin number 1.
So it's Coles Racing followed by X-Kart, 2 teams vying for the front of the field. You've got Joshua Smith and then Benjamin Lee with Hunter Motorsport as well. Down in P6, Benjamin Lee looking to recuperate his race somewhat. As we're on this penultimate lap here, we're getting the mechanical flags coming again for Max Sheldon Haywood, who will have to come into the pits and not take no further part in this race. Bad luck for Max Sheldon Haywood today, not had the best of weekends so far, picking up that many points. We're looking to turn the corner, hopefully, in the next round of the Kart Championship. But let's go on to our final lap now. Let's see how this next 1400 metres unfolds. Harrison Crowther leads Hugh Moulton and Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner. But is that a defensive move? A defensive move from Harrison Crowther against Hugh Moulton, a teammate, and the teamwork looks like it might be going out the window now as they come off the Litchfield Bridge here for the final time in this race. Can Hugh Moulton find a way around the outside of his teammate Harrison Crowther? No, good defending from Harrison Crowther so far, but has to be careful. There's not too much defending going on here because he's going to get the X-Kart drivers in just like this. The 32 of Riley Bishop trying to move up the inside of Hugh Moulton, but Harrison Crowther into the third and final sector, holding on to first place and holding off the back of Hugh Moulton. Looks like there's enough of a gap here for these two to come across the line comfortably to take full 1-2 points into the final of the Senior Rotax today. The checkered flag is out and it is going to be waved first of all for Harrison Crowther, Hugh Moulton, and coming across the line there, James Kell jumps Benjamin Lee into P6 as well. A great drive from James up from P16, up 10 places there. So great performance, and hopefully will be showing his mettle in the final of the Senior Rotax later on too. Fantastic gamesmanship from both of those teams at the front, and nearly sort of jeopardised their own races, but in the end it all came out the way we expected, David.
Superb racing once again in the final race of the Super Heats. It's time to head towards lunch here at PFI. We'll have about 30 minutes with our paddock show here for us to go and have a little break, build the tension, ready for this afternoon's racing. We start, for me, with the 2 most important races of the day, the repachages in Junior Rotax and in Honda Cadet, because at the end of that race, the top 4 will progress to the final. The rest of the drivers, their race day is over. So it's all important P4. Also, you don't want to get penalties further forwards across the checkered line. I think you're heading towards the final, and then has something happens post-race. So it's going to be a very, very exciting afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for the paddock show, and we'll see you here for the Kart Championship in around about half an hour's time for the finals from round number 2.
Hello and welcome to PFI International and the paddock show that you're either watching right now during the lunch break, or you're seeing this on YouTube online at another time. Always a great behind the scenes look into particularly the Kart Championship, which we're following all throughout this season. It was great to be at Warden Law for round 1 in Sunderland, all the way up there. I'm going to be joined by David Sullivan, who's in the commentary box alongside me very, very soon as well, who's joining us on the Paddock Show, and he's right there. There we go. David, great to have you alongside us this week. I know you've been following the Kart Championship across the last couple of seasons as well, so what's it like to be back at PF?
Yeah, it's fantastic. The home of British karting, you're not going to get much better than this. Massive grid as well, 259 entries for the championship. Just shows where the level has come to now for the Kart Championship. It's grown massively over the last couple of years, and it's starting to bring in the calibre of driver as well.
So David and I are going to go through the paddock for the rest of this Paddock Show. I'm going to duck into Ultimate R first, and then David will join you further along up the paddock, and we're going to sort of take it in turns and pass the mic over as we go throughout here. But it's been a very busy day of action here on the Saturday particularly. There's been a lot of close racing out on track, but equally quite difficult times as well today, a couple of red flags and incidents, so just to be aware of all of those things. But here we come into the Ultimate R garage here, and a mixed performance in the Kart Championship so far. Not too much going on here, but you can see as we come through here all the karts up on the jacks, and particularly just getting ready for tomorrow. You can see this one here in the Senior Kart Championship, the number 23. And yeah, great machines as always. You just look at them and admire them. I do anyway as you walk through the awning here. But looking all good for tomorrow and ready to go with the Ultimate R team. Let's have a chat over here, and if you've got a couple of minutes, how are you finding this weekend?
Tough as normal. The Kel luck doesn't seem to be with us again. We were P3 in that one. The exhaust decided to break in a place that I've never seen an exhaust break, and yeah, did not finish. So yeah.
Remind us of the driver that you are mechanicking this weekend.
James Kell.
James Kell?
Yeah, number 52.
Oh, so I mean, in the first weekend at Warden Law, if my memory serves me right, a bit of a frustrating time sort of in the mid-pack, but then earlier today in the Saturday sessions was on P3. It's an improvement.
Yeah, no, we're quick. We are quick. We just have some issues with it's just luck. Basically, just luck. Everything is right. James is quick. The kart is right. We just are unlucky at the minute. Yeah.
And I'll leave you to do the final checks, but best of luck to James. Hopefully when they're watching it right now, it's going very, very well. So we'll leave the guys in the Ultimate R garage just getting ready for the rest of the day. Particularly, you can see Elliot Dalton Ayres kart there, the number 84 at the end, has been performing well, is in sort of the top 10 in the championship in the standings at the moment, particularly for their class. So it's good to see the Ultimate R guys in the table and belonging to those positions there, but we'll come out and we'll go down a very long paddock, same as Warden Law, a very, very long paddock. We've got the privateers that have got a section as well, but we've got Coles Racing here as well. We've got all the other teams with their awnings as well, and as you can see there, saying hello to us on the stream. A bit of downtime in the paddock. Look, they've got their own race going. They're literally, when they're not karting, they're still racing anyway. You think they just want to be chilling just in the awning and laying back, but it's got the adrenaline running through them particularly. So David, I'll pass the mic over to you and let you head off into your next location.
Thank you. I like how you inadvertently there probably got some people in trouble for using scooters in a kart paddock, so fair enough. Right, let's just plough into Coles and see if we can find some drivers. There's a few down the far end. We'll move that chair so that the camera can get through, and we'll go and ask one or two of them if they fancy a chat. Just going to move you that way, sir, just unless you want to talk. No, didn't think so. Introduce yourself, young man.
I'm Ethan Manzi and I race for Coles Racing.
Cool. How's today gone for you?
Not the best. In the first heat, we in qualifying, we got spun out, and so we started 23rd in the heats, and then we got up to 17th, but then we got spun out again.
So, another heat today?
One more, yeah.
Good stuff. Hopefully that goes a little bit better. I'm going to go that way to this young man who's walked past 2 times, and that means he wants to talk. Hello, introduce yourself.
I'm Eli Owen.
Good. How's your day gone?
Yeah, good. My qualifying wasn't that good, but then my heat 1 was good.
Good. You've got one more heat as well in Intermax. Where are we hoping for?
Top 20 would be good.
Good stuff. Strong grid in Inter as well. I watched the first heat and it was really tightly packed together. Happy with your performance though?
Yeah, I'm happy with my performance.
Good stuff. Right on cue. Your mechanic's he's just making noise while we're trying to talk to you. He's just, sorting out. There we go. Guilty. Get a big stamp on the screen. Guilty. Right, let's head back out. We're going to go straight into RCE because I can see Jake. So pass the baton.
Jake and David here. We've got some goodies thanks to our friends at KKC along with the Kart Championship this season now, and this is going to be the very first stuff we're giving away. We are here next to the Coles Racing awning, and we've been hearing a very inspirational story about one particular driver who hasn't had a lot of luck here at PFI in the first few sessions, but a lot has been happening that we've been really inspired by, particularly in the grassroots of karting, and we want to come and find Harvey. Hello, how are you?
I'm right, how are you?
Yeah, very, very good. We have teamed up with our friends at KKC and we are going to be giving out some amazing prizes across the season, and we'd like to give you a very first prize of this whole thing during the season because we've seen the work that your mum puts in, the karting, the spannering, while she's obviously going through what she's going through and doing everything for you and supporting you along the way. So we want to give you an Arai helmet.
Thank you.
For all of your efforts and the hard work going to family.
Thank you. Oh, I was actually saving up one of these.
Was you?
Yeah, I'm getting my helmet painted.
Oh, what are you gonna paint this one or another one?
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What colour are you gonna go for?
Well, I've asked AI to help me, really, because I don't know what I want yet, but thank you. Oh, yeah.
Well, enjoy it and, of course, stay safe, I guess.
Thank you, bye.
David, over to you for something else.
Well, whilst we're handing out some prizes, we've got a set of tyres, and there's a young driver who's actually been helping out as well, pushing the cart up and down, helping out, changing some tyres. So, Archie, young man, there you go. That transfer of tyres hasn't quite gone to plan. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. One more.
Can't reach.
It's all right. There we go. So, Archie, congratulations. There we go. You can get them down again now, do you think? There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so just tell me a little bit about what you do in the weekend to, obviously, your cart as well, but also to help out.
Yeah, I was pushing down the cart for Harvey and pushing it back up. And yeah, I'm just happy to help out when I can.
Good lad. Well, it hasn't gone unnoticed, and that'll save you a set at the next round.
Thank you, David. Oh, I've got an electric chauffeur you just sent. The chemistry is unrivaled this weekend in the commentary box. Here we are in the RCE garage, and we've got all the drivers here. We've got particularly Arthur. Come over here, mate.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How are you finding this weekend so far at PF?
Quality wasn't that good, but it was all right. Yeah.
What's your favourite part of the circuit, particularly here, though you feel like you're really strong?
Bridge.
The bridge,
Yeah.
And what's the edge you've got over other drivers, do you think, that you can see opportunities?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. And the RCE team doing really well. Lots of drivers in the top part of the table, particularly. And we can see Stanley Thurston's kart here, 28. Stanley just working on the chain at the back. Maybe we can get a word with you, Stanley. Stanley, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, it's not Stanley. Sorry, who am I talking to?
Reese.
Reese, sorry, Reese. You're working on Stanley's car. I got confused, but you're helping out with the rear axle here. And just talk us through what you're doing to make sure this is all in good spec for tomorrow.
Just cleaning.
Yeah, just cleaning.
Yeah.
Making sure it's all in good working order. It really threw me, that. But lots of karts here. You can see Teddy Smith's car here.
Come on, Teddy!
This isn't Teddy Smith, I'm sure, as well. I just want to make that very, very clear. Come on, Teddy! Good atmosphere in the RCE garage, but everyone helping each other out, I think, is the clear thing to see from all of this. Good luck, everyone, for the rest of the weekend. It's a tent awning. Cool. think I got shown up there in the RCE garage. It's lively.
He's got some fans as Teddy, hasn't he? Mainly his dad. Yeah, that's all you normally hear. But I was going to carry on talking, but I got distracted by many drivers who normally run away whenever the camera comes, and yet today seem to be migrating towards the camera like it's chocolate or something.
Maybe they want some, free press, free promo.
I reckon if we could hide now from James, he wouldn't even know.
He won't find us. So if we just run away and we go over here, James won't know where we are. He's just looking into the Coles Racing garage. He doesn't know where we have gone because there's loads of carts going, oh, good, let's run. So RCE and, of course, further down with all of the teams here. Very, very excited for the weekend. Good spirits, you could say, particularly throughout the paddock. And let's go over here, and I'll hold this over to David. David, go.
I want to have a chat with Henry Colborne, who's had a fairly good heat so far in your one heat for Honda. You've got another one coming up. Talk me through heat number 1.
Pretty good.
Don't downplay it.
Okay.
Right, tell me about the start first, then tell me about the middle bit, and then the end bit.
Oh, okay. They gapped me sort of at the start. That I didn't have enough grip as I had at the end. So then I caught up to them. And then I started making overtakes on the front lot. And then when I got to the front, there was about a minute left, so I was sort of defending, just sort of. And then at the end, they Archie Cannon and that was defending, and I had a little gap, so I managed to gap him a little. Cool.
Well, I was out setting up a camera at the bowl, and you were 20, 30 kart lengths off the lead at the start, and you worked with the driver in front, which I think was Archie Loveridge, and you both caught up. Then it was a 6-kart train, and every single lap you were like, one more place. Moved down the inside on Cannon for the lead was a good one. And then, in fact, I was more impressed with what your defending was superb in the last couple of laps, so hold on. You must be pleased with the win now.
Yeah, very.
Good stuff. Henry, all the best for the second one. I'll let you go and get prepared. I've no idea where Jake's gone. There's Jake. There we go. We're just playing find people in the paddock here, whilst also trying not to walk into people or get run over by the man in the Mercedes. No, he's not really feeling it. I felt like it was transfer deadline day then. I'm trying to get Harry Redknapp to give me a quote. Right.
Did you get a quote out of him?
I did not. No, he wasn't really feeling it.
Yeah, okay.
No, yeah, he's obviously not signed the driver that he wants, so he's leaving, he's going.
I think you should go down to, or you could check out something.
Well, I was going to, but there's nobody there, so it's almost futile.
Should we go down to Jack?
Jack's, yes. Well, there we go, pass the baton again.
Yeah. All right, and James can chase after me once again on a very active paddock show. I don't think I've ever seen that much running and hiding away on a paddock show, particularly.
It's not too bad. This is why you're doing it whilst the racing's on. It's great because there'll be people coming off track, going to the track. You'll always sort of bump into somebody, so it's always good. Goes against you sometimes. If we come to Kiddix, look, they're all on track. There's literally nobody in there. It's like a barren wasteland of awning.
And whilst we're making our way down to Jack's Motorsport, you were right through the season. Last time out, I'll just watch your back, cameraman James. Actually, I'll bring that up in a second. How you doing? All good?
Yes, thank you very much.
Remind me of your name?
Harrison Bishop.
Harrison, how's it going this weekend? Are you excited for what's to come tomorrow?
Yeah, it's been a good few heats, top 6 in both of them, so see what we can do tomorrow.
And I mean, the thing is around this track, like when you're in that top 10, it's something to build upon, isn't it? I mean, obviously you want to be out there and going out from pole, but it's good to sort of be in that top 6 to build through those corners and just to want to come out the way of the van behind us. Good to have those opportunities to build on in the hairpins. There's always great opportunities around this track to overtake.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of them. The racing's quite tough at the front though. Like if you make a mistake, then 4 or 5 karts can get past, and especially like qualifying's so important. So if you qualify outside the top 15, it's very hard to come back through.
And in the Kart Championship this year, very competitive grid for Warden Law. In round 1 in Sunderland, I think we had 268 odd drivers. It's 259, I think, this weekend. What do you make of the people that you are up against in a very tight grid?
Well, it's like all the best kids in the UK, so they're tough, but we always want to be winning.
What's your realistic goal for the season?
I mean, after a tricky round 1, where my chain fell off in the superheat, it'd be nice to claw back maybe a top 3 in the championship.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks for talking to us for a second. And particularly, let's maybe go over here, and I'll hand this over to David.
I just wanted to have a quick chat with Dave Edwards, one of the newer teams in the paddock. We've stepped up this year to go national. Tell me about the journey.
So we started a couple of years ago, racing mainly at fullback next door. The team's just gone from strength to strength, start with a couple of drivers. And yeah, now racing at Warden, doing the PF clubs, and yeah, taking on the national championship. Got 7 drivers out this weekend. Got 3 junior rotax and 4 junior primos. In honesty, we've had a bit of a tough day. Been involved in most of the tendrils out on track. Done quite a bit of repair work, written a cart off, and yeah, so it's been a tough day for the lads. But all my mechanics have pulled together, and yeah.
What am I doing here all of a sudden? No idea. We'll pretend it never happened. Right. Well, let's find a driver to speak to. I've found a driver to speak to. Hello, you've got a helmet on. Hopefully you can hear us. You all right? Looking forward to your race?
Yeah,
Good. How did your first one go?
decent.
Good. And we think we can go even further forward this time round?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right. I'm going to find Jake and we'll just keep walking. Although, oh, he's over there. Hello. Let's move on down. I'll let you speak to whoever you want to speak to.
Of course. Let's catch up here. Isaac, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to this race? Particularly, how's today been for you?
Good. In qualified like 20th, and then in heat 1 that I had, it wasn't like the first race in under cadet. I think I'm in Group B or C.
We're Group A.
I'm in Group A. We went 23rd, and now I'm excited for this race that's coming up.
So you're working your way up. You're finding your way around the track. Have you raced around here before?
Yes.
Yeah. Is you like this track? Is it one of your favourites?
Yeah.
Well, best of luck. You're literally about to go out, and hopefully when this is out on Sunday and beyond, we'll see you doing really good. All right? Take care of yourself. So we'll walk along and out of the main part of the paddock. By the way, that is a fantastic reference from one of the Pixar. Is it actually Frank? It's actually Frank. Frank. Frank? He's trying to hide from the camera, but it's not going to work. Frank, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to have a good race out there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where would you like to finish this weekend?
The spot where you get most of the camera.
Okay, so that's P1, I reckon. That would be then. So he wants most of the camera, but he wants to hide at the same time as well. I mean, work that one out. Have a good one, Frank. Take care of yourself. Right, we'll move on up out of here. And whilst David's having a bit of a rave, I mean, it's always a good vibe in the paddock, particularly. We had UB40 on though yesterday, didn't we?
See it 737 Motorsport.
Yeah. Do you want to go in and see what's happening, particularly?
No, because they won't be able to hear us, will they?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's move along.
Normally that means their race day's finished and the drivers have all left and the mechanics are just having a good time rebuilding the carts. So we'll make our way up and I'm sure we'll bump into somebody. Fresh from handing out one gift, we're going to hand out another gift. We've got another helmet. This time we're going to head into RCE and speak to a driver that joined you in the commentary box at the last round at Warden Law.
Yeah, he was a great co-commentator, had a lot of insight, particularly, and we'll see how this goes then.
So we'll pop through, hold that up, look at me, an absolute gent. Right, let's have a quick look, see if we can find him. Here he is. Logan, you come this way so you don't get run over. So, look at that with the steering wheel, you never lose it, do you? Right, we're not racing at the minute, and would you mind telling me why?
Because my eyes, I have double vision. They hurt.
Good. And do we think that we can get back racing at some point?
Yes.
Good. Well, on behalf of KKC and the Kart Championship, when you do, you're going to have a new helmet because we're going to give you one there as a prize. Good stuff. Good. Also, thank you very much for helping Jake out in the com box at Warden. Good stuff. Logan, enjoy it, and hopefully we see you back on track very, very quickly.
Particularly what I was going to say earlier on in the paddock show, but we bumped into one of the drivers in part of the paddock. You did the Kart Championship all of last season. We're into the second round now. How will they be feeling, particularly after maybe a bit of rotten luck in the first round and wanting to recalibrate and reset for this one?
I think you get to a point where, particularly after that first round, you sort of know where you are in that sort of pecking order, whether you've had bad luck or not. You sort of know where you expect to be for the season. Your front runners become established after that first round, and then that's when the sort of pressure comes on to those sort of drivers. There'll be drivers that probably weren't expecting to be up there that probably surprise themselves with the first round, whether that's a track where they're accustomed to Warden Law for the first round, but we'll see. We'll see whether they can bring that over to PFI, which we know is a very, very tough track. There's a saying around here, it's a track of 1,000 laps, and that's how many you need to do to be quick round PFI. So it'll be really interesting to see if we've got any standout drivers here this weekend that probably weren't at the front at Warden Law.
Yeah. It's very different characteristics. Track changes as well at Warden Law. The track is the same, particularly here at PF this weekend. We're coming down through the paddock here, and I believe sort of through some of the privateer drivers on our right hand side coming through this section. We're coming through though through to the Project One Racing factory team here. Let's see maybe what's going on in here, shall we? If they're going out for a race particular or anything, but see if we can butt in and see what's happening over here. This is George Cole's kart here, just doing some final work there on the rear axle particularly as well. Who wants to have a chat with me? Yeah, hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah. And how's your race weekend been going?
Good. I came third in Heat 1, about to go up for Heat 2.
Okay, good. And how are you feeling about the racing out there? Because it's been competitive with both the rounds so far, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's tough, and I can win. I do have the pace, but yeah.
In Parc Ferme as well, we never see it because we're up in the commentary box a little bit far away, but when you've all got out your karts and you've done the racing, what's the atmosphere like in that bit? Do you all get on quite well?
Yeah, we all get on quite well. We do have a conversation like what's going on, and like it's interesting to see what other people think, but yeah.
All right, well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend as well. And yeah, Project One team have got a couple of drivers up there, I think, in the tables of the different classes as well, so performing particularly well as we take a little bit of a 360 view of the Project One racing guys. You can see it looks like they're awning out the back with the tools, and then a space for all the trolleys and all the different karts throughout. Some karts out on track in different classes at the moment, but nice time to pop in and see where we were going. And look at the snacks. I mean, we've got Pringles. David's having a slice of apple, because why not? It's going to go off otherwise, isn't it? It would just go rotten. And you should give him an elbow.
Let's have a chat with Jog, and we can see whether he's happy I've just stole his apple.
Yeah, Josh, are you happy about that? You just heard, you know, he's stealing your fuel for the race.
It's not even my apple.
It's not.
No.
Josh, how's it been going so far at PF?
It's been going decently well. We went from 10th to 5th in the first heat and the same in the second.
Yeah, okay.
So hopefully we can move on for in the super heats tomorrow.
And are you noticing the grip of the track being a bit different to like maybe when you've raced here before, or does it feel quite similar? You feel quite comfortable in the kart?
Quite a lot of grip in the kart, and when you go around it, it grips to it.
And without giving away too many secrets, how do you like to set up your kart? What do you think your strength is? More towards the front or the back?
I don't really have a strength. It's more like balanced out.
Okay. You like it to be predictable is the important thing. Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, great rest of your weekend. Thanks for stopping to chat to us. We will come out of the Project One racing guys and see if we can make our way further down the paddock. Oh, and I nearly collect cameraman James as we go through and down here.
We've not been here before. That awning was not empty earlier. It never happened.
No.
No. So should we just plough in? Let's have a chat.
Yes.
I'm this way, James. I'm going to chat with Piers Whitehead, who didn't expect that I was going to be behind him with the camera, with the microphone. How's your day gone so far?
All right.
Give me a bit more. Come on. Give me something to work with, Piers.
Well, it was all right, but just not on the pace today.
We've moved up from junior primo last year into, effectively I call it full junior now, but into junior rotax, big grid. How are we doing out there? It's a very competitive field.
It's all right, it's very competitive, very tight, very close in the mid-pack.
Good. Who's borrowed your helmet? Has he got a name?
Yeah, Harrison.
Harrison. Has Harrison's got aspirations to be a driver?
I think so, yeah.
Good. Do you think he'll be better than you?
No.
No. Whoa! That's wow. Oh, poor Harrison. Head down. Head down. Oh, sorry. What do we always like to find on paddock walks? Doggy. Hello. There we go. There we go. Quality. Quality. Have you enjoyed your day?
Yes.
Yep. Good. Who are you here supporting? Right, there we go. Again, I've lost Jake. Like really lost Jake. Like, honestly, no idea. No idea where he's gone. I imagine Jax. We'll try Jax. Shall we try Jax? See whether he's down there. Oh no, he's in here. He's in Kiddix. We've found him. In today's game of finding Jake, we've found Jake with a driver. Hello.
Hello. Good. This is like cat and mouse this whole paddock show, isn't it, particularly?
Do we need to bring the driver outside, away from them banging tunes?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's go and grab Ryan, because I want to grab Ryan. We're going to go and grab Ryan Rapini because I posted a clip of commentary from Warden Law, and okay. Yeah. And yeah, I posted the clip from Ryan Rapini at Warden Law, and it was a battle between Zach Turner and Ewan House, and it did really well. We saw lots of amazing comments on the racing, lots of likes on it particularly, and this, if by magic, Ryan is here with us now. Ryan, I feel like me and you've got to know each other fairly well on TikTok rather than actually in the paddock, but yeah, so that was like my first clip of posting the commentary from Warden Law, and it seemed like a lot of people loved it for one reason or another.
Yeah, questionable last corner, but it was a good battle up until then, but this was.
Do you feel like Zach Turner and Ewan House and yourselves, you're going to have really good battles right throughout the season? How has it been sort of battling in other races?
It's been good, like it's been very tough, but yeah, some races, if I'm not on point, then I will end up, like in the last heat, I didn't drive my greatest. But when we are all driving our best, then it's really close and it's tricky.
What's it been like out there in the heat so far?
It's been good. Second in the first heat that I done, and I think 6th on the road in that last one. And then we'll see penalties after if anyone gets any. But it's been good so far today. And then hopefully tomorrow can go even better, and hopefully keep the championship lead for now.
How do you feel about the clips, by the way? I mean, it's nice to sort of like recount the action for that one. The final, it was a great final lap at Warden.
Yeah, it was a great final lap, and then I don't know. I watch it back quite a lot, to be honest. Yeah, it's good to watch back, and then yeah, last corner happened, and then I just kind of like think.
Do you learn a lot from it though, watching it back? Do you like religiously watch back your races to try and pick up where you could have done better?
Yeah.
Teammates giving you good support behind, as we can see, which are now on camera, which they love.
Wait, what's the question?
I asked particularly about. I particularly lost my train of thought. It's completely thrown me off. I can't keep up with this. It's just like, it's carnage. You've got all of your teammates coming out one side of the awning, then another side of the awning, and making it as awkward as possible for you. But you're going to do the talking out on track, aren't you? Is the main thing.
Hopefully, yeah.
Great. I'll leave you to it. Thanks very much for chatting, and I'm sure we'll see you on some more clips maybe throughout the rest of the season. All right, take care of yourself. Where shall we head off to next, Davey? Because we've got Jack's Motorsport, we've got Hunter Motorsport behind us as well.
I think we might have to head back to the commentary box to us, because I think we might have hit our allotted time.
Oh, okay. I think we're half an hour in. It has flown by. We've been doing cat and mouse around the paddock. We've gone into many different garages and many different teams. And yeah, we're probably about done for lunch and going into the finals now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a great set of finals. It always is, particularly with this championship. But at this venue, it's going to be superb. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Let's see what happens and get to the rest of the racing action. If you're watching this online, thank you for keeping up with this chaotic paddock show. And here we are, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Kart Championship here for round 2 at PF International in the heart of Lincolnshire. David Sullivan joins me in the comms box whilst having maybe just opening a drink there, maybe just to keep you going throughout the rest of the finals.
Should see me through the afternoon, that.
It's all good. We've had our lunch break and our paddock show. Hope you enjoyed me and David going around the paddock and bothering you. We did have Ryan Rapini just commenting on our live chat. David saying, "It's me, oh my goodness," as if he didn't realise he was on the paddock show and didn't realise actually how it came out on YouTube on the live stream. Great to chat to you, Ryan, and of course all the other drivers we had as well along with us on the paddock show here at PF International. Great to catch up with you all in the paddock and just give a bit of a sense of what it's like back there, because we are always so focused on these lines here, this tarmac and what happens on it, but there's so much hard work, as I said earlier on in today's live stream, that goes on in those awnings.
It's just a lot of fun, the paddock shows. You can just, as soon as somebody gives you half an hour of live camera,
yes please,
there's very little anybody can do about it. And we push them boundaries as much as possible. I got fully ignored by Jim Thorsby from just over the road at Fullbeck in the S8 Racing. And them dogs weren't too talkative either.
I did enjoy your Harry Redknapp-esque deadline day approach to a car driving out of the circuit, but didn't want to wind the window down for you. They don't know who you are.
No, exactly. That's the problem, isn't it?
They should do.
So, unfortunately, yeah, that was Jim giving me the blank.
But here for Kart Championship then, more points to be racked up in the final. The winner takes 100 points out of the race if they win their finals. But on to our B finals before we get to them. Let's go into our first one of the afternoon. And because there's so many junior rotax runners, as we said earlier today, David, with Honda cadets as well, we're going to have a B final for junior rotax. We're going to have a B final also for our Honda cadets. It's going to be a repechage into our junior rotax to start off with here. And we start with Jack Bowie on pole, Ronnie Smart, Max Douthwaite, Lewis Gilbert, Aston Brown, and Thomas Welsford is P6. Jake Anders, Charlie Quinn, Noah Stamp-Clark, Joseph Berkery, Isaac Jameson and Jamie Riches in P12. Down to row 7 for Pierce Whitehead and Cooper Campbell-Lees, who was up there in the start of the weekend, has fallen by the wayside a little bit, looking to make a progress up to those 4 paying positions. Matt Scott, Alex Lazecki follows on with those there down towards P19 for Amy Peacock, Ellis Dealey, Elijah Hartley, Alex Roach, Samuel Geedon and Oliver Hutchings to P24. And Jay Walker, Leon Canellis, George Ralston, Chloe Waddle, Clark Naylor and Benjamin Jones. Chloe hoping for some more good luck in this repechage. Jasper Oakes and Thomas Butcher, Hugh Hobson and Louis Brown as well. Talking about luck,
that's
who's
Chloe,
that going
Chloe
round?
Waddell. You mentioned luck and she was slowing down. Here we go then, 34 drivers, 4 transition places through to the A final. And it's a false start, so I built that up for nothing.
It's always the way, isn't it?
So use up all the good material when it doesn't matter.
You need to get going, and then suddenly we're all going round again. Particularly, I really feel for Chloe there, because I genuinely was like, want some better luck for her in this repechage. But we're going to go round again, and Chloe Wadder is not going to be part of this race then. Our first one of the afternoon session. Hopefully you've all recharged if you meant to grab a cuppa during the paddock show, maybe if you're here at PFI as well, ready for some racing action for this junior rotax class. The top 4 of this repechage go through to our final towards the end of the day. So we'll have this repechage to see who is the best from this group and deserves a place for those points later on. And a very competitive grid out there, as we've said all along, particularly Jack Bowie. We're interested to see how he'll get off of pole position. And also Max Douthwaite, we were saying, was having some great battles in the previous heats too, but they're lining up once again. And of course, after one false start, they go a lot slower on the second time round. But here we go then, setting off a pole through the tram lines. And are we good for going racing? We certainly are. And it's Jack Bowie leading away, and up the inside, Ronnie Smart, I believe, might have got up into first place. Just seeing him coming through the bowl section right now. We'll see how that comes out over the Litchfield Bridge, and see if that's been successful for Jack Bowie Privateer to lead the front of the charge. Max Douthwaite, you can see, I think also making a move. I think that's Max Douthwaite going into P1 for Guy Cunnington Racing. So Max Douthwaite not wasting any time at all and getting to the front of this junior rotax repechage at PF International, and using all the circuit there. Some of our drivers, you saw the 219 going a little bit off the circuit, or maybe it's a 216 or a 219. It was 219 of Isaac Jameson going off the road there, just coming out of hairpin 2. So here we go then. Guy Cunnington Racing leading the way for Max Douthwaite in this part of the race. Got yellow flags waving for a car off towards the back of the circuit. But is that Chloe Waddle that tried to rejoin maybe and actually get into the race? We'll see how that all fans out. Max Douthwaite, yeah, Jack Bowie and Ronnie Smart got to P3 after that first lap, and a bit of a switch of position happening there between Jack Bowie and Ronnie Smart going through the bowl section. So Ronnie Smart now up to P2, for Jack Bowie on the podium for P3. But look at the gap that Max Douthwaite is building for himself. Ronnie Smart, though, enjoying being in P2 now, got to figure out how to keep Jack Bowie right behind as we go through towards the second hairpin.
Keep an eye out for Jake Anders. He's in that vulnerable P4 position. That's the last position to go through into our A final out of this repechage. He's under pressure from Isaac Jameson, but he's got a little bit of a gap. Oh, gets a bit of a tank slapper on there, does Jake Anders, as he runs the car out onto the curb, holds on to P4, but it's a lot closer now with Isaac Jameson right up onto the back of Jake Anders. We are green over the start line. We just had a light flash on and off over the start line. And at the front, Ronnie Smart has closed in on Max Douthwaite.
Yeah, we've seen a 5-second penalty pop up for Jasper Oakes as well. So Jasper Oakes got to be mindful of that, but down in P26 at the bottom of this race, that won't help him progress if he wants to be up in the front running of these top 4 places. But look, off the Litchfield Bridge, you've got a battle between Max Douthwaite and Ronnie Smart, taking advantage of a bad run that Max got off of that run. Then you've also got our Jack Bowie trying to go up the outside of Ronnie Smart out into the second hairpin now, but they have retained their lead of Max Douthwaite, Ronnie Smart and Jack Bowie, and Jake Anders and Isaac Jameson as well in this top 5, and trying to break away now as best as they can from the group behind them. Oh, and who's this? Who's this, David? A 289 is out of this repechage.
Hugh Hobson is out. That car is stationary because it hasn't got a rear wheel on the other side.
Ah, that would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. So Hugh Hobson out of this one. Looks like there's a battle between 2 drivers there coming into the bowl section. Looks like it was between Jake Anders and Isaac Jameson.
I think Anders could be up to 3rd here.
Yeah. So
4th, sorry.
Yeah, 4th. So Jake Anders.
Smart's way down the road at the moment.
Yeah, he's building up a massive gap out of that hairpin there. I'd almost say that's a second or so, at least 5-6 kart lengths in front of Max Douthwaite, who thought that opportunist move at the start of the race had clinched things to go out and build a bit of a head of steam for himself around this PF International circuit. You can see on your screen there Joseph Berkery battling with Lewis Gilbert coming through the Mike Wilson complex, and Max Douthwaite trying to see if he can catch after Ronnie Smart then with the 250 coming through onto the start-finish straight then for 4 minutes plus 1 lap of this repechage. And
Berkery's up into fourth place at the double overtake. He went down the inside of both Anders and Jameson, Bowie at the time, into hairpin number 1, went for one overtake and had that much speed. He managed to do them both. He moves up into the final transition place then, does Joseph Berkery, and he's got a bit of a gap back as well to Jake Anders, who is up into 5th place now in front of Jack Bowie, who started this race on pole position. Further down the order and hoping to get up towards the transition places, that looked like it was Amy Peacock making her way past Noah Stamp. Oh, Peacock's been put on the grass. Oh. That's the 2-1-2 of Cooper Campbell-Lees. They ran side by side out of hairpin number 2, and Peacock, who'd made up a few places at the hairpin, comes out of the second one and is introduced to the green stuff. And
we're back to the leader here, Ronnie Smart, leading the way then ahead of Max Douthwaite. So, of course, to be aware of the top 4 places in this race, mechanical flag for Matt Scott, number 243, who is down, I believe, in P10 at the moment, so won't affect things too much. We should be mindful of the top four places coming out of this repechage, because they are going to go through to our final of Junior Rotax later on. So Joseph Berkery at the moment, keep an eye on the battle between Joseph Berkery and Jake Anders in P5. Lewis Gilbert for P6. Jack Bowie, as you said, David, our pole sitter, for P7 now, dropped down 6 places in this race at the moment. Ronnie Smart leading the charge then with at least a very comfortable second gap. Isaac Jameson out in P2 for our X-Kart team. Guy Cunnington Racing being represented by Max Douthwaite then coming through these final few sections, and it looks like they've let Ronnie absolutely peel off into the lead.
Mechanical flag for Matt Scott, I think his chain guard. Had a quick look out the window, and it looks like that is what is missing from that kart. Was in P10. He's already, I think, peeled off into the pit lane. He's seen it and they're dropping all the way down the order.
So unfortunate seeing a couple of chain guards this weekend. Harry Stinson as well in the Mighty Bambinos, Mighty Cadets rather, had that come off for him.
Slow zone. Oh. We are going to neutralise this race with 1 minute and 32 on the clock. We've got a kart stationary on the exit of the Mike Wilson complex, and we have gone to these slow boards, so the field will be neutralised behind the race leader, the de facto safety kart of Ronnie Smart. So he will slow this down as much as possible. There's the driver walking away, can't quite pick out the number on that kart, but Smart's going to need to slow this down. He's going to have 1 lap as well. They've got to be down to a much slower pace than that, and he indeed does slow them down now over the start line, but it's not at the start line. Should have been as soon as that board came out. So
it's basically the first slow board of the day that we've had, a full course yellow to neutralise the race, give Marshall a chance to get that kart cleared in the final few corners. And Marshall's doing some fantastic work here at PFI. You can see there Marshall getting rid of the 261 kart of Clark Naylor out of this race. So making it very interesting, as you said, David, for the likes of Isaac Jameson and Max Douthwaite out front. Max Douthwaite could capitalise on Ronnie Smart. It looks like maybe by the time we get to our start-finish line, we are going to have 1 racing lap to decide who are going to be our final 4 that are going to make it through into the final for Junior Rotax here with the Kart Championship. Max Douthwaite using the opportunity to get heat into those tyres. Don't want to bin it there in the Mike Wilson complex. That's the last thing you want to do with this opportunity presenting itself in front of you. Red flag. Oh, okay. Only just spotted that. Wow, okay. So the red flag has been brought out.
And that race will be declared. We are
75%.
We're over 75%. So I think that race will be declared. So your drivers progressing through to the final, albeit provisionally until post-race checks and penalties are applied. Ronnie Smart, Isaac Jameson, Max Douthwaite and Joseph Berkery. And if that is the top 4, the double overtake by Joseph Berkery from second up to 4th will certainly be one to be remembering. It gives him the final position in round 2's A final.
So I guess our race director, Dan Ashton, sort of saw what that was going to be possibly like in a one-lap scrap to get into those final 4 places, and actually much safer probably to just keep it that way, given the amount of racing that we'd had.
Well, the red flag, it would have been, I think, that the car, whatever was down the far end, I think barriers maybe need to just be repositioned, would be that we'd have done the final lap under slow board anyway, taken the checkered flag, nothing would have changed, so we're just going to add more time on to the end of the race day. So red flag comes out, brings everybody into the pit lane 2 or 3 minutes earlier with the same outcome we'd have had if they'd have come round to see a checkered flag. So so field will come in then. There's your top 4. The top 3 going over the weigh scale as is standard. They're getting checked for front fairings as well.
All fine for Ronnie Smart then, going through. Next stop, oh yeah, you can see our marshals there by the barriers. I think you're right, just giving them a little check over, seeing what's happening. We've got I think like a mechanic on track trying to go and recover one of the karts during that race. We can see, I'll just see out of our commentary box, I can't quite see the number.
289, it's Hugh Hobson. That was the one with the wheel off on the outside of hairpin 2. The kart got dragged to safety. And, it's just being recovered. So as the juniors from our junior rotax repechage go into scrutineering, the 237 taking helmet off, that is Joseph Berkery. He can take a big sigh of relief now. We move on to the second of our repechages. Again, 4 transition places to make it through to the A final. This time though, it's Honda Cadet.
And let's get to our Honda Cadet repechage then, and not too many runners in this race, just 11 to focus on. So this could be an incredibly interesting and intriguing race with the 11 runners we do have, because it gives way more space for all our drivers to battle it out, and particularly as well, it's a lot more to play for with just the top 4 going through into the Honda Cadet final later on this afternoon. So with our Honda Cadets, the final race of the day, actually, they'll have quite a bit of a time to wait if they've got through the top 4 and have got all the kind of anticipation of that behind them. I'm just checking the barriers there, make sure that is safe. The marshal doing a great job at putting them back in the place they should be. A great call by you, David. Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing, isn't it, to make sure that that's going to be safe for the next race, and hence the red flag. You know, you can't take any chances here with, particularly of an event of this kind, but any racing at any event.
It'd have been the same outcome, wouldn't it, at the end? So to red flag that a lap early, no harm done. We'd have gone round under slow boards anyway, seen the checkered flag and just wasted some time. So unnecessary to do that extra lap. Isaac Young will take us round then, and we'll start this Honda Cadet repechage on pole position from Ethan Pearson, Austin Dowell and Sebastian McCarthy. We mentioned earlier on didn't take part yesterday due to illness, but did qualify 9th, so we'll see how he goes in this one. Oliver Bullock and Tommy Burgoyne on row number 3 in front of Chris Doshi and Finn Hollis, with Maximilian Mikalski, Reggie Cook and Edward Charlton completing your 11 kart Honda Cadet repechage.
And Finn Hollis will be hoping that this is a golden opportunity for him after some bad luck in the last couple of heats to find the way possibly into those 4 places. Equally for Sebastian McCarthy as well, you know, no fault of his own. If he doesn't feel well, doesn't want to go racing, then at the end of the day, you know, it wants to try and make amends here. And this is a great reason why we have repechages with certain grids.
No Reggie Cook. We're down to 10 already.
Oh, you didn't spot Reggie Cook?
No, well, there's only 10 karts going around.
Oh, yeah, I can see on our timing screens. Yeah,
and it's Reggie Cook that is missing in the number 79 machine. So everybody's chances of making their way through have improved by about 7%.
Well, that's very accurate. How did you do that so quick? 7%?
Oh,
7,
yeah,
7,
7,
8,
oh
9.
yeah, that's yeah.
Feel like it could be 9%, couldn't it?
Could be 9%. High,
9
even
from
higher
11,
chances. Our Honda cadets then have come round onto the starting grid for a standing start. They will put their foot on the brake and they'll rev their engine and get underway. You can see a marshal coming across here. Is not too happy about our pole sitter of Isaac Young. Our second place of Ethan Pearson on the other side of the grid. The red lights are shining bright and they go out now, and we are away. They're trying to bump their carts off to a good start. Ethan Pearson trying to get up round the outside, but it's not going to happen for him. Isaac Young from pole retains the lead going up into the bowl section then with this very much smaller grid here in this Honda Cadet repechage. The top 4 going in, so it's all to play for, and you absolutely know that going up onto the Litchfield Bridge, because we had a move there from
that's Sebastian McCarthy
from
coming
Isaac
down.
Young.
Yeah, so Young leads. McCarthy trying to make a move down the inside of Ethan Pearson and does so. Oliver Bullock gets through down the inside as well. Pearson shuffled back into 4th place. It could be P5. That looks like it could be the 11 of Chris Doshi trying to go all the way around the outside. Indeed it is. Pearson should have track position on the way up to the Fullerton Essers. Holds on to that all-important 4th place. At the front, though, Isaac Young off that pole position under pressure already from Sebastian McCarthy, who is not at 100% this weekend, but for the next 10 minutes or so, he'll be trying to put that to the back of his mind.
Sebastian McCarthy was having a real couple of looks there coming through those final few corners of Mike Wilson Complex. He's even having a look now around the outside. Can he get it up the inside into the chicane? It's all so tight. It's very close, side-by-side racing into the bowl section. Amazing racecraft from the pair of them. And that is Sebastian McCarthy then up into the lead. An incredible battle between them there. Brave stuff under the bridge, and they come out off of Litchfield Bridge for this part of the lap. There's hand signals waving, want to work together and chase after the race leader.
McCarthy has taken Oliver Bullock with him as well. Bullock down the inside. Isaac Young then down into 3rd. Chris Doshi in 4 with Ethan Pearson. And then it's the 74 of Finn Hollis, who's now found a way past Austin Dowell. Dowell down into 7th place in the distinctive sky blue and fluoro yellow number 47 machine. He's in front of Burgoyne, Mikalski and Charlton. At the front, McCarthy will want to try and put a bit of a gap, and he might get it here because wide, due to dropping a wheel off the circuit, was the 81 of Oliver Bullock. That's going to back him into Isaac Young and Ethan Pearson as well.
Yeah, and wants to be careful, don't want to make too many mistakes in such a close field, particularly when there aren't so many runners in a race as well. A nice dive down the inside there from Finn Hollis, making a move on Ethan Pearson up to P5, getting closer to that golden 4th position of Chris Doshi, who is holding on to that P4 right now and trying to see if they can make it through to this Honda Cadet final, the last race of the day, as they make their way down towards here. Will the 3rd place man make a move on P2? No, decides better of it, and they all file through one by one as we come up towards hairpin 2.
McCarthy continuing to lead, but without the track experience really of yesterday, unable to break away. For a driver that qualified 9th yesterday overall, is outside the top 30 in terms of points because of him not taking part, is really struggling to break away from the rest of the field. This shows how tight and how talented this Honda Cadet grid here is at the Kart Championship. Bullock under pressure at the moment from Chris Doshi. Doshi up into 3rd place, giving himself a little bit of respite. Isaac Young now into that all-important P4 transition place.
Yeah, Chris Doshi will be very happy to get away from the drop zone almost below P4. Finn Hollis, though, making some nice moves at the start of this race to try and see if he can work his way up. Finn Hollis starting things off very much so this weekend with a lot of hope and ambition, starting in P8 up to P5, up 3 places. Here's a battle going on. Oh, and gets very close to the edge of the circuit, trying to get through there was Chris Doshi up into 2nd position, has done so, and leaves Oliver Bullock behind in P3. So Chris Doshi is making moves here up through the grid and wants to be as close to Sebastian McCarthy as he can be towards the end of this race.
So your 4, as it stands now, that looks like it's Finn Hollis up into 4th place now, having found a way past Isaac Young. We'll confirm when they come back into shot here, and I think it is, because Young is in an all-green livery. And indeed, it is Finn Hollis up into that 4th place, having started this race in 8th. He's there in the Tim Parrott Motorsport colours, and it could well be 3rd as he tries and move through and alongside Oliver Bullock under the bridge. Those two battling is going to allow the leading duo to break away a little bit further. It's Tim Parrott Motorsport leading the way with Sebastian McCarthy, but he's been reeled in a little bit by Chris Doshi, certainly off the bridge, but then McCarthy gets a good run of things 3 wide as they head up towards hairpin 1, and it's Isaac Young down the inside, and back into the mix from out of nowhere has come Ethan Pearson.
Yes, and it can all change in an instant for who's going to make it through to the Honda Cadet final later today. Getting out of shape there was a 74 driver of Finn Hollis, who'd made all of that progress and got a bit out of shape into hairpin 2, lost the back end of his car, and I think might have dropped out of the top 4 places now. So giving that golden position up with 2.5 minutes on the clock with a lap to go as well to decide who is going to make it towards our Kart Championship finals towards the end of today. And coming through this final few section now across the start-finish line once again, Sebastian McCarthy out front, setting the fastest lap of the race as well, the 1:6.64, looking very tidy out there at the moment, in control of things with a 6/10 gap. Chris Doshi trying to eke out every bit of pace in his machine underneath him in this Honda Cadet, with not too long to close down now between the front runners, and particularly Isaac Young doing his very best to hold on to the back of the front 2 as well. We're back towards, though, the P4 here, which is the very important position for Finn Hollis, who doesn't want to get out too wide, for Ethan Pearson get out too wide rather, for Finn Hollis to come back and take advantage of that.
Hollis in 4th place, Pearson in P5, or both of them under pressure from Oliver Bullock. 3 drivers going for that final position in P4. There's a gap back then to Tommy Burgoyne in 7th place. He needs them two to start squabbling as Sebastian McCarthy goes into the complex a little bit too hot there, and that's lost him a little bit of time. And Chris Doshi is right up onto the back of Sebastian McCarthy. They'll cross the timing line. They're lapping in the 106s now with 3 laps to go. They'll get cross again with around about 5 seconds on the clock. 3 to go as Pearson and Oliver Bullock are battling it out for that final. It looks like Pearson's got himself, he is in 4th place, and this could be a change for lead as they head up onto the bridge. Chris Doshi draws alongside, McCarthy holds on.
McCarthy holds on with Chris Doshi and Isaac Young pulling away, but let's keep an eye on the battle for the top 4. It is Ethan Pearson at the moment ahead of Oliver Bullock, but you've got a move out the inside there from Finn Hollis, who has now put themselves in position to try and take advantage of Ethan Pearson's racing and driving in these final few corners here at PF International of our penultimate lap. We have not got very long to go, 25 seconds plus 1 lap, so we'll get a couple more in and we will see how this all unfolds. Would it go for a move yet? Probably just building up to the last lap to see where Finn Hollis can size up a move for of Ethan Pearson. Oliver Bullock then down towards a P6, it might seem at the moment. We'll confirm that as they come across the start-finish line. No, Ethan Pearson, Oliver Bullock down towards P6. Finn Hollis in P5 then, sitting pretty to try and get ahead for the battle for P4. Was there a move being made up the inside into the bowl there? It seems so, and that is now Finn Hollis then maybe up into this golden position of P4. So we'll see how this is going to stick and hold out for the rest of this repechage. A move being made into the hairpins all over. They're taking every opportunity that they can. On screen with you right now is a battle between Ethan Pearson, Finn Hollis. They are scrapping tooth and nail, or getting a bit close there between each other, because Pearson is back through and also inviting Tommy Burgoyne. Where has he come from? Out of nowhere into the mix here of this repechage. The final 4 places, who's it going to go to? It looks like at the front that Finn Hollis is going to lose out to Ethan Pearson, because Ethan Pearson is going to come across the finish line with these front 3 way out ahead. Is it going to be a drag race to the line? It's not. It's very close, but it's Ethan Pearson. No, it's not.
Final lap.
It's
Sebastian
final
McCarthy,
lap,
Chris Doshi and Isaac Young are well down the road as Ethan Pearson leads us into the bowl for what will be the final time, under pressure from Finn Hollis and Tommy Burgoyne. Hollis is down the inside on Ethan Pearson. Hollis is up into 4th place. Tommy Burgoyne is through the gap as well. And then as they head down, Hollis is defending, but he's defending fresh air. I don't think Burgoyne was close enough as they head round hairpin number 1. Pearson's back down the inside of Oliver Bullock. It's brought Mikalski and Dowell back into the mix as well for this all-important 4th place. Down the intermediate straight, and again Finn Hollis was defending fresh air because Tommy Burgoyne wasn't quite close enough. Up towards the Mike Wilson complex, the top 3, they're set in stone. Let's forget about them for the time being. This is the all-important 4th transitional place into the final. McCarthy's going to win it from Doshi and Young. They're through to take the checkered flag. Who's going to emerge though in the 4th place? It's going to be Hollis at the moment. Burgoyne's in the slipstream. Can he pop out? No, he can't. And Finn Hollis goes to the final provisionally as it stands on track. McCarthy, Doshi, Young and Hollis, your 4 to progress to this afternoon's A final.
Yeah, sorry, I was completely zoned in on the battle, and I was like, oh, everything's over now. And it wasn't. There was another lap to go. And Finn Hollis then coming through to take that all-important 4th place. Isaac Young, Chris Doshi and Sebastian McCarthy will join them for our Honda Cadet final, which would be race 44, the final race of the day, around about 20 past 4. So you can catch that one there. But we've had our 2 repechages. We've had our top 4 places going through. And we've got lots of support on the live chat. Keep them coming in. Gaz Manable, we'll see your comment there as well. Go on. Tommy Burgoyne giving some support there. We've got Hollander by Aurelio Cornejo, I think that's 6773. And David Skeffington says, Jensen Skeff, improving this year from only starting outdoor go-karting in January this year, improving every weekend thanks to his team at Ultimate R. Wants to give them a little bit of a shout out as well for Jensen Skeff in their particular classes. Right, let's get on to our first final then of the day, and we head off to the Bambinos.
Luca Pede will line up on the pole position berth after a stellar weekend so far. We've had a slow-moving kart of Aidan Castleman on the start line. We'll come back. He should be going off the outside of the 3rd row. It should be Pede and Parkhouse from Reynolds and Smith with Jules Nash and Aidan Castleman on row number 3. EJ Deere and Stanley Thurston, Theo Azzopardi and Arthur Etherington with Rafe Verdi and Briella Stevens on row number 6. Jensen Paris and Arton Odula on row 7 in front of Max Tetlow and Emerson Elliott. Then row 9 we'll see Reggie Love and Max West. Then it's going to be Jonah Curtis, Sadie Cartmill and Jensen Mullen in the number 88 machine. Although I don't recall seeing the 88. I will keep my eye out in the window, but
no, I don't.
He's been on every grid so far today, but I don't recall seeing him out there on track. So Castleman is making his way round. They managed to get that kart started. He will be round to take up his position on the outside of the 3rd row in P6.
So this would be a standing start, of course, for the Bambinos, and very, very intrigued to see how this will battle out, because there is some amazing talent in this field that's been on display across the weekend. But right down, you know, talk about the sort of top 5. We've got Jules Nash, we've got Teddy Smith, Oliver Reynolds, Luca Pede, Eli Parkhouse, who was doing great things in the earlier heats today, took a win in one of the heats as well. So it's looking like it's going to be a very fiercely fought race. And in this race particularly, because we're in the final of our Bambinos, they will have 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So a slightly longer race. It will increase in duration now from our super heats you've been watching with us earlier on today in our coverage. More to play for, more time, but will there be more opportunities seized upon for our Bambinos in this latest final?
Jules Nash, who won the final last time out at Warden Law, goes off the inside of the 3rd row. They came into this weekend joint championship leader with the poleman Luca Pede. Green flag at the back of the pack as the red lights ready themselves to come on. 4 red lights They extinguish and we're away in racing. It's a good start from the outside as Eli Parkhouse tries to move across on Luca Pede, and I think he may well have done it as they run up towards the Bruno Ferrari chicane for the first time, and Eli Parkhouse will lead us up and into the bowl for the first time from Luca Pede and Oliver Reynolds making their way up and round. Teddy Smith in fourth place in front of Jules Nash. It looks like we could have EJ Deerer up there as well. Indeed it does. Looks like he's made a move actually coming off the bridge. He's in sixth place. But he's under pressure from the fast-starting Stanley Thurston, who it looked like he was alongside. He backs out of the move and slots back in, and Luca Pede under pressure for that second place at the moment from the 77 of Oliver Reynolds.
Yeah, Eli Parkhouse then out in the front, and Luca Pede trying to hang on to the back of Eli Parkhouse as best they can. We've got Oliver Reynolds up in P3, and these three breaking away this early on in the race as well can only be a good thing for their chances of taking victory in this Bambino final of our Mighties. Going around here, all electric karts. You can hear the sounds of whirring of the batteries away. It looked like there's a little sniff up the inside there from our fourth place of Teddy Smith, but nothing doing there on Oliver Reynolds as they come across the start-finish line. Then look at these three pulling away, building a little bit of a gap that they might want to use in the latter part of the race, but that's of course if they all behave and don't want to go for moves up the insides of them. Coming down into the bowl section now and seeing how they're going to fare. Coming over the Litchfield Bridge and out of there for the second time of asking.
Opening lap problems for Aidan Castleman, and we've got a waved yellow under the bridge. We'll pick out who that is at the moment, but Aidan Castleman, who struggled to get away at the start and had to have his car looked at, has dropped all the way down the order to P18. Tough opening few laps for Castleman, who was hoping for a top 10, having started on the third row. The top three breaking away, the three behind working hard to try and go with them. As to be honest with you, the three at the front look for one corner that they're going to work together, and then at the next corner they sort of have half a look and think about going down the inside. They did that over the start-finish line last time out where Pede had a few half looks and it almost caught Oliver Reynolds out in the background as well. I think those three now have just decided that they do need to work together, and they can decide which of the three of them are going to stand on the top step of the podium, but at least it could well just be them three at the end of this race if they work together. But I'm fairly sure Smith, Nash and Deerer have got other thoughts.
Yeah, and the three working behind them, of Smith, Nash and Deerer, and a bit of Stanley Thurston, I think, actually catching up onto the back of that group behind as well, doing the best to keep on with this pace of the field. At the front of the field, talking of pace, fastest lap from Jules Nash, a 1:20.88, 2 tenths of a second faster than our race leader's best lap at the moment. So Eli Parkhouse maybe is, well, not taking it easy out there, but is trying to defend too hard from Luca Pede at the back. But a very equalised grid between our mighty runners due to the machinery underneath them. It's all in the driver's skill and all keeping consistent through this part of the circuit. Our top three being joined a little bit by Teddy Smith and Jules Nash on the scene, going to become a top 5 very, very shortly. And Luca Pede looks like he was trying to go up the inside there of Eli Parkhouse with nothing doing, but has now let Oliver Reynolds in on the inside, it might look like, into the Michelson complex, who came out in front. And Luca Pede retains P2 for now, though, but knows that Oliver Reynolds is looking very racy indeed, wants to get in front there. And look at now, it's a front 5 with your 6th place EJ Deerer behind, trying to cling on to make this a top 6 with 6 minutes to go, plus 1 lap for this mighty Bambino final in the Kart Championship of our Bambino Kart Championship as well.
It's all started to come back together nicely, hasn't it, with still more than half of this race to go as Luca Pede tries a move down the inside. I think Eli Parkhouse will maintain the track position, and indeed does, but then takes a defensive line into the bowl. Smith and Nash close enough to take full advantage as we see another move down the inside. Oliver Reynolds from third is going to come off the bridge in the lead. He's made the move down the inside, picked off both Luca Pede and Eli Parkhouse. Parkhouse is going to come straight back at him. Ooh. And Pede's going to try and move down the inside as well. A little bit of a nudge into the rear quarter of Eli Parkhouse. Oliver Reynolds is going to move across, and Reynolds finally has his name in the P1 position this time round. Oliver Reynolds, still in his first full year of karting, has made his way to the front of this race. They'll run side by side up towards the chicane and then round the outside. And Reynolds is going to come out of this with daylight between him and the rest of the field. Pede's going to come out in third. Parkhouse is going to be shuffled, I think, all the way back to P6 here.
Yeah, Eli Parkhouse got a bit pushed wide by the battle going on there, so won't have helped his causes going through that sequence of corners. So it's Oliver Reynolds out in the lead with Luca Pede in P2, and we'll confirm those places as we come through the rest of this start-finish line. You can see Oliver Reynolds in P1 confirming their fastest lap of the race. So Jules Nash now in P3 with EJ Dira down up into P4. So it's all changed with those battles going on in the midfield. And now Oliver Reynolds has got a 7/10 gap between him and Luca Pede, and Jules Nash with the fastest lap of the race to his name as well, still setting the pace out there at the front. Stanley Thurston not too happy, tapping his helmet in frustration maybe with where he is in this race, particularly chasing after EJ in front. Maybe letting EJ get in front was the frustration that was showing there, coming off the Litchfield Bridge down towards hairpin 1 and through hairpin 2. Now Oliver Reynolds, that gap is closing considerably between him and Luca Pede through the Fullerton S's, and now Luca Pede is looking to restore order in his mind as we come through into this third and final sector. On your picture right now, Luca Pede might be looking to fancy a move, a bit of a duck and dive around the outside, go wide, cut back in, up the inside, but nothing doing there. Oliver Reynolds has got that covered off as we come into the final couple of corners again with 3 or so minutes on the clock plus 1 lap to go for this Bambino final.
Reynolds' very defensive line round the final corner puts him on the inside, and it may well see Luca Pede try and go all the way round the outside. Pede doesn't quite have enough this time round, but Oliver Reynolds scrubbing a huge amount of speed off round that final corner, taking a very, very tight line. I don't think that either of these two at the moment, I would expect the train behind to try and close back up. Who's that pulling off to the left-hand side with a problem? We're a cart down out of that leading train. Trying to pick it out. It's Jules Nash out of third place. Jules Nash retires from third place, looking down at the power unit to his right-hand side, asking why you no go. And Jules Nash will retire from third place, a podium position for the son of former British Touring Car and World Touring Car race winner James Nash. We return the focus to Stanley Thurston, who is applauding something as he makes his way down in fourth place, as he's up behind EJ Dira and is within shooting distance now of a top 3.
Yeah, all planning out there and completely changed the point in this race. Who else is that out as well? Stanley Thurston is out of this one as well. His car,
That's
it's not 28.
Different colour
like
helmet, but that car is nastily positioned on a racing line. I think that's Ray Verdi, the 20.
Oh, okay. It looks
like another RCE
yeah.
runner. And that car is in a horrible position on the racing line as they effectively just off the circuit as they come up towards the bridge. Marshals are going very, very quickly, but they've got to be careful as well that the carts are coming round this section of track. Waved yellows, of course, so the drivers should be aware that they should be in a position where they need to take evasive action, as that car is on the outside, so still covered locally under waved yellow flags.
Yeah, it's Ray Verdi, yeah.
Oliver Reynolds leading then from Luca Pede, but the rest of the field, we've gone back to a train of 5 at the front. Dira, Thurston and Teddy Smith are all in the mix as well.
Yeah, and Oliver Reynolds in front of Luca Pede then, as retains the lead on that part of the circuit. And as we come through the final sets now, that cart being cleared away off the exit of Litchfield Bridge very quickly, so shouldn't be any more interruptions in this part of the race for sure, and towards the end to give our drivers clean space to go ahead and see if they can get their hands on this Bambino final trophy here for the Kart Championship of round 2 this weekend. So here we go, got that very defensive stance once again from Oliver Reynolds. Might give Luca Pede a chance, but they are all trying to tuck into the slipstream and up towards the bowl section underneath Litchfield Bridge, and they're letting in EJ Dira into this battle now. Possibly all to play for with the penultimate lap here, and EJ in a perfect position to try and capitalise on these two scrapping at the front. Luca Pede, Oliver Reynolds. Oliver Reynolds comes out in front. Luca Pede looks like he wants to try and get up the inside, and so does EJ Dira and Stanley Thurston as well.
Thurston could go to second here as he tries to go down the inside. Little bit of contact. Pede's come out 3 wide. Reynolds has bumped out onto the grass on the outside, and Teddy Smith goes from 5th into 3rd place. He didn't really have to try either. Everybody in front did the hard work for him. Teddy Smith up into 2nd. EJ Dira emerges in 3rd. Thurston and your leader going on to the lap, Oliver Reynolds, shuffled down to P5.
Yeah, and it was all on a platter there for Teddy Smith, who was great racing and great performance in our previous heats today. Now it has all changed once again, but Luca Pede out front where he enjoys things for sure. Luca Pede looking to hold on to this, but has got Teddy Smith now sensing things on this final lap. Who will come across for? Who is going to take victory here as we come across the start-finish line one final time? Luca Pede gone very defensive like his compatriot Oliver Reynolds and stealing the strategy to try and hold on to this place as we come through this bowl section for the final time. Hugs the inside of that turn right up to the curb to not let in any competitors behind, most notably Teddy Smith as well. Doesn't want to get involved with all of that. Oliver Reynolds trying to recover his race somewhat in P3 now, but Luca Pede is high up on the inside, very close to the hairpin curb. It looks like Teddy Smith's going to try and hang it round the outside and switch back. Nothing doing there though. And Luca Pede holds on for now to P1, but how's he going to size up this second hairpin? Luca Pede goes defensive once again to cut off any sort of opportunity that Teddy Smith could have at his disposal. Although Oliver Reynolds is right there to pounce if anything happens in these final parts of this race. And Luca Pede going defensive in through the Fullerton S's, coming through into the Mike Wilson complex again. Is Oliver Reynolds going to hold on to P3? Is he going to find a place from Teddy Smith? Is Teddy Smith going to steal up the inside? Looks like it's going to finish Luca Pede taking victory, coming through the final couple of corners. Might it be a drag race to the line between 2nd and 3rd? We'll find out. It's all so close. Luca Pede already celebrating, but who's going to take victory? Oh, I can't call it. I can't call it. The timing screens say Teddy Smith takes 2nd and Oliver Reynolds takes your podium for our Bambino final here at PF International. And I think we can have a little bit of a replay and see how close that was between our two finishes. Our timing screens, I mean, say literally 1,000th of a second. It probably was very close. But here you go. Luca Pede's already celebrating. He knows he's won. And look, of course, the line is so close. I mean, how do you separate that? That is...
There we go. Let's have a quick look.
Just ahead. Teddy Smith just ahead. You can see right there. Unbelievable racing here at the Kart Championship. Down to the wire. And literally a wire between the both of them, you could probably put.
5-second penalty for Stanley Thurston on that final, notified on the final lap. I think that was for the incident down at hairpin 1. The happiest person, though, so far today is Luca Pede. The second happiest person, producer James, because he got to use his start-finish slow-mo
his little replay
that he was showing us yesterday, how he can wind it forwards and backwards and slow it down to the absolute fraction. So he is incredibly grateful to Teddy Smith and Oliver Reynolds for allowing him to use that this weekend.
Came in good use, didn't it? It was good to see. Very good to see. Racing close all up to the start-finish line of where they set off from 10 minutes and a lap before that. You can see Teddy Smith there then on the weighbridge. Oliver Reynolds thinking, it was all so close to that P2, but fantastic racing. Hopefully great fun for them out there as well. You know, it gets really serious under the visor, doesn't it? And they're wanting to pick up as many points for their team, particularly. And Teddy Smith, obviously, with the RCE guys.
Yeah, he's okay.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's okay. He's been subject to... I was about to say a very nasty hit and run, but Oliver Reynolds didn't run away, did he? It was just a hit.
It's all good in Parc Fermé. I want it to be keeping safe at all parts, including in Parc Fermé.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got offered another slow-mo replay there, but we'll turn that one down. on this occasion. It should be used at the right time and not overused.
No, it's we don't want people getting used to it, do we? It needs to feel savoured when we do give it to you on our live stream on Alpha Live, bringing you coverage of the Kart Championship here at PF International in Lincolnshire. It has been a glorious day throughout, and let's get on to our next final for this afternoon. And then, so we're on to our Junior Primo final for today, which has been an incredibly well fought and contested class out there, I would definitely say. A Junior Primo giving, as we've talked about today, David, that opportunity for the drivers to come in up against, not the highly seeded drivers and actually find their feet a little bit in this junior class.
Certainly has, and what you'll see with this class is throughout varying tracks that they go to is that you'll have different drivers emerging at the front. You're not going to have a runaway leader in Junior Primo, and the main reason for that has been that a lot of the tracks that they've been, because of their experience and where everything is, and particularly here at PFI, is that they've not had the chance, some of them coming through the junior classes, depending on what route they've taken, to do a lot of testing here. Any driver that has come maybe out of the Honda Cadet ranks, they don't race that class here at Trent Valley Kart Club, so they won't have had the opportunity to test at this circuit quite as much as some of our other drivers, whereas you look at junior rotax later on, some of those drivers are 14, 15, 16 years old, have been racing around this circuit for 3 or 4 years, and you can certainly tell the track experience. So Junior Primo then, we'll have a quick look at the grid when it comes up on screen. If it doesn't come up on screen, we'll just guess, and we'll just call them as they come out of the window. So,
well, there we go then.
Well, that's Casper McAllister. He's been at the front for most of the day, so I don't expect anything different this time around. He's very relaxed with a wave to the camera.
Yeah. And it was a fine performance in our previous races as well. And now, look, they're making their way out onto the grids and getting a bit close in the pit lane there as well. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, seeing who is leading us away then for this Junior Primo final. Let's get into it. Casper McAllister is on pole with Jacob Underhill alongside him on the first row of the grid. Zane Perry, Lucas Esser and Liam Dooling and Akeem Bart down to row 3. Toby Wortley is on the row 4 with Bertie Hodgson and Aaron Berridge and Jackson Heath down to row 5. Arthur Murphy and Morgan Cooney is P12. Odysseus Hull, Layla Berryman hoping for a bit more good fortune in this Junior Primo final. Ruben Jenkins, Stu Pudderfoot as well looking to make his way up and see if he can take home some valuable points. Shay Laird and Rebecca Restore is 18th. Lily Cantillon, Archie Thoman Evans, Jerry Dufusy, Jake Richardson, Harry Myatt Waldron and Elliot Dimolo is P24. With Cora Moore, Alfie Skitt, Logan Nixon, Jacob Kent, Jack Wykes and Jack Smith down in 30. 2 Jacks alongside each other, Riley Linnell, Harvey Everett and Oscar Dillanek and Ashton Bailey rounds off your Junior Primo final grid here at PF International. Well, if our heats are anything to go by, the field's got to catch up a little bit here. Hopefully they'll catch up in time. But if our Junior Primo heats were anything to go by, this final is going to be scintillating to watch.
Everybody looks to be nicely backed up now. We should be just in the hands now of our race director on the overhead gantry. Into the tram lines, lights extinguished, and we're away and racing at the first time of asking as Casper McAllister opens up the first corner. Got a few drivers, including Jacob Underhill, going off and onto the grass, but everybody still facing forwards as we head up to the bowl. We're 4 wide later down the order, but McAllister, who opened up that first corner, has opened up a bit of a gap at the front to Zane Perry. And then in third place, heading down, is Liam Dooling, who's moved up into P3. Yeah. And that looks like we've got Aaron Berridge further down the order. He's moved up into P5 with a good move down the inside of Toby Wortley.
A fierce start there, holding off our other front runners, and Casper McAllister off of pole position. All kind of come out in the wash now as we come here into the third and final sector, coming through for the very first time, not wasting a moment there. Casper to hold on to his pole position for Hunter Motorsport behind, and as you'll see as they come across the line, Jacob Underhill unfortunately missing out somewhat in that start. So it's McAllister followed by Zane Perry, Liam Dooling with a great start, Lucas Esser, Aaron Berridge, Toby Wortley, Arthur Murphy, Jacob Underhill down to P8, Stu Pudderfoot up to P9 now, though, from where he started. So a great start for Budapest, up 5 places in this Junior Primo final. Who is going to take the victory here? Let's 10 minutes and 35 seconds to find out. Lots of racing between now and then. A great switchback move there from Liam Dooling around the outside. Is he going to take the lead?
No.
No, he's not going to take the lead.
I don't think he is. And if he is, it's going to be a special. Yes, he is!
He is!
All the way round the outside. He was out on the grass, coming round hairpin number 2. He kept his foot in, drove all the way round the outside of the Terry Fullerton Essers, and Liam Dooling with a move that the person whose corner that is named after would be super proud of.
So I called it before it even happened, and it looks like now Liam is absolutely chuffed with that, because he'll be leading them into the bowl section for this time round. But there's a dive up the inside there, trying to gain P2. McAllister, I think, trying to make amends on Zane Perry and reclaim the first place that he's worked so hard for throughout this weekend. But Liam Dooling out in the lead then, with Zane Perry for company in the background. And you bet there are going to be many more moves like that before we finish this Junior Primo action today.
Aaron Berridge is up into 3rd place as Casper McAllister went for that 2nd place on Zane Perry. He went through the gap as McAllister went wide. McAllister, who came into this one off that pole position berth, now with work to do down in 4th place, under pressure from Lucas Esser. Your top 3 though, Dooling, Perry, McAllister. Dooling unable to break away after that superb overtake a lap or so ago. As they come up towards the timing line, the first quarter of the race consigned to the history books. Dooling, Perry, Berridge, McAllister, Esser, Pudderfoot up to 6th. Murphy, Underhill, Wortley, Jackson Heath change for the lead. Zane Perry down the inside of Liam Dooling into the bowl, and it looks like that could well be Aaron Berridge up into 2nd place as well. Yes, it is. Dooling wide and out onto the rumble strips. That'll give McAllister a run up, and McAllister is down the inside and into 3rd place.
It is all carnage in 8 minutes and 30 seconds still on the clock here for a Junior Primo final.
Underhill out onto the grass. This time it was Murphy introducing him to the grass, and he loses 3 or 4 places. He re-emerges, I think, in P11, just in front of Layla Berryman.
Layla Berryman then hopefully looking to make some way up the grid in that mid-pack at the moment. But with how fierce the racing has been to start, David, it could all change. Arthur Murphy has been given a 5-second penalty in P7 currently on the timing screens. That's going to drop him down quite a way. But if the field stayed this close together, it's going to punish him even more as we come through then. Zane Perry for Aaron Berridge following through. McAllister, Liam Dooling, who was in P1 not too long ago, down in P4 now. And looks like it's equalised out somewhat at the moment, but that's all probably about to change as we come through these next couple of hairpins. Nice move here, being poised up the inside for Aaron Berridge on Zane Perry, and Aaron Berridge now into the lead. And also McAllister getting back in on the action, out onto the grass though. That is not what we want to see. No, getting caught up slightly.
Tried to hang it round the outside, and Aaron Berridge just held that white line. That Berridge had the track position down the inside. I'd be interested to see what others think of that, but it was coming out of the corner onto the curb. It wasn't halfway down the straight, which is where Underhill got introduced to the grass earlier on. But as it stands on track anyway, Berridge out at the front, leading this race. Casper McAllister is back up into 2nd place. Liam Dooling in 3rd. Zane Perry drops down into 4th place. Esser Murphy with that 5-second penalty hanging over his head. Jude Pudderfoot, Toby Wortley, Jackson Heath with the fastest lap so far on lap number 4. Jacob Underhill trying to recover down in P10.
Aaron Berridge is going to be loving this because he only had his first time at PFI for the Trent Valley Kart Championship for that competition, most recently in 2026, but looking to put that experience to good use here for our Junior Primo final. So knows this track fairly well over the last few weeks and couple of months, but McAllister is not going to make it very easy for him coming into this 3rd and final section. The field so close. It's how competitive it is here in this Kart Championship field. You've got Liam Dooling chasing after McAllister and Aaron Berridge out front. On your screen right there you can see Zane Perry sort of leading this next pack behind them, with company from Arthur Murphy and Lucas Esser as well in the mix of this. They come across the start finish line again, adjustments of the chokes as well on their radiators to give them a bit more performance where they'd like it. They're staying where they are, coming into the bowl section. These front three of Berridge. Who's that coming into the pits? Cora Moore is out of this one, the number 21. Sad to see, but the racing goes on, and Aaron Berridge looks very comfortable out front there. This is a move up the inside for P4 at the front of this group. Arthur Murphy takes the place from Zane Perry into 4th position. It looks like Zane Perry's going to try and come back round the outside and swoop back around, but it's not happening there. Holding on to that place, Arthur Murphy takes it and leads them into this next section of the track with 5 or so minutes on the clock.
Murphy up into 4th place, but that won't stand. He's got that in-race penalty already, as has Jack White. He's picked one up further down the order, the number 50, who started towards the tail end of this field. Another graduate of Honda Cadet moving into Junior Rotax Primo. The top 3 breaking away a little bit, and they're extending the gap to Murphy, Perry, Pudderfoot, Underhill back up from that 10th place earlier on. Waved yellow into the bowl because what have we got? Have we got a stationary cart somewhere or a marshal working? Not quite sure because I can't see. It must be on the bridge because we can't see it.
But meanwhile,
Berridge to the inside, defending fresh air, goes back out to the outside and opens the door for Casper McAllister to come through. And Berridge is up on the back of McAllister. Oh, they've managed to come apart, but that's slowed them both down. Berridge is in 2nd place, McAllister off the podium.
That has all changed in just an instant, and McAllister trying to get his kart going once again. And now out front, you've got I think you've got Liam Dooling.
Liam Dooling back to the head of the field.
So head of the field, Liam Dooling. You've got you've got Aaron Berridge in P2, and we'll confirm all these position changes as they come across the line here. Yeah, you can see there Liam Dooling then leading Berridge, and Arthur Murphy, I can see gutted there for Cora Moore in Park Ferme, the 21, who unfortunately become a spectator of this race now. It'll be interesting to see how that incident gets viewed involving our pole man of McAllister in the midfield there, but we return to the action here with Liam Dooling, and a nice move and dive up the inside there from Jude Pudderfoot. Look at the progress that Pudderfoot is making in this race, all the way up from down further in the grid, up a couple of places from 6th at the start of this one, although getting very close now.
Yeah, just got eased wide there by Arthur Murphy, and back into the top 3 comes Jacob Underhill.
Jacob Underhill will be very happy with that indeed, and had a very impressive Warden Law final in the Junior Primo category, won by 6.5 seconds from any competitors behind. Is he going to have the same luxury here though? I doubt it very much, because he's got to chase after the front 2 here.
Double trouble for Arthur Murphy. Another 5-second penalty applied in race for Murphy. So he's currently in 4th place, but that's 2 he's picked up in the space of 9 minutes.
Yeah, unfortunate, not what we want to see for Arthur Murphy. We want to see the team, want to be seeing that either, but he's on the podium at the moment. He's not going to be there on the road much longer if he keeps this up, because that's a dive down the inside from Jacob Underhill. Who's this in the pits
Harvey
as well?
Everett.
So many drivers, unfortunately, out of this one. Who's been pushed wide there? That looks like
Murphy and Underhill side by side. And Pudderfoot's got himself into the middle of those 2. Murphy at the moment in 3rd place on track at the very least. Underhill up onto the back of Jude Pudderfoot. That could have been far worse, and it wasn't, so we're both very grateful for that. Leading duo are away as Berridge still putting pressure on Dooling. Murphy in that 3rd place, but it's going to be futile because we know there's penalties incoming for the 88. Jude Pudderfoot in 4th place, which will become 3rd. Change for the lead. Aaron Berridge down the inside of Liam Dooling as they come off the bridge.
And this is not over yet, because we have 1 minute and 45 to go, and lots can happen between now and that extra lap we have in this Junior Primo final. The hand signal of one of working together there with Aaron Berridge to Liam Dooling, but I don't think Liam Dooling is going to take any slight notice of that, because it's the front 2. They've almost got a 2 or so second gap, probably more now, at the front of this field, with not very long to go here at PF International, trying to weave their way through this final technical section of this Lincolnshire circuit, 1,400 metres or so to navigate between the start-finish line and go round once again. Aaron Berridge then confirmed up to 1st place ahead of Liam Dooling. Arthur Murphy still P3 on the road. Jude Pudderfoot probably knows all too well about the penalties that are being coming up. They see it on the boards as they go round across the start-finish line. But let's keep an eye on our front two and the chasing group here. There's a move on the inside of Arthur Murphy, and up the inside, Jude Pudderfoot takes the opportunity and goes up to P3. So Jude on the podium places now. Is that going to be retained though? Because it's coming back, Arthur Murphy on that inside of the hairpin. Jacob Underhill is on your screen in front of this battle for that group. So it's all going on in these different parts of the circuit at the moment. Jude Pudderfoot there on your screen for the Kart team, trying to stay ahead in this group with Jacob Underhill for company behind. So we come across the start-finish line, the penultimate lap. They'll just get another lap in here, as well as our one at the end. David, I can't call this. It could go any way.
Berridge and Dooling off at the front. They've pulled enough of a gap that they should be able to battle this out between the top two of them, unless either of them pulls anything silly out into the last couple of laps. Under investigation, black flag for Arthur Murphy. Looks like the powers that be have had enough, and Arthur Murphy has been black flagged. So we'll leave that for and after the race as the leading duo head off into the distance to battle this one out. Pudderfoot looks comfortable in third, Underhill. Then it's going to be McAllister from Zane Perry and Lucas Esser. The rest of the field coming through just behind them, with Murphy, Hodgson and Heath in a battle. I think that's not quite the order they're in when they come round and over the timing line. Aaron Berridge will lead us through to see the last lap board.
Yeah, let's follow them through these final two. Who's going to take victory here at PF International in this Junior Primo final? We only have a few corners to find out. We'll go up through the bowl section. Aaron Berridge looking comfortable with Liam Dooling there, but Liam will be using every ounce of experience he has of this circuit and trying to use everything he can get out of his Maxim Motorsport kart going in towards hairpin one. There's a nice gap for Aaron Berridge to play with here in case he wants to try and experiment any defensive lines and keep things cool as he gets towards the end of this lap. Is there any pace that Liam Dooling can find towards the end of this race?
Pudderfoot's under pressure for third place as well from Jacob Underhill. They were side by side. Pudderfoot in the background. We'll keep an eye on that as into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time comes Aaron Berridge. Is there anything Liam Dooling can do? He's got to try and line this up to get a good run. I think he's going to be too far back. And for the first time, Aaron Berridge wins at the Kart Championship from Liam Dooling. Jude Pudderfoot joins them on the podium, having held off Jacob Underhill on the final lap. McAllister, Perry, Esser, Hodgson, Heath and Jenkins complete your top 10. Adeas Hole, Toby Wortley and Layla Berryman in front of Shay Laird and Jacob Kent, your top 15. Lily Catting and Alfie Skit finish in front of Harry Myatt Waldron. Morgan Cooney, Elliot Dimolo complete your top 20 in a junior primo race that had everything.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it had everything. It had incidents, it had the penalties, of course, which changed the order of things. Jude Pudderfoot putting in a great performance to get on the podium. Aaron Berridge taking the opportunities and the calm of what he needed to do and the composure that he needed to show to get into that first place. And of course, I think we should make it very clear, a privateer winning the Junior Primo final. So a very impressive feat to see our privateers mixing it with the likes of Maxim Motorsport and X-Kart on the podium as well. Jacob Underhill couldn't make that first victory at Warden Law count, but different circuit, different conditions, and every driver's got their strengths and weaknesses, and the teams will as well. But still a very strong fourth place. Great points to take into the rest of the season.
That's the most important thing now, is that you win these championships on your bad weekends.
Yeah.
Sounds cliche, but if you can turn your sort of bad weekends into all right weekends by just picking up the points, and Underhill would have hoped to have been on the podium once again, as we're very slow coming through here, and I'm just going to check, that's your race winner?
That is Aaron
But he's
Berridge.
being held on the scales at the moment.
It wouldn't, surely.
Well, stranger things have happened. We're going to wait down there for the drama, but Aaron Berridge does not look at all pleased. He's getting out and he's going to stand on the scale, so they do get an opportunity there to re-weigh. Second opinion is being sought down in the holding area. And it looks like it could be the disappointment. Can we pick that out in the sunshine? He's just stepped off the scale and somebody's in the way. We'll move on then to our next final. We'll come back to that shortly. It's time for our final in Intermax.
Well, if that was anything to go by, Intermax is just going to be as crazy as Junior Primo was in our Cadet Kart Championship. Then here's your grid for the Intermax starters. Jensen Sale, an impressive display across the couple of weekends so far, leads you off on pole position. Evan Mellor, Alfie Phillipson, Max Abrahart down in 4th. Lewis Cacaldi and Ethan Lloyd is P6. Aaron Rigg, Logan Rolfe down to P8 after some fierce battles with Max Abrahart in the earlier heats. Hamish Gordon, Drew Davis and Jay Birmingham, Shinafat Vejabuti down in P12. Dexter Petty, Freddie Blackshaw, Adam Bart, Finley Bills, Isaac Graff and Sam Dixon down to P18. Felix Sheldon Hayward, Finley Rhodes, Ethan Manzi, Logan Stanley Jones, Jensen Skeff getting lots of love on the live stream on Alpha Live and our broadcast today. Elsie Gannon as well to P24. Jamie Walsh, Sam Fleming, Rio Paniutu, Eli Owen, Finley Thompson and Ayrton Galsworthy. Rounds off your 30 runners for this 12 minutes plus 1 lap race in this Rotax Interfinal.
Logan Rolfe in the superheat adjudged to have crowded his competitor to the side of the circuit. 2 10-second penalties for 2 infringements applied. He dropped all the way down to the tail end of the order, and that's why he will start this one from P8. Is there anything he can do as Jensen Sale brings us round? Evan Mellor alongside on the front row. Will we go racing at the first time of asking? Yes, we will.
Yes, and we are away. Jensen Sale holds on to his pole position with Alfie Phillipson in the Coles racing cart following little bit behind as well, so up a little bit.
We've got up on the grass.
Oh yeah, up on the grass. We've got some incidents there. You see in the background this cart trying to get going again. We'll try and pick out who that was, but Jensen Sale having to go really defensive all of a sudden out the hairpin. And a sweep round the outside. Phillipson tried to make a move there on Jensen Sale.
That's Ayrton Glasworthy. So came into contact with the cart who tried to rejoin in the middle of the pack.
So we have a yellow flag into turn 1, I think, because there is still a cart up on the bank of the outside. So our competitors coming here through the Mike Wilson complex, so we have to be aware of that as they go through the first chicane, and that they don't get too caught up in all of that. Although the yellows have gone out, we've gone to a full green. They won't have to worry about that anymore, because Jensen Sale, though, of all he's got to worry about is the drivers right behind him, and Alfie Phillipson has got Max Abrahart for company, as well as Lewis Cacaldi, as well as Ethan Lloyd down to your P5. Logan Rolfe has made up 2 places from P8 to P6.
Adam Batt, Freddie Blackshaw dropped 10 places apiece there. They were some of the drivers involved on that opening lap. Ethan Manzi was the other driver. Jensen Skeff hasn't tripped the timing line either at the end of lap number 1. And off the front row, Evan Mellor was high and wide going into the first corner, had to almost get the cart stopped before it went on the grass. He crosses the line at the end of lap number 1 in P14.
Yes, not a great start then for Evan Mellor. See if he can make his way up through this grid. I mean, there is 10 minutes to go. Stranger things have happened, but it looks like Jensen Sale and this part of the grid are very comfortable with where they are right now in this Rotax Inter final. Jensen Sale was the race winner on the road. It was a different race winner for him after penalties applied. He was the race winner in Warden Law. He's making it count that he's doing it on the road here at PF International. Jensen Sale ahead of Max Abrahart, who has gone up into P2 ahead of Phillipson. Setting the fastest lap of the race is Abrahart, almost a couple of tenths quicker than his competitor out front. Jensen Sale at the moment in the privateer car. Maximilian Abrahart trying to put Coles Racing on the map once again with Alfie Phillipson, his teammate, behind into this first hairpin. And is this almost, am I seeing Logan Rolfe coming up through the field? I am as well. Logan Rolfe coming up through from P8 up to P4 now, looking to make a charge and make life difficult for Jensen Sale getting into this part of the race.
Rolfe up into 4th place, Cacaldi down into 5th, but this top 5 has still got a big gap back to last year's Micromax champion Ethan Lloyd in 6th place. Hamish Gordon, Aaron Rigg, Jay Birmingham, Drew Davidson completed top 10. They're the 5 that you can see in the background. The top 2 on a little bit of a breakaway here. Sale and Abrahart in front of Phillipson and Logan Rolfe. I don't think Logan Rolfe's going to want to sit around and allow them top two to pull away. Not quite close enough to the back of Alfie Phillipson, but as he sets the fastest lap, was a quarter of a second faster than the train of three in front on the previous lap. I would expect Logan Rolfe to try and start making some moves towards the tail end of this lap as Maximilian Abrahart now goes to the head of the field in front of Jensen Sale.
Yeah, Jensen Sale then will be wanting to stick to the back of Max Abrahart. He's got his teammate in the sandwich, creating the sandwich for Jensen Sale in the middle of this Coles Racing team. And could that be to the advantage of Max Abrahart right now, that he's got Phillipson for company to help put some pressure on Sale in P2? Of course, Phillipson will want to be making his way up into P2 behind his teammate to bring home a 1-2 for Coles Racing at the moment. But we'll see as they come out of the final corner down the start-finish line. Once again, with 8 minutes and a lap on the clock, it is Max Abrahart returning to where he thinks he should be, winning in other championships across the UK recently, wanting to add another one to the collection here in the Kart Championship this weekend at PF International. Logan Rolfe there, you can see in the back of the shot, sitting pretty for now, but is looking like he's sizing up a move possibly for Alfie Phillipson in front of him, down into the first hairpin there, trying to look up the inside. Looks like these four are sort of working together in this sort of down part of the race, you might say, but we might be proved wrong in just a second and someone chucks it up the inside.
There's a lull. Talking about chucking things, that's Dexter Petty rejoining from the outside of hairpin number one. Didn't quite catch what happened, but very unlikely, and he's pulling over to one side. He is out of this race, suggests contact, and Dexter Petty's weekend comes to a premature end. He's going to peel off into the pit lane. He moved over, let the rest of the field through, so good awareness there from Petty. Back to the front, and they are starting to move away because Logan Rolfe's got to go now, and indeed he does. Down the inside of Alfie Phillipson, if he's got any aspirations of winning this race, and that's what he wants to see as well. Jensen Sale coming back at Maximilian Abrahart, and Sale retakes the lead as they head down towards hairpin number one, and that's going to allow Rolfe the opportunity to try and catch back up. And could we get a repeat? Well, we certainly will have a battle of what we saw in the second superheat between Rolfe and Abrahart.
Yeah, Sale as well will be wanting to make sure that he is staying out in front and repeating what he's done in the previous superheats as well. With Max Abrahart all in the mix, Phillipson, Logan Rolfe, you could probably not call it at this stage of the race because there's so long to go in this karting world. With all this time to go, with 6 minutes and a lap. So much can happen between now and the final cross of the start-finish line. We come across it again now. Sale leads Abrahart and Logan Rolfe into P3 for the KR Sport team and is starting to catch up onto the back of the front two. Is dropping Alfie Phillipson of Coles a little bit behind now, who's in P4. Coming off the Litchfield Bridge. Looks like Sale gets a bit wide there up onto the banked curve, and Abrahart trying to use a little bit of the slipstream that he can find by ducking his head and helmet, and does a little switchback move. He's on the outside for hairpin 2. He thinks better of it to give up any more track position.
They need to settle this one down because it's only going to play into the hands of those behind, and these two had pulled a decent gap. It was out to nearly 3/4 of a second earlier on the previous lap. There was 4/10 between Abrahart in second place, Logan Rolfe in third. That gap has come right down now as Logan Rolfe introduces himself at the right time of this race, the business end of this Intermax final here from round 2 of the Kart Championship, and he's right in the mix. We've got 3 kart battle for the lead.
Yeah, and Jensen Sale is checking over his shoulder, as you would, to see how much of a kart he's got for company in Max Abrahart. But now Logan Rolfe is really part of this group, has cemented his place in this top 3. Getting out wide again is Jensen Sale. Is his mind on Abrahart up the inside, possibly for Logan Rolfe as well? Is Logan going to try? Yes, the door is open and he takes P2, and Jensen Sale like that has gone from P1 down to P3. Abrahart back up to the lead.
Rolfe up into that second place now then, and Sale immediately just electing then to push Logan Rolfe rather than battle with him. Maybe he knows that he won the second superheat because the two in front of him came together. Well, maybe he's going to win the final as well. Will it be because of that? But he's certainly just giving himself an opportunity being at the front. Phillipson's fallen away, as has Kukoldi. They're comfortable in 4th and 5th respectively, but Phillipson picked up places earlier on for the same reason that Jensen Sale did. Sale, falling off the top of this 2 in front. So they start to, for the moment, work together to try and break away from Jensen Sale. Although I think on the bridge, I think he's closed in. Who was that in the background with a move down the inside? It was in the train that's going to come off the bridge shortly. We'll pick that out as a big train of carts battling it out further down the order.
I think it's important to say as well, David, this is kind of turning into a little bit of a history repeating itself of Warden Law. Once again, these three showing why they deserve to be at the front. Max Abrahart and Logan Rolfe finished further down the classification in the final at Warden Law because of penalties applied afterwards. We know it got a bit spicy between them in the Superheats previous, and Jensen Sale was first place de facto because of what happened on the track and came through from P3 on the road to take victory. Will Jensen Sale have a similar situation here? Will Jensen Sale take things on the road P1 legitimately through his racing out there? But right now it's Max Abrahart with the fastest lap of the race, showing us why he deserves to be in there. Only 1,000 quicker than the teammate, but the competitor behind of Logan Rolfe.
Rolfe tried to move down the inside, didn't quite work out. They've got some lap traffic in front who does a really good job actually of moving out of the way. They don't need to. This is very different to racing on circuits. Karting, generally, you'll stay on your racing line. The faster drivers will find a way through. But really good awareness that there's a leading trio coming through at a high pace in Abrahart, Rolfe and Sale. There's your top three on screen. They're pulling away even further lap on lap by Phillipson, who's falling back into the clutches of Lewis Kirkcaldy. 3 laps to go at the end of this one in this Intermax final.
Yeah, and Max Abrahart using all of his experience of where he's been racing, particularly in 2026, but before that as well, and showing why he deserves to be out the front as well. But you bet Logan Rolfe will be wanting to dive down the inside, maybe now might leave it another lap. Let's see what happens into the bowl section. He's going to try and move around the outside, do a switchback up onto what will become the inside of the Litchfield Bridge, and it's as you were with Jensen Sale right on the back here as well. And Jensen might be having flashbacks once again of Warden, that he might just want to sit there pretty and take advantage because he knows these two were switching around, and that's exactly what Logan Rolfe has done on Max Abrahart. But Max Abrahart now trying to go back up round the outside. They've got to be so careful here that they don't let Jensen Sale take an opportunity in this Rotax Inter final. Logan Rolfe though retaining the position he just gained. So Logan Rolfe up into the lead ahead of Max Abrahart. Jensen Sale there sitting in P3. We've got a minute left on the clock plus 1 lap, so I think we're going to get 2 more laps in here in this Inter final. Does that play into the hands of Jensen Sale? How does that make Logan Rolfe feel? Is he going to relish the challenge coming across the start-finish line for the penultimate time? Max Abrahart hot on his heels as he has been all of this race, and they all have been close in this group of 3. Logan Rolfe goes defensive into the bowl section there. Max Abrahart tries to move round the outside, and he's gone up the inside there of what becomes on the Litchfield Bridge. Max Abrahart to the lead in this Inter Rotax final. This is amazing stuff.
Superb switch back there by Abrahart. Saw that Logan Rolfe had gone defensive, managed to park the car on the inside and made the move nicely on the way into the left-hander onto the bridge. Looks to his left, looks to his right. He's right behind you, I can assure you of that, as Logan Rolfe slots into the wheel tracks of Maximilian Abrahart. These two went at it in the final few laps of the second superheat. Jensen Sale in the mix as well. They'll come round to see the last lap board this time.
When is Jensen Sale possibly going to make a move? If he can, Max Abrahart now at the front of your picture for this final lap they're coming across. Who's going to take the crown here at PF International of one of the crown jewels of circuits across the UK? It looks like Jensen Sale is going to try it, hang it around the outside of Logan Rolfe. Is that going to stick onto the Litchfield Bridge? No, it's as you were. Max Abrahart coming off the crest and not using that much curb out wide to make sure he keeps on track towards race victory here at PF. Logan Rolfe has now got Jensen Sale a lot for company. Logan might be taking his eye off the ball a little bit of Max Abrahart in front. So much to think about in these final few stages of the race. Max Abrahart looks over his shoulder, sees that Logan Rolfe is right there with him into the third and final sector of the weekend. Is it going to be a dive down the inside? Is it going to stay as it is? We've got a final few corners to go. What's Logan Rolfe going to try here to turn the tide of this race? It doesn't look like he's got any answer to the defensive driving and supremacy of Max Abrahart, who's going to take victory here in the Inter-Rotax final. And I'm not sure if they actually realised that that was the checkered flag, because they kept on racing. No, there's no pumps in the air or cheers or anything, but we can assure you that was the final lap. The checkered flag was waving. Max Abrahart takes victory ahead of Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale with another impressively strong performance. And as we were saying in the previous class, Jensen Sale's up there in P3. You couldn't call it a bad weekend, but if he's not going to claim victory here, at least he's in the mix with the points.
Yeah, he's always going to be up there. The driver who finished third in the championship last year, Logan Rolfe, taking the title in this Intermax class, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure. There's a 5-second penalty coming in for Rio Panatiao on the final lap on the board there. But, as the field make their way round and back into Parc Ferme, Max Abrahart then with the race victory. From Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale, Alfie Phillipson, Lewis Cuccoldi and Hamish Gordon, Finley Rhodes, Evan Meller with Jay Birmingham and Sam Dixon completing your top 10 for a driver that in one of the super heats earlier had his fuel tank come loose and it was wobbling round. That's why he retired on the final lap. For him to bounce back with a really strong performance in the second of the two super heats with a P9 to round out the day with a 10th place for Dixon, who started that race in P18, is a great charge. Finley Rhodes as well, another driver who's charged through. He started P20, he finishes in P number 7. I think we had a shout out in the live chat for Finley Thompson as well, although I can't quite see who it was. I just remember it was a little bit earlier on that he's had a tough weekend.
Yeah,
and they want to give him a bit of a shout out.
Carly Mills.
That was it.
8750. Big number. Finley Thompson, yeah, number 138. Yeah, it's had a tough weekend, hasn't he? He's kept going. But we've seen his efforts of trying to be up there in the mix. And, of course, we wish Finley all the best for the next round of the Kart Championship. That is for sure. But a great showing out there all throughout the weekend. P18 on the road in the end, so it didn't finish, near the back. It's great progress to see Finley Thompson coming up through for the Ben Follen Motorsport team. As you can see, they're all coming into Parc Ferme then, down there, and hopefully some congratulations to be shared. Hopefully not the other kind of gestures that you might want to not see, particularly in a very heated grids down there, but not just with the sun, because it's adrenaline fueled. Lots been happening in our Rotax Inter class there. But you can see our marshals just out on track there, making sure everything's clear and ready to go for our next race. And let's get on to that next class now. They come thick and fast.
So Micromax and Mighty Cadet are split now for the finals. It will just be Micromax on their own. We'll then follow up with Mighty Cadet with Senior Rotax, and then we go to our classes that had repachages earlier, because we've got to give them sufficient time to prepare their karts for their final. So that'll be Junior Max and Honda Cadet. So Micromax then is final number 5 here today. We'll get them up on screen. We're able to put all the focus on the micros without having to bounce between micros and Mighty, which will be a lot easier for ourselves in the commentary box, and we'll give each of our 2 classes a little bit more of a scrutiny and give them an opportunity for some camera time. Arthur Rhodes should be on the pole position for this final. We'll wait for the grid on the screen, but I think it'll be Arthur Rhodes and Sebastian Crawford on the front row, and then Jensen Darlow and Freddie Baker row 2. We'll confirm that when they leave the dummy grid in a few moments' time. We just await the green flag on the overhead gantry as we see Jensen Drummond in the number 12 and the very wavy Sebastian Talbot.
And we're also seeing lots of other drivers waving to us there. 67 of Milo Taylor you saw. There's the 82 of Arthur Rhodes as well. And we get out, our cameraman gets out the way of the grid there because he was told, yeah, they're going out now. So if you want to be run over, please don't. Get in the way of things. Here we go then for our grid for Micromax final. Arthur Rhodes, Sebastian Crawford is on your front row. Jensen Darlow, look where he is on the second row of the grid, hopefully looking to make amends and really keep building that momentum here at the PF International towards the end of this race. Freddie Baker, Milo Taylor, Zach Andrew is P6 with Sebastian Talbot, Will Hudson, Jensen Drummond and Theo Jepson, Max Armit and Benjamin Finley rounding off your 12th there. Anthony Ray, Munro Wilcox, Lonnie Eden, Ethan Bainbridge, Seth State Mackey, and Rio Pocock is down in P18.
Field making their way round, and they need to start backing it up here for Arthur Rhodes. They've gone out at a fair rate of knots and trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible, but they're going to need to start backing it up now as they head up towards the right-hander of Bobby Game Corner and into the Mike Wilson complex, named after the 6-time World Drivers' Champion in karting. The most decorated driver in karting history gets a complex named after him as they make their way up towards the final few corners here at PF.
So important to say as well, this race is 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So plenty of time for lots of action for our Micro Max class. They're in the tram lines. Is our race director happy? We're going to go racing. Yes, we look like we're underway. And coming through the corner first, Sebastian Crawford got a bit ducked out there, starting on the front row of the grid, and looks like it's all been changed there as we come through the bowl and through this section particularly. Looks like Arthur Rhodes has held on to his pole position. Sebastian Crawford has dropped down from second on the grid as they come through now. That is the 26 of Jensen Darlow up into P2. So Jensen, great start from making up a place there on that side of the grid. So coming through these first couple of hairpins, couple of position changes, and all evening out as we get through the first parts of this lap. And a spinner there in the background. Not quite sure who that was coming off of the hairpin there.
Anthony Ray, I think, in the 64 machine, in the Lando Norris kart colours.
So not good progress for Anthony Ray. Won't we want to see that again, but getting underway and plenty of time, fortunately, in a race like this to maybe try and catch on to the back of the field, and races and skirmishes going on there. You can see the penultimate run of the grid coming through, and Jensen Darlow is having a look up the inside of Arthur Rhodes then into the bowl. We've got this front 5, I would say, almost emerging now. Not really a breakaway from the front group yet, so still all to play for in this early stages of the race. And Jensen Darlow will like that very much, and so will Sebastian Crawford. They're trying to go up all on the inside. Sebastian Crawford goes for 2 in 1, and that's exactly what he does. But then Freddie Baker also comes through and does a triple overtake. Incredible scenes out of that hairpin there, and takes the lead here for this Micro Max final.
Sebastian Crawford down the inside created the gap as he squeezed Jensen Darlow out onto the outside as Freddie Baker moves through, then taking full advantage from 4th up into the first place for Baker from Crawford. Darlow, then it's Arthur Rhodes who started the lap at the front, drops down into P4, was left high and wide on the outside. Sebastian Talbot just in the background with Will Hatton as well in the Carlos Sainz kart colours in that number 31. Zach Andrew, Milo Taylor, Theo Jepson, Jensen Drummond complete your top 10 with Max Armitt, but he's picked up a 3-second penalty. He was racing down the middle of the tram lines, had 2 wheels out when he made his way up at the start.
So that's not going to help his chances. I thought there was a little bit of a dive, tried to be down the inside there from Arthur Rhodes. So it looks like Jensen Darlow now has dropped right down. He has dropped down to P4 from 3rd place. So he has gone off the podium for now, and you've got Freddie Baker leading, although he gets out very wide, and he's allowed Sebastian Crawford in because he had a bit of a tank slapper coming out the first hairpin. So now Sebastian Crawford assumes the race lead, and now all going defensive is Arthur Rhodes to fend off that P2 spot that he's just coveted in this last lap ahead of Jensen Darlow. So coming through now on this lap, you'll see a change of the lead confirmed with Sebastian Crawford leading the way with 8.5 minutes to go then in our sort of superheat time territory. It's almost like it's back to square one, but for Sebastian Crawford, I feel like he's gone forward quite a few squares in this stage of the race. Sebastian Crawford and then Freddie Baker, followed by Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow then coming off the Litchfield Bridge.
Bit of a gap back then to Sebastian Talbot, Will Hatton, Zach Andrew with the fastest lap of the races. In the background, that's Will Hatton down the inside for 5th place. Jensen Darlow is going to try and move his way back up into P3. That move is a success at hairpin number 2, and he slots in without losing himself, nor Arthur Rhodes much time either. They slot back in, albeit in a different order, to 3rd and 4th place. At the front, Crawford's got a bit of a gap that was very similar to what it was at the start of the lap, but needs to be to keep pushing here, because Freddie Baker, we know he's dangerous, but doesn't seem to have a huge amount of pace at this point in the race. Is that kart set up with slightly lower tyre pressures for a little bit further on in this race?
Yeah, Arthur Rhodes also one to keep an eye on in this one, and down in P4 at the moment, but is a British kart champion in terms of the 3rd place in the British Kart Championship in the Mighty Bambinos last year in 2025. So on the podium of that championship, looking to make a little bit more of that as we get into this stage of the race. And you can see that Arthur Rhodes was trying to get onto the podium ahead of Jensen Darlow, but it didn't quite come good just yet, with 7 minutes and a lap on the clock here around this PF International Circuit. Sebastian Crawford looks like he's got a little tiny bit of a buffer to play with there, with Freddie Baker on the back to keep him honest, with Jensen Darlow also wanting to be in the mix as well, the PFI driver in 2025.
6.5 minutes on the clock, almost towards half race distance. It certainly will be next time round, with the 1 lap added as well at the end. Crawford, who had a gap out towards 0.3 of a second, that's a little bit closer now, 10.5. Back to Freddie Baker, Jensen Darlow in that 3rd place, is right on in the wheel tracks. They are nose to tail. Darlow thought about it down the inside of Freddie Baker. That looked like Sebastian Crawford going very, very wide in the middle of the bowl. He's slotted back in and remains in the lead of this race. Top 4 still breaking away. Hatton, who moved up into that 5th 2 laps ago, hasn't been able to close in, and was nearly 0.4 of a second slower than this train of 4 in front, because they're not really battling. They've had half moves and little looks, but it's not costing them a lot of time.
Yeah, Sebastian Crawford and I feel like Freddie Baker, this front 4, Jensen and Arthur Rhodes, kind of got a little bit of a gentleman's agreement going on here in terms of the racing, where they just want to use this opportunity to keep building the gap to the group behind them, not allow Will Hatton, Sebastian Talbot and Zach Andrew in down towards P7, and Milo Taylor in 8th place right now. And it's looking like it's working out pretty well for them so far, although Sebastian Crawford's just gapped Jensen Darlow a little bit, because Jensen Darlow has also put a stop to the charge of Freddie Baker and Arthur Rhodes, because Jensen Darlow's up into P2, has now got them hot on his heels though in P3 and P4 behind, with Freddie Baker and Arthur Rhodes hot on the tail. Jensen Darlow looks like he went a bit wide in the bowl section. That's allowed those drivers to come back into the mix once again. Our 82 getting very out of shape there, with Jensen Darlow. Arthur Rhodes up into P3, Freddie Baker in P2, chasing after Sebastian Crawford, who's our fastest lap of the race so far.
Darlow squeezed on the outside into a gap that was probably always going to close. No harm done really for either of them, and a complete racing incident. But all of this just plays into the hands of Sebastian Crawford out at the front as they continue to battle. He started to pull the gap out a little further. 0.4 of a second on the previous lap, will be 6 or 7 tenths this time round, I imagine, as he'll get on the power earlier out of that final corner, and that gap will elongate once again. It was 0.4. Keep an eye on the top left corner, out to 6. Freddie Baker up into 2nd place. Arthur Rhodes, Jensen Darlow changes further down the order. See Zach Andrew up into 6th, with Taylor in 7th. What have we got?
That was Arthur Rhodes going for a move up the inside of Freddie Baker, but it looks like Freddie Baker retained that 2nd place. We'll see and confirm that as they come out onto the bridge. They want to work together. Yes, Freddie Baker did look like he wanted to work together there for a short time, but Arthur Rhodes goes up the inside of him, so does Jensen Darlow, and there is no teamwork going on here at the moment, as much as some of the drivers might like it.
The only team this is benefiting is the individual team of Sebastian Crawford out at the front.
Yes, of course, our Origin Motorsport runner with Sebastian Crawford, the fastest lap, almost by 1.5 tenths over Freddie Baker, and Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Darlow down towards P4 now, was running in P2, so looking to build his way back up. Jensen Darlow knows this track very, very well, and we use all of his experience to try and find his way up to the front of the pack. The gap now with Sebastian Crawford is gone down by a tenth on this lap almost from Arthur Rhodes, who clinches the fastest lap from Sebastian Crawford, gains a tenth of a second on him in terms of finding some pace around this PF International circuit. Sebastian Crawford come off the bridge then, and we see in the background Arthur Rhodes joined by Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow. They've broken away from the group behind now, almost a 3.5 second gap between Jensen Darlow and Zach Andrew, Will Hatton and Zach Andrew further back. So this is a 4-horse race now for our Micromax finalists here in the Cadet Kart Championship, part of the Kart Championship across the UK. Across our 6 rounds this year in 2026. We've got 2.5 minutes or so of this round here in Lincolnshire, plus the 1 extra lap to see how it will all unfold. But Sebastian Crawford looking fairly comfortable up there, but letting Arthur Rhodes in for a little bit of time there through that Mike Wilson complex.
2 minutes and 12 on the clock. Drivers lapping in the 104s. They should get round. I think we're going to get 4 laps in this. Look how close it's got at the front as we're going to have a change for the lead. Arthur Rhodes goes down the inside of Sebastian Crawford into the bowl and holds on as they head up and over the bridge. They've got a gap back then to Freddie Baker, who's up into that 3rd place, having got back past Jensen Darlow. He's fallen down into 4th place. Arthur Rhodes, though, clearly confident that he got the pace, because when Baker asked him to work together earlier, he went straight down the inside, and he's confirmed that with that move up into the lead now. Then Rhodes leading from Crawford, Baker, Darlow. Then all round goes Will Hatton. He spun himself at hairpin 2, and then there was contact after that from Zach Andrew. Whether there was contact on the way in, but certainly on the way out when they come back into shot, round went Will Hatton in the second half of the corner, and there was further contact as they came back together as they tried to rejoin.
So all of that action going on there and spinning in the back will only help bolster the efforts and the charge out at front. But look, there's been a change for the lead whilst we've been keeping on that, because Arthur Rhodes is now in front of Sebastian Crawford, but it looks like Sebastian Crawford wants to retake P1 off of Arthur Rhodes. Let's see how they found themselves over the bridge. Sebastian Crawford back to the race lead, coming off of Litchfield Bridge. Jensen Darlow now in P2, with Arthur Rhodes back down to P3, and a challenge from a teammate, Freddie Baker rather, in P3, and Arthur Rhodes down to P4 even. But now, as I said, that takes P3 back from his teammate. So Jensen Darlow back up into P2 now, with Sebastian Crawford to chase down right in front of him.
Rhodes then back up into that 3rd place, gets past Baker at hairpin number 1, and they just need a bit of a reset here. They're going to cross the line, I think, with just enough time for 2 more laps, that they can have a little bit of a reset, a bit of a think, because they may only get 1 more opportunity to, in Darlow's case, go for the lead. In the other's case, to maybe keep hold of or take a podium position. They will cross the timing line now. It's going to be very, very tight. 1 second on the clock as Jensen Darlow pops out of the slipstream, and for the first time in this race, Darlow leads.
Darlow is our race leader then, having sat patiently in between 3rd and 4th, and toing and froing between 2nd, and Sebastian Crawford dropping down the order now as well. Maybe the bit of drop of confidence with Jensen Darlow going past him. That is Arthur Rhodes in P2, with Sebastian Crawford at P3, and Freddie Baker though wants to make amends. And Sebastian Crawford's off the road. He's had a downward spiral since leading this race, since Jensen Darlow took the lead. And Sebastian Crawford now down in P4, so now Jensen Darlow has got to be the one to control the pace here and see in this penultimate lap. We did get that final few seconds on the clock, so it means that Jensen Darlow will have to do it all over again to hold off the charge of Arthur Rhodes and Freddie Baker behind them. And can Sebastian Crawford get onto the back of this pack as we go across the start-finish line for the final time?
Jensen Darlow will lead us on to the final lap here under pressure from Arthur Rhodes. They've got a gap back to Freddie Baker, but he's still within touching distance should anything happen to this leading duo. Into the bowl and heading up towards and over the Litchfield Bridge for what will be the final time before the checkered flag flies out onto the first of these 3 intermediate straights between the 2 hairpins that link up before the Fullerton S's, and Darlow is tight onto the inside. Arthur Rhodes is going to be on the outside. This could give him the perfect switchback opportunity as they run up towards the Fullerton S's, and they are side by side up towards the Fullerton S's. Through goes Rhodes into the S's, and then they're going to head down. He moves to the inside, up towards Bobby Game Corner, holding it tight. Darlow's going to try the switch back into the Mike Wilson complex. Rhodes goes wide, opens the door, closes it firmly on Jensen Darlow. And as they head up towards the final corner, Baker's in the mix as well to see if he can get a good run out of the final corner. Arthur Rhodes celebrates early, celebrates rightfully, and Arthur Rhodes goes to the top step of the podium from Jensen Darlow and Freddie Baker. That's your top three from Sebastian Crawford, the long-time race leader, Milo Taylor in P5, Zach Andrew, Theo Jepson, Jensen Drummond, Sebastian Talbot, and Benjamin Finley complete your top 10.
Goodness me. I mean, that all changed in a complete instant because, I mean, you had Jensen Darlow leading out of the front there and looking like he was going to take the race victory. You had Sebastian Crawford as well, who's in the race lead, dropping down. Unfortunately, and they'd had a bit of a downward spiral when Jensen Darlow went for the move on him over Litchfield Bridge. So a Micromax winner. Congratulations to Arthur Rhodes for the RCE team, joined on the podium by his teammate Freddie Baker. Also for RCE, Origin Motorsport down for Sebastian Crawford in P4. Your top 5 rounded off by Milo Taylor for Ben Folland Motorsport. And we've got some great support from Arthur Rhodes on the live chat on our live stream on the Alpha Live YouTube channel from Lindsay Rhodes. I can only imagine that might be Arthur's mum, maybe, or someone in the family. Incredible result, Arthur. Also from Ruben Gardner as well, laying some claim and credit on his name, because that was an impressive race victory dealing with all of the elements there.
Certainly was. All of that top 4. We put on a superb performance in Micromax. We stay with the same age range. We changed the power unit away from petrol to electric. It's time for our final in Mighty Cadet.
And we will head to that now because we're on to our Mighty Cadets. Yeah, of course, our all-electric karts, which in terms of power delivery, David, have a completely different, well, dynamic, of course, to our petrol-powered karts, and it's either all there or nothing. So it makes even the kart control more of a skill, particularly in these earlier classes in their career. And I guess at the moment, the way that this is, or the pyramid of karting is set up, that's the whole point.
What it does as well is that the driver can't really blame the equipment.
Yes.
They can't go through and say, oh, you know, I've got a problem with this or a problem with that. It's like, look, it's either on or it's off. And as I'll say many, many times, and none of the drivers want to hear this, but 90% of the problems is the squidgy bit in the middle. Yeah. It's the driver, it's the steering wheel attendant. They'll blame the kart, they'll blame the engine, they'll blame the tyres. 90% of the time, it's a squidgy bit in the middle.
Not the 4 squidgy bits around the outside of them.
No,
okay,
just the steering wheel attendant.
Just to want to make that clear. You can see in the dummy grid, just to the very right of your picture, we can see them getting ready on that part of our circuit there before they make their way out for the Mighty Finals. A good opportunity to say thank you to our sponsors of the Kart Championship, the KKC karting components, coming on board and really supporting us do what we're doing up and down the UK, as well as Victory Shine as well, and Race Cloud AI and On Track Marketing supporting us throughout the whole of 2026. And of course, the coverage brought to you by Alpha Live. Alpha Live loves its motorsport. We cover many things across the globe, and of course covering all things karting here for the Kart Championship right throughout 2026. So we are here right now at PF International. Previously we were at Warden Law, and we can see then if our Mighty Cadets have progressed any more in terms of their racecraft for the finals, as we then get onto our grid for our final of Mighty Cadets. Heath Smith is going to lead us away on row 1. Ansel Murray is leading us on P2. Harry Stinson down in P3. Logan Jackson, Elliot Hitch and Arthur Thompson. Henry Hales, Jax Wong is on row 4. Row 5 is taken up by Freddie Dye, Junior Wright, and row 6 of Jacob Amos with his dad Ronnie here, mechanicking, and has raced himself a little bit around Brands Hatch and those kind of circuits, and passing the baton on to his son Jacob down towards that part of the grid, and down towards row 7, Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis as well. Frank Pearson also involved with P12. So we're here at PF International. We'll be going off to Whilton Mill for the next round, but plenty of racing still to go before we even look ahead to the rest of what is going to be happening in this Kart Championship. Here they come round then for our mighty cadets, coming up to the line, and it will be a rolling start to get them all in position and ready to go. You can see our pole sitter of Heath Smith and Ansel Murray in the RCE, looking to hopefully put the efforts of his team into good fortune. They come through the tram lines and we are racing. It is good, and up towards the turn, Heath Smith retains P1 and has to go a bit defensive as Ansel Murray to hold on to P2 from the charge of Harry Stinson on the right hand side. But it is a 1-2-3 as you were up through the bowl section and through off the Litchfield Bridge. Has gone a bit wide though, has Heath Smith, and has let Ansel Murray in on the act, as well as Harry Stinson as well. Can they go up the inside? Is there any space also for our Elliot Hitch or Logan Jackson to go
Jackson in the
inside?
1-1-2 makes his way through, does Logan Jackson. So Smith drops down into 4th place. Elliot Hitch in P5 in the 147, actually, just behind Arthur Thompson up into 5th place. I think Elliot Hitch could well be down in 7th. I think he might have Henry Hales between them. He's the driver with the blue and red liveried Nassau panel at the front. To Murray and Stinson. Stinson and Murray.
Again.
The double act at the front of this one. But in which order? Is it going to be Ant and Deck, or is it going to be Deck and Ant?
Starsky and Hutch as well. Should we do that as a duo,
well,
maybe?
It certainly could be. It could be. But it's going to be who is going to have their name at the front in 8.5 minutes and 1 lap's time. At the moment, it's Ansel Murray being pushed along by Harry Stinson. Gap back then to Logan Jackson in that 3rd place as Harry Smith gets a good run off the bridge, and enough that he's going to go down the inside. Further down the order, that's a double overtake there by the 111 of Junior Wright, who's making some moves going forward. I think that puts him up into 6th place. It does, behind Henry Hales.
Yep, up into 6th place then. An impressive move there. Also for the RCE team. And Ansel Murray then leading off here with Harry Stinson at the front. And these two build such an amazing gap from the start of this race. They did so at Warden Law too. And it looks like they're going to do the same here at PF International, just a couple of 100 miles down the UK. It looks like Ansel Murray has also taken the fastest lap of that one as well, 2 tenths or so quicker than Harry Stinson behind him. They come through this part of the track for the very first time, second time even, up the bowl section through Litchfield and across the bridge, and will be looking to try and settle down into this race somewhat. I mean, look at the gap they've built there, almost 2.5 or so more seconds ahead of the group behind. Heath Smith, Henry Hales, Junior Wright, and that's a dive down the inside there. That was, I believe, Freddie Dye going on Arthur Thompson, but it looks like Arthur Thompson came back between 8th and 9th places.
Henry Hales in this 4th place has made his way through from a starting position of 7th. Junior Wright with that double overtake earlier on moves 10th up into 5th place now, and they'll both have aspirations of finishing inside the top 3. Looks like the top 2 positions are set in stone, as long as these two don't come into any harm.
Don't jinx it yet.
Certainly won't. Heath Smith in that 3rd place. Both of them have a quick look out back over their shoulder and see what's coming in just behind, but it is a bit decent-sized train now with Hitch, Wright, Logan Jackson as well, who's been shuffled back, was in 3rd place earlier on, will come off the bridge in 7th place. A bit of a gap back then to Thompson, Dye and Jax Wong.
You saw that we had a move from junior right up 3 places, but he is under investigation by the stewards at the moment. So that could be something that was happening in those moves there, hence why he went up a few places. But we'll see how that develops from the steward side of things. Well, we carry on though with the racing action on track. You see those two out in front, and Heath Smith then holding off Henry Hales in P3, P4 and down towards P5 with Elliot Hitch right now, and in this group of karts looking to see if they can be what is the best of the rest at the moment, behind Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray out front. Harry Stinson with the fastest lap of the race by about half a tenth or so, so not much in it between those two. Yeah, they're coming across the start finish line now. Heath Smith is also leading this group across the line. You can see a change of position further down with Jack Swong ahead of Freddie Dye.
That's a spin. Logan Jackson goes down the inside. I think it's Arthur Thompson who could well be off for Elliot Hitch. It's one of the two of them. I think it could be Elliot Hitch in the 167. You just heard the tyres squeal. The kart rotated. He did manage to get it stopped before the barrier on the outside as they made their way under the bridge. But this what was a battle with 5 for this third place as Henry Hales makes the move now down the inside of Heath Smith. They'll run up and they'll still be side by side up towards the second hairpin. Smith is back through, and that's going to allow Junior Wright to through. And Henry Hales drops a wheel off the track, nearly tips himself into a spin, does really well to hold on.
That was an incredible save. That was save of the weekend so far from what we've seen of racing action at the moment. So here you go then, our two protagonists out front, Harry Stinson, Ansel Murray. This is how it came to blows at the end of Warden Law, David. It was a photo finish between the two of them. Ansel Murray tried to go up the inside of Harry Stinson with not too much to choose between them, less than a tenth of a second. Will it be this close at the end of our PF International race here? You can see our two front runners coming across the bridge miles ahead of P3 and 4. There's almost a 3.5 second gap between our front two runners and third place of Heath Smith, who's done well to hold on to P3 throughout the skirmishes of the last couple of laps that David was talking about. Ansel Murray though looks very comfortable at the moment. Harry Stinson is probably been told that, you know, you're going to have this situation a lot this season. If you find yourself in P2, you just got to keep calm and make sure you're in the fight towards the end of the race to make sure you can capitalise on any mistakes that one of them might make. Drop a wheel in the gravel or into the grass on the left-hand side, or outbrake themselves going up into the bowl, spin up the rear tyres a little bit too quickly, more than they thought. So it's all going to be keeping cool heads going through onto the start-finish line again, with an acre of space between them and the pack behind them, with 3.5 minutes or so on the clock plus 1 lap to go.
Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson off into the distance. Smith, Wright, Jackson, Hales, who managed to hold on to that car earlier on, has managed to salvage something. He's still in the mix for a podium in P6, but he's got work to do. Thompson, Dye, Jax, Wong are your next three. There they are on the screen. Before we've got to gap back then to Pearson, Amos, Bath, Elliot Hitch, who had that spin under the bridge earlier on in the 167, and Hadley Jarvis in the 122. And now, already, with 3 minutes to go, we've got Ansel Murray going defensive on Harry Stinson. They're side by side as they run up towards the Bruno Ferrari chicane, and the Fullerton Esses, and through goes Harry Stinson into the lead.
Yeah, and Harry Stinson not wanting to leave it this long at this time here at PF International, wanting to make a statement of intent ahead of Ansel Murray. But Ansel Murray is not going to let this rest. He's got 2.5 minutes or so to change the course of this race, plus the extra lap we have towards the end. They come across the start-finish line, and I would say that gap has reduced somewhat because of the squabbles and the battle they were having previously, but they still got plenty of gap to play with. They don't want to be doing that too many times, though, because Heath Smith will then be in on the charge with a junior right behind. You can also see Logan Jackson under investigation from the stewards, who holds the fastest lap of the race at the moment with a 1:4.86, which is around about just under a tenth quicker than our race leader Harry Stinson.
Heath Smith was 1.3 seconds faster than Stinson and Murray on that previous lap because of the Stinson and Murray battle for the lead. Murray went defensive. There was 2:55 on the clock when he came off the bridge and went down the inside line, and that allowed Harry Stinson to take the wider line, double switch back, made the move coming out of hairpin number 2 that put himself up into the lead positions now. All change at the front. Can Stinson hold on? Still plenty of time, lapping in the 106 as they'll cross the timing line with around about 1:15 on the clock. So still going to have 3 laps to go for Ansel Murray to try and find a way back past Harry Stinson. Gap was 2.3 seconds. It's pretty much the same back to Smith, Wright, Jackson and Hales.
But Heath Smith will be all too aware that he's got to be very careful to be in the fight and have the opportunity to see if our front 2 runners do get into a bit of a battle towards the end. They're coming off the Lichfield Bridge now, going down towards the first hairpin, and Ansel Murray just using the front or the rear bumper and his front bumper of his car to just do a bit of extra braking without, of course, getting that nose cone popping out, to just let Harry know that he's still there and coming into this part of the circuit. 30 or seconds or so on the clock. They might get another 2 laps in. I reckon they will get 2 laps in before they get round, so plenty of time on the clock. But Heath Smith building up a bit of a gap now in P3 to give himself a bit of a buffer back to Junior Wright. Oh, and who's that off? There's a spinner, a 175 of Frank Pearson, a privateer driver who was down in P10. Unfortunately, he's going to drop down a little bit more now, though. And what's this at the front? Very close between Stinson and
Murray. They were side by side. Murray's held on.
Yeah, Murray did a great job. Oh no, I think Harry Stinson is in front.
Oh yes,
yeah,
sorry,
no,
yeah.
That's
Stinson
right, yeah.
held on.
Harry Stinson held on to that, but Ansel Murray nearly changed the course of things there. So we're on our penultimate lap here, coming down into hairpin 1, and Harry Stinson's got a little bit of a gap in terms of how it's been in the last parts of this race. A little bit of space to play with. But Ansel Murray, you bet, will eat up that gap down towards the second hairpin there. And Heath Smith coming through that hairpin and following on to our runners further back down towards this part of the grid. Freddie Dye on your screen there with Jax Wong batting out for 7th and 8th. These 2 on your screen right now, whilst the front 2 run away with it and see if Stinson or Murray are going to capitalise on what has been a fantastically controlled race so far. And on your screen there, that's Heath Smith, your front group of this 3. That looked like a nice move up the inside there from Henry Hales onto Logan Jackson. No, Logan Jackson staying ahead of Henry Hales then. So we're on to our final lap between Murray and Stinson. Our top 2 at the moment. How is it going to finish with a 10th and a half's gap between Murray and Stinson right now? They come off the Lichfield Bridge. You've got Harry Stinson composed going down into hairpin 1, not needing to defend on the inside line, has enough of a gap ahead of Ansel Murray. But has Ansel Murray got anything in the locker? Harry Stinson going incredibly defensive, and Murray looks like he's going to go up the side and go up onto the side of the car, and Ansel Murray collects himself on the side of Harry Stinson, and that's his race over. Is it if he can get that kart going again? It looks like Stinson has still got a good reliability left in his car. Looks like he's going to come across the line to take victory on the road, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking at what happened there between Murray and Stinson coming out of that hairpin. But Harry Stinson is going to take victory again across the finish line for the second round at PF International of the Kart Championship. Heath Smith a lot closer by the end. Logan Jackson also going up to P3 there. Nice move towards the end. Henry Hales and Junior Wright and Jax Wong and Freddie Dye down towards P7. Arthur Thompson picks up your 8th place, and you can see Ansel Murray there coming across the line in what is now P10. Well, I mean, what do we make of that? It was a coming together, you could say, from this side of things, but it's not our job to say what happened there. It was close racing, they came together. We'll see what happens after this race. But our provisional result is that Harry Stinson has taken victory here in your mighty cadet final.
Stinson with victory from Smith and Jackson, then your top 3 as they make their way back into the Parc Fermé. Long-time leader and battler at the front, Ansel Murray, on the final lap, up and onto the back of Logan Jackson, of Harry Stinson. And the cart's just being rolled onto the to the weigh scale. Confirmation earlier on as well that we saw some drama down on that weigh scale earlier on with Aaron Berridge. Confirmation that he was indeed underweight. He's been removed from the Junior Primo standings. Liam Dooling will inherit the victory in Junior Primo.
Wow. And yeah, it didn't look like a good look from the officials in this weighscale section earlier on. So, shame to hear about that from Aaron Berridge. But congratulations to Liam Dooling then, hearing of that success. That's your 112 on screen right there. Have I read that completely? No, it is Logan Jackson, yes, in P3 coming in on the podium. So, great performance from Logan in the end to get ahead of Henry Hales. Junior Wright's progress sort of stopped a little bit in towards that race. P5 settling for that in the end. Henry Hales with the fastest lap, almost 0.2 of a second quicker, more than 0.2 of a second quicker than our race leader of Harry Stinson. All right, we'll go from our mighty cadet final on to the next one.
Senior Rotax then is the next one up before we move to our two classes that had repachages earlier in Junior Rotax and Honda Cadet to round out round number 2 here of the Kart Championship from Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Lincolnshire. So seniors has been hard fought throughout the day. We've had stories of luck, we've had stories of bad luck throughout some of the race weekend. We'll get the grid up on the screen ever so shortly when they make their way out. It's been really, the story's been Crowther or Moulton at the front for Coles Racing, but with this final now, rather than it, they are in effectively points order for absolutely everything now. So this is what's been the amalgamation of the hard work throughout 2 days of racing. Heats on Saturday along with the qualifying session, super heats this morning and ready for this afternoon's final. Moulton and Crowther on the front row for Coles Racing. Then it's the next kart all second row with Bishop and Sumner. Can they break away from the rest of the field early doors and go with the leading duo? The leading duo throughout the first set super heat, they worked together, disappeared.
Yeah.
The second super heat, scrapped throughout.
Didn't quite work.
Completely different in the second super heat for our two Coles Racing front runners. And then they've moved away through the rest of the day. So that's Connor Tubby in the number 80. He starts on the right-hand side of the grid, so he'll be in P13. I think Willie, with James Kell just behind. That's Melissa Adrian on the right-hand side as well, in the number 48 machine. And start making our way forward. Lewis Holt in the 20. Should be Jaden Sherwood next on that right-hand side in the 46. Benjamin Lee in front, who's made up places on the opening few laps of every one of the races so far this morning, but then has fallen backwards a little bit throughout the race and hasn't quite had the race pace in the second half of the race, but certainly has good pace at the start. There is Joshua Smith, who's been very, very quick at times, including some superb overtakes, particularly round the outside for Joshua Smith.
Oh, that was a great overtake. One of the best of the weekend. And Riley Bishop there, you can see, and then Noah Moulton on pole position on this side. So leads us away with Harrison Crowther in this Senior Rotax final. Make sure you keep your comments coming in. Good luck to James Kell, says Hayley Leslie in this one. James Kell going off of 15th place. He's shown, James Kell, that he has the pace out there to be up at the front, but had some bad luck, some bad fortune, not just only on the track but off track as well, hoping that those can turn the tide, and we'll see how James could get on in this race particularly as well. Looking forward to seeing the ex-kart runners as well of Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop, and Benjamin Lee, as you said, has been up there in the midst as well. Good at the start of a race and got a bit caught up in some of the action along the way too. Drew Preisner as well, unfortunate in the last super heat we had, was making some great progress. I think he got up to sort of P5 or P6 from his efforts, but had to retire because of a mechanical issue last time out. So hopefully it's going to be a good race for Drew Preisner. I'm starting off of P12 in a second. So we're just waiting to get things underway here around PF International. It's around about 3:45 if you're watching this live right now, and we are getting ready and anticipating for our next race, which is the third from last today. After Senior Rotax, we'll have Junior Rotax, we'll have Honda Cadet, but right now it is Senior Rotax, and let's see and confirm to you then how our grid is looking like it's lining up for this very prestigious round 2 of the Kart Championship. So confirming there, Hugh Moulton starts on the front row and on pole position. Harrison Crowther, Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner and Joshua Smith with some great efforts in the superheats to be up there in the mix. Will be looking to do the same with Ross Tyler down to P6. Benjamin Lee, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Jaden Sherwood, Jamie Kirkbride rounds off your top 10 with Lewis Holt and Drew Preisner down in P12. Connor Tubby, Kai Newman, James Kell from row 8 and Oliver Lomax, Melissa Adrian and Max Sheldon Hayward down in P18. George Cole, Zach Kane, Jack even, McGillicuddy, Scott McDowell, Rory Hinkley up to P23, making some progress up through the sessions, and Willow McIver down in P24. Eddie King, Sam Kelbrick, Cassidy Southall, Christopher Hughes, Thomas Ambler and Joseph Yore down in P30, with Dylan Tracy rounding off this senior Rotax final grid then. How are we going to see all of this coming together in 12 minutes time plus 1 lap for our senior Rotax runners?
Needs to get this backed up a little bit. 2 leaders trying to get as much heat in them tyres as possible to give them some grip heading into the Bruno Ferrari chicane on lap number 1. They are backed up nicely and into tram lines.
Do you think we're going to see the same teamwork, or is it going to be something completely different?
Well, we're about to find out. We're not about to find out. False start.
False start again. Was the field too spread there, do we think? Getting together?
Yeah, maybe power down a little bit too early. They look nicely positioned coming out of the final corner, but we saw it earlier on. If they power down too early, the tail end of the field is just coming around way too quickly. So again, I think that was the right call. They did just get the power down a little bit too early, a little bit too anxious to get this race underway. But occasionally, and I'm not saying that was an occasion on this occasion, but sometimes if you do go early, if you want to get a little bit more heat in your tyres, bearing in mind that the sun isn't out now as it was 2 hours ago when they were last on track, what's the best way to get some extra heat in your tyres? Have an extra lap rolling round. So
you're not suggesting anything, are you?
No.
No, of course not.
No.
Yeah, if we've got a slight second to talk about our front runners, I've asked you about Hugh and Harrison. How do you see it playing out?
Superheat 1 worked out better for them than Superheat 2 by working together and pulling away early doors. The problem is that you both need to be compliant, and normally you need to have had a conversation about that in the awning or in the dummy grid before you come out. So be interested. I think the smart move is to work together, go off at the front, decide which of you is going to win in the final 2 laps, but they're racing drivers, and when you put the helmet on their head and put the visor down, they are alluring to themselves.
So here we go then, through the tram lines. Are we going to be going racing? Our race director, Dan Ashton, likes the look of that. We are racing. We're 2 Coles Racing up into the first chicane. And it looks like to me that the Coles Racing guys have got through there cleanly, followed by the X-Kart driver. One of our X-Kart drivers has fallen behind, I think, to Ross Tyler, or one of them runners down in P5. So they come off the Litchfield Bridge here, and it looks like that Hugh Moulton is out in the lead and retained the lead ahead of Harrison Crowther for 2nd place.
Third, it's Lewis Sumner then in 3rd place, with Tyler up into 4th place, Bishop down into P5, Joshua Smith running in P6 as Bishop tries to come down the inside of Ross Tyler, gets the move done nicely into the Fullerton S's and moves himself up into 4th place.
Impressive move there, taking the opportunity whilst the field is still bunched together. It gives you the greatest chance of picking up some positions on this lap and coming through. They come through so fast through that final chicane here. Great shot here from our Alpha Live crew, showing you the true speed of these senior Rotax machines coming across the start-finish line then. And we've had a change position. James Kell further down, up from P16 to P14. A great start from James in this first lap as well, looking to make some more headway with these Coles runners out front and the X-Kart team, 2 teammates getting ahead. But it looks like Harrison Crowther, talking about if there's been a conversation with before they come out their awnings, maybe there hasn't been, because Harrison Crowther has gone to the front of the grid, and Hugh Moulton are getting tagged together, and that's not what they want to do, because then they let in the X-Kart drivers of Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop behind.
Sumner leads.
To the lead goes Lewis Sumner then. So that is what happens when teamwork is not being applied.
Bishop's down the inside as well, and Moulton's getting shuffled back here into 4th place. Crowther in second, so it's good. X-Kart Coles in 1 down into 4, Joshua Smith. Then it's going to be Ross Tyler. And to answer the question of have they had a chat, they're not even talking.
They're definitely not talking now. And telepathically, they're not close enough to each other to even give hand signals right now, because they're split by the X-Kart team, and that will be very happy indeed down in the X-Kart awning and in the head of Lewis Sumner right now, who has got 9 minutes and 40 seconds to hold off this lead. You'd think,
Crowther,
but what
right
a
on the
move!
outside.
Incredible move from Harrison Crowther, late on the brakes, and that is how you do it here at PF International into the first hairpin. Although it looked impressive, he's going to hold on to the lead. Yes, he is. So Harrison Crowther ahead of Lewis Sumner. Is still Coles Racing and X-Kart, but it's now Coles Racing ahead of X-Kart from the previous lap.
Ross Tyler will drop down all the way down the order. He was off at hairpin number 1. There's an issue as well for Dylan Tracy. He's punching the steering wheel, and I think the 40 of Jamie Kirkbride has been round as well at the same corner. Hairpin number 1, he was in P10. He'll drop all the way down the order as the fruit machine on the top left-hand side spins its way to give us a new set of standings. 9 minutes on the clock.
Harrison Crowther signalling, or Lewis Sumner rather, behind, wanting to work together with Harrison Crowther. Pull out a bit of a lead here of these two to break away. You can also see the same hand signals being deployed by Hugh Moulton, who's got in front of Riley Bishop for P3 in all of that. Oh, but getting pushed out wide there was the 46 possibly of Hayden Sherwood. Jaden Sherwood even getting pushed out towards the grass. So they're coming through, finding their way and their new positions once again. It is the Coles of Harrison Crowther coming into the Mike Wilson complex of Lewis Sumner, and Hugh Moulton into P3, and the X-Kart of Riley Bishop then down to P4. P5 of Joshua Smith still staying there, just waiting for the action to settle a little bit. Fastest lap of the race from Hugh Moulton as well, into the first one and into the 56s of this race. So showing the pace that Hugh has got out in that third place and wants to probably be at the front. And look, they've all bunched up together again. It can change so fast in any classes, but particularly in senior rotax.
Crowther, Sumner, Moulton, Bishop and Joshua Smith line astern. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Elliot Dalton-Ayres, who's come to the front of the second train from 6 down into P11 with Benjamin Lee, Jaden Sherwood, Drew Preisner. As then that's a change for second place. Hugh Moulton down the inside of early race leader Lewis Sumner. He's up into second place then. So the Coles Racing duo back to the front. Preisner and Kell now up inside the top 10 for the first time in front of Lewis Holt.
Yeah, good efforts both from Preisner there, who had a bit of bad fortune in the last heat. So as James Kell all this weekend. James Kell would love, I'm sure, at least a top 10, maybe a top 5 finish. Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton there coming across the line. Hugh Moulton quicker still, setting another fastest lap, shaving 5,000th of his previous fastest lap, coming through here with 7 minutes to go plus 1 lap through the bowl section off of the bridge, and coming down towards hairpin 1 is looking spicy though between our two Coles Racing teammates as they look round the outside. And whilst they're doing that, they're letting X-Kart in as well, but good defensive driving from both of them. They're working as a pair to hold them off.
Well, Crowther's working for himself at the minute to hold everybody off. They're not working together. Look at Crowther defending already. 6 minutes on the clock. It's way too early for them sort of games. But what he's trying to do, he's trying to back them all into the pack and start them battling. And then he can hopefully get his power down and get going. But he's going slightly wide in the Mike Wilson complex. That's allowed Lewis Sumner to come back down the inside of Moulton. Bishop's down the inside of Moulton as well. And then he's going to have a different animal. Look, what he's wanted, he's backed them all up and gone. Half a second is the gap now for Harrison Crowther. He's at the front with Sumner, Bishop and Moulton.
Yeah, and was getting a little bit of a together between the two Coles teammates there, Moulton and Crowther. And now X-Kart right between them, making things happen here. Oh, who's out very wide there onto the banking. Doesn't want to be doing that. Gives up a lot of position to that part. I think that was Jaden Sherwood, maybe Drew Preisner, a territory with Elliot Dalton-Ayres, all in that scrap of the group coming off of Litchfield Bridge. And it continues as we come out of that section there. There's the 84 of Elliot Dalton-Ayres getting a bit wide onto the curb. Let's Drew Preisner, is that up the inside, who's making some great progress up through the grid. So Drew Preisner looks like possibly up into P6 almost. We confirm as we come across the line. You talked about Harrison Crowther. Look at the gap he's got now, enjoying being watched on by our fellow drivers here on that final corner in the spectating stand there, and you've got Preisner, up into 7th on the back of Jaden Sherwood. So great progress being made by Drew. Where can he finish in 5 laps time, plus 5 minutes rather, and 1 lap's time?
Gap is out to 0.8 of a second. Riley Bishop's been shuffled back behind Moulton and Joshua Smith on the previous lap. He's down to P5. Lots of movement further down the order. Elliot Dalton-Ayres dropping to. Oh, that's not what you want. Melissa Adrian has been driven over the top of by the number 22 of Max Sheldon Haywood. Both the drivers up and out of the carts. Down at hairpin number 1, waved yellow flags, and Melissa Adrian, arms in the air.
What have I got to do?
What have I got to do not to be crashed into?
Yeah, Melissa Adrian had a great result for being a privateer in this class at Warden Law last time out, and that's not a very nice looking kart though. Now the fact that we had Max Sheldon Haywood going over the back of it, just got the braking all wrong, and unfortunately Melissa Adrian was there in front to be the partial crash barrier. Thankfully she's all okay though, but we continue the racing here. Looks like it's going to be cleared up very much quickly by our Trent Valley Kart Club team. We've got yellow flags though in this section of the track, as you'd expect, as the 2 karts being cleared away. Looks like that's happened very quickly though. Well done to our marshals to keep this racing active and going, not to disrupt the flow of Harrison Crowther out in front, because he's got a nice 3.5 second gap, almost 3.5 second, 7.5 tenth gap out in front of Lewis Sumner, although that's come right down though through that section there, and I wouldn't say it's that much now. I'd always say it's almost a quarter of a second, maybe half a second coming through the final few corners. Lewis Sumner then right on the back.
It's nearer the first. 0.2 of a second is the gap between Lewis Sumner and the back of Harrison Crowther. Hugh Moulton going along as well. That's the battle for 6th place. Drew Preisner under pressure from James Kell, who is up into 7th place, having started this race in P15. As down the inside goes Moulton on Sumner. Sumner drives all the way around the outside and holds on to position. Joshua Smith is defending on the inside. Riley Bishop will try and get on the power but can't switch it back, and the top 5 were as they were. 2.5 minutes on the clock as they come through the Fullerton S's and up towards the Mike Wilson complex once again.
Harrison Crowther will be wanting to repeat what he did in Sunderland at Warden Law, but he's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so to try and compose himself, make sure that he takes victory here at PF International. Still a long way to go in this one. You see our runners coming through, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, because Lewis Sumner is going to try and change things there, because he's taken the lead up through the bowl section on the inside and comes off of Litchfield Bridge out in front, and trying to find his way through now was Harrison Crowther. I don't know what happened to Lewis Sumner there, but got really bogged down coming out of the Litchfield Bridge section, and it's gone back to Harrison Crowther now with your other Coles Racing teammate, I believe that is a 50, Hugh Moulton now back into P2. So Coles Racing retain an X-car, almost chatting to each other on the way past, if their helmets could actually have that space to communicate with each other, almost saying, hello, what's going on? We need to get back up there. Now Coles Racing have restored the lead, and Joshua Smith is in P3 now as well. Joshua Smith has made his way back up to where he belongs or wants to be in this part of the race, in the senior rotax final.
We go 7 deep for the lead now, because James Kell and Drew Preisner have caught right up onto the back of this battle. Preisner there in the all-black cart, making their way up. Down the inside goes Moulton on Crowther. Crowther should have track position, but he doesn't. Crowther's high and wide and not at all handsome. Out on the outside. He's going to come out of this in P7. That's Kell down the inside. Kell up to P3.
That's an amazing move there, James Kell. We said he had the pace. He's certainly making that good right now. We've got 50 seconds on the clock. Could he do it? Could he get onto the back of our front runners in front of the Coles Racing? Got one of the Coles Racing leading out there. That is Hugh Moulton then out in the lead, and Joshua Smith in P2. James Kell then is onto the podium and is looking to put that bad fortune behind him here as we come across the line for the penultimate time here at PF International. James Kell is really in this. He is right in the mix on the back of Joshua Smith. Joshua Smith sets the fastest lap of the race by 0.02 of a second ahead of our front runner of Hugh Moulton in the Coles Racing. James Kell a little bit off the pace at 57 dead, about 3 or 4 tenths back. But in terms of the racing on track right now, looking like it is going to be a 3-horse battle towards the end of this race out front as it gets a bit pushed out there. Does Drew Preisner, and almost catching wheels alongside with one of the teammates. Oh, Drew Preisner's round, collected with Lewis Sumner, the ex-kart driver. That is so unfortunate again for Drew, getting caught up in an instant. Hopefully he can keep his kart going so he can actually finish this race and make all that hard work pay off, albeit a few places down. Let's come on then to our final chapter of this Kart Championship Senior Rotax final. Who is going to take victory here, going across the start-finish line for the final time? Hugh Moulton has got a bit of a gap. Joshua Smith in P2.
But he's under investigation. You saw that. Was that for the Crowder incident earlier on? I'm not quite sure. But as we head on to the final lap, this will all be in abeyance after the checkered flag. We can only commentate on what's on track, though, as Moulton, Smith and Kell head down towards the first of the 2 hairpins. Crowder back up into 4th place, down the inside of Bishop, looking left, looking right to try and hold on to that 4th place. At the front, though, 3-horse race, Moulton, Smith and Kell as they head through the Fullerton Esses for the final time, up towards Bobby Game Corner. The 90-degree right-hander, I don't think they're going to be close enough here to Hugh Moulton. He's going to win it on track. It might change in the steward's office afterwards, but we don't know that. Hugh Moulton will come out of the final corner. Moulton from Joshua Smith and James Kell from P15 up to P3 and on the podium for the 52. Crowder, Bishop, Sherwood, Sumner, Holt, Newman and Benjamin Lee completing the top 10.
Wow. I mean, when you think it's all in the bag, things can change in an instant, and Hugh Moulton will hope that he keeps the race victory there, but all to see how that unfolds in the stewards room for the Coles Racing. If not, that's going to allow Joshua Smith up into claim victory of something that he has been craving. You can see in the races so far this weekend, of course every driver wants to win, but Joshua Smith has had the pedigree to be able to do that around PF this weekend and has been showing that he deserves to be in the midst of the top 3, top 5 and winning the race. Let's see how it all unfolds in the next half an hour or so when it gets looked at by the team here at the Kart Championship and our stewards for this weekend. And it is straight through then on the weighbridge, thank goodness, for Hugh Moulton to have something else to contend with. This is Joshua Smith coming through and our 3rd place man there of James Kell looking after things.
5-second penalty applied for Lewis Sumner. That'll be for the Drew Preisner incident at hairpin number 2, I believe. So, but there, down in the holding area, Hugh Moulton on the left-hand side takes the victory from James Kell, who receives some congratulations from his fellow driver. So
and why wouldn't he? Because that was an incredible display, wasn't it? Up from where he started and been looking to make progress. Actually sort of bumped into the Kell contingent in the paddock over the last day or so, and just hearing the sort of bad luck that they had been sort of racking up over the last few races yesterday on the Saturday, but has made it count here on this Grand Prix Sunday, and thank goodness that Melissa Adrian is okay, because the kart of Max Sheldon Hayward that we saw coming over the top, you can always think that it could be a lot worse, but of course we don't want to see that. It's good to see Melissa Adrian going back with her 48 car, albeit a little bit beaten up maybe from when it first started, but the fact that she's okay and is doing all right coming back to the paddock there. Here in Parc Fermé, you can see the Jax Motorsport there of Tyler coming out of his car and getting all of that together in terms of a post-race thoughts and feelings. But let's go on to our next class here and our penultimate one of the day.
Junior Max then, with a capacity grid of 36, will head out onto the circuit for, as Jake said, the penultimate final here at the Kart Championship, live on Alpha Live from Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Lincolnshire. The debrief continues down for all of our drivers in the senior Rotax holding area as the Honda Cadet drivers there in the background get themselves ready for what will be the final of the second round. So they just watch over and wait for the juniors to head out so they can push their karts onto the circuit. Charlie Wolfett then, unbeaten so far this weekend, comes into this final on 0 points from the superheats. He'll start alongside Ewan House, Zach Turner. We've got a kart off of the 247, Elijah Hazelwood on the start line. Zach Turner, Finley Smith will go off the second row. Ryan Rapini and Harrison Bishop on row number 3. Braith Murdoch starts in 7th place with Charlie Vary, Fletcher Jameson and Larry Price. There's Ewan House, who should have been on the front row.
Oh.
And he's trying to pull his cart, and I think it's down here in front of the commentary box. Adam Turacek starts 11th. Connor Large in P12. I might have to rattle through these quite quickly. Then it's going to be Sam Flynn in front of James Tate with Teddy Cooper, Cameron Tipping, Laurie McVeigh and Leighton Kelly. Max Braskoff starts 19th. Noah Moulton alongside Kevin Ivanoff and Zach Waddell, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Toby Farthing on row 12. JJ Ploughman, Alfie Forrester, Thano Vejabuti with Zach Jennings and Shay Hilton. Toby Dukes on row 15. Elijah Hazelwood, Jackson Lane, Ronnie Smart, Isaac Jameson, Max Douthwaite, Joseph Berkery. The last 4 are the ones that came through the repechage.
Elijah Hazelwood was out of position, saw him trying to find his way through, and below us was James Tate for the Guy Cunnington guys. So James Tate was going to be in P14, so he was making his way.
Tate. It was 220, not 226. So apologies for everyone supporting Ewan House.
No, that's
you
all
might
right.
have just had a small heart attack. He's okay. He's still on the front row.
He's all right.
There he is.
There he is. He's right at the front row, looking very happy, and hopefully there will be by the end of this coming through. Is it a full start? We have gone for a full start. We are going to go round again, like a certain song says, which should kind of just be the theme of this moment here. But of course, I don't want to hear us singing Fat Larry's band.
You need it on a button.
Yeah, we would.
And when it's a full start, just press it. A little jingle.
Copyright issues, of course, so we wouldn't be able to do that, as producer James just reminds us. Otherwise, his bank bill would probably be quite high if that was going to be the case to play music in between. It'd be nice, though. We could sing.
It's only a copyright issue if it's the original.
True.
If you sing it or if you jingle it, I think it'll be okay.
I'm not sure people need to hear that, to be honest, but I'll just do it in my head. I'll keep doing it in my head. Songs come to my head quite a lot of the time as well, particularly whilst we're waiting for the action, whilst we are having a look and waiting for them to come round again. Good luck to Ryan Rapini, says Jane Rapini. So, of course, in the family, wishing luck to Ryan out there, starting out in 5th, who was very much amongst it. Excuse me, getting too excited. Amongst our runners. David, sorry, take over. Goodness. I lost a bit.
Jake might not be back. Who knows? He's just going to have a coughing fit. I shall remain professional even if he just keels over in the corner.
I'm back. There we go.
He's no.
James could replace me if you want. Don't know if you want that, but it'd be interesting. Let's just say the piece. So getting excited about Ryan Rapini. Got me all choked up. I don't know why. But Rapini was very much on site for us in Warden Law, and looking like you want to be up there in the midst. Are we going racing here? We certainly are, away for our junior rotax final, and up the inside there Charlie Wolfett holds on to the lead ahead of the Coles Racing of Ewan House. Zach Turner trying to go round the outside of Ewan House with that green helmet onto the Litchfield Bridge, but looks like Charlie Wolfett has held on, yes, and Ewan House ahead of Zach Turner, your front 3 at the moment. Oh, and we've got some incidents at the back there coming off of the bridge. Who's this?
One's Elijah Hazelwood. He's the driver in the orange helmet driving down. I'll try and pick out the others as we head up towards. We could well have a change for the lead we have. We're going to run 4 wide down the middle straight. Oh. Turner's on the outside. House is on the inside. Wolfett's down into 3rd. Ewan House leads. Zach Turner goes in a little bit too deep. Charlie Wolfett's going to try and hook it back on the inside. Wolfett back up into 2nd place. Turner down into 3rd. Ewan House leads.
Well, that is your typical opening lap here at PF International, particularly for the Kart Championship. Who is this trying to make their way?
That's Elijah Hazelwood. We've got JJ Ploughman on the far side of the circuit, out of the race, and it looks like it could be one of the Jack's Motorsports kart It could be Isaac Jameson, but I'll pick it out in a few moments' time.
So Ewan House, getting all out of shape
Not
there.
Jameson.
Charlie Wolfit was getting on the back of Ewan House coming into the bowl section there, and looks like he misjudged the braking of Charlie in front, and it's all changed once again here. You've got Ewan House in the mix there with the
Turner down the
teammate, and
inside.
Turner down the inside there, going up on the inside for the Coles Racing team. So Coles Racing to the front, 2-4-1 getting squeezed there as well. Sam Flynn for the Kiddix team out on the grass. So it's all changed so much in these first couple of laps.
Noah Moulton was the driver that was out of the race as well, with Hazelwood and Plowman. Hazelwood still going round, down the inside goes Wolfit. Ewan House eased all the way back as Braith Murdoch brings himself up inside the top 3. Zach Turner at the front has a little bit of a gap. That'll be around about 0.4 of a second as they cross the timing line, 0.46.
Braith Murdoch has certainly enjoyed himself being up there in the mix this weekend with the Ultimate R team.
Zach Jennings going up and across the grass at the first corner. Slowboards are out, race neutralised. Not quite sure why, but we have got a slowboards just out, and Zach Turner exemplary on the slowboard, slowing them down immediately rather than coming round to the start line, and Zach Turner bringing the field to a halt almost as I'll come round slowly. Everybody else
will stop over there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Is that Braith Murdoch?
I think so. I think it is.
Is it? No, it's not. Very, very similar helmet.
Yeah.
Incredibly
That's
similar helmet.
one of the Guy Cunnington Racing liveries there, and you can see the cart just cut out there. When
Leighton Kelly.
Leighton Kelly, yeah. So looking to trying to keep his cart going, and just about doing that. Who's behind him there that wants to be getting on with it as well? So 274 of Vejabuti as well, down towards the back of the pack there. So we are seeing that fan out here, and race control then just neutralising the race here with a slow board and just trying to take the thing out of all. Oh, you can see, look, race control. I don't know how often this happens particularly from our race directors, but calm down all is the sign that's being put up around PF International, which they are going to see, the drivers are going to see, because our race directors at the moment, the stewards, aren't too happy with how fierce the racing is out there in this junior rotax class. And Zach Turner's probably was, trying to enjoy building out a lead there out front, but then if it's all going on behind him and probably causing some danger that the stewards don't agree with, then that's going to cause the slow boards, and they're going to see this sign coming through.
We won't go green either this time because the boards further around the circuit are still yellow, so we'll have one further lap under this slow board.
And you can see here just outside our commentary box, we can literally see it on where they see the green flag, the red lights that come up digitally on there. You can see calm down all. We're in the commentary box just off this gantry on the left hand side of your screen. They're all seeing this sign come through, and I don't know if all the times you've commentated here at PF International, have you ever seen that before?
No, but I think they need to make it a bit more regional. It just needs to change. Calm down, all. Then for your Yorkshire lot, chill your beans, stuff like you're from Essex, way, aren't you?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what's the terminology down there for calm down?
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. You know what I mean? Take it easy. Chill out. Chill out. Probably chill out. I'd go with chill out, to be fair. Don't know if that would be what they wanted, particularly in tyre temperature. What about Scouse? Can we have a Scouse version?
Yeah, because that'd be calm down, wouldn't it?
Calm down. I'm not going to carry on that accent because I'll get myself in a lot of trouble with many people watching on the Alpha Live YouTube stream right now, wherever you are.
And the chances of you ever working for BBC Merseyside would be out.
Yeah, that's also not going to happen as well. I like particularly the other places are keeping within those 3 letters at the moment. So I would like to annoy Merseyside particularly as well. But they're getting as much temperature in their tyres here, all weaving as much as they can left and right, but I mean they are going to be losing tyre temperature no matter how much
absolutely.
They do weave.
They can only do so much at this speed. As Turner now starts to wind it up a little bit.
I think the important thing to say here as well is that the clock is still running down. They don't pause the clock during this part of the race. We're going to have about 6 minutes now.
We're going to go green, though, at the end of this lap. It says there in the top we're going to go green, and the lights for the far end of the circuit have gone out. So we are just on slow boards. That gives the drivers half a lap. So when they come round, it doesn't catch them by surprise. Turner slows down, looks over his shoulder, looks back at how much time is on the board. Yeah, he was definitely looking at us. Thumbs up.
You're doing a good job, mate.
Yeah,
well,
good,
keep
good
it
job.
going.
You keep going, mate.
It did look like he was looking over his shoulder, but yeah, of course, looking at the time as a reference point, and you hear it a lot for F1 drivers or in WEC or any kind of high-level motorsport, that the drivers have enough time to look to their side and all of the what's going on around them, as well as dealing with the racing that's going on as well. Zach Turner proving that he's certainly got the ability to be able to do that. More good luck here for Ryan Rapini. I could read the full comment if you want. Good luck, my Pookie Bear. Ryan Rapini says playing Southern Karting 7093. So we could refer to Ryan Rapini now as Pookie Bear, but I'm not sure Ryan's going to be very much on board with professional commentators calling him by that nickname.
I have never been called a professional commentator
Have
before.
you not? Are you sure?
No, I've been an unprofessional commentator many times.
Okay. I think, or a commentator just in general, maybe, just quite close to that. We are going to be going racing.
Wounded.
We are wounded, and we need to get back into this race so we can redeem ourselves. Zach Turner away then, and they lead us. We don't have the tram line start because we go from the slow ball procedure, but we are away with Zach Turner and Charlie Wolfett getting right back into it. Brafe Murdoch in P3, Ewan Howes in P4, Harrison Bishop, Ryan Rapini in P6, Finley Smith, Fletcher Jameson, Teddy Cooper and Adam Churchek as well, down to P10. Have they all stayed out in the lead? Who's this at the back of the field coming
Zach
across our
Waddell
commentary
with a
box?
problem. He's oiled up. He didn't get going away, and Zach Waddell will roll off towards the left-hand side of the first corner into retirement. Zach Turner then will lead us up into the infield section. He goes slightly wide though at hairpin 2. That's going to give Wolfett an opportunity to close up slightly.
So of all the strategy they did have earlier on in this junior rotax final, of all the time they had, has been completely neutralised by the slow procedure, and it almost becomes a sprint to the finish, but still a bit of strategy going on. Do they want to attack with 3.5 minutes and a lap to go? It might, you feel, be a bit too early for Charlie Wolfett, but using maybe a couple of laps to learn where Zach Turner is at with his performance and his kart before he makes a lunge up the inside of any of our turns. Coming across the start-finish line, whizzing past our commentary box for this next time, the first full racing lap since our slow balls were brought down by race control, and some moves going on at the back there all around the inside, and I think that was our 220 going up the inside. Managed to find the place once again for Guy Cunnington going up the inside. Was that 220?
Switch
James
back
Tate
from Ewan House on Brafe Murdoch, and they'll run side by side up towards the second hairpin. The top three all went to the inside. Murdoch was at the mercy then of Ewan House going all the way round the outside of him. Managed to hold on to the position somehow as Ewan House brings himself right back into the mix. This top four with a bit of a gap back then to Bishop, Rapini, Finley Smith, Teddy Cooper, Fletcher Jameson and Laurie McVeigh is a little bit off the back of the top 9. We'll need to catch up. There he is, just coming through in the green and red helmet.
Good luck, Zach, says Alex Owen on the live stream, and it's working for him so far, but he's got a lot of pressure from Charlie Wolfett behind. And is it going to be a move up the inside? No, because Zach Turner goes really defensive into the bowl section, hugs the apex as they come round onto Litchfield Bridge once again. And as they emerge out, it looks like Charlie Wolfett was trying to go up the inside, gone super defensive, but that's going round the outside. Is that going to be a successful move from Brafe Murdoch? It looks like it might be for P2 around Charlie Wolfett into second place. Charlie Wolfett down to P3 now. Zach Turner though minding his business all the while and letting them get on with it behind and going, all right guys, you keep battling, it helps me out. Gets a bit taken out as we go for the...
He's got a gap now though, he's got a gap because Murdoch, Wolfett and House all coming together. Oh, how wide there. We've got the 215.
Harrison Bishop is out.
Bishop, he's... in a little bit of discomfort. We've got waved yellows at hairpin 1. He is hopefully out of the way. He's back up on his feet. He's in a bit of discomfort. Wolfit down the inside of Ewan House for second place. They're going to have to work hard though here because Zach Turner's got a gap of half a second because of that battle between House, Wolfit, Murdoch, who went wide round at the Mike Wilson complex. Waved yellows because of that incident with Harrison Bishop. Means nobody's going to need to go to the inside and defensive. Keep an eye out. Make sure nobody dives down the inside until they get up towards the green flag of the second hairpin.
Yeah, important to say, of course, no overtaking with the double wave yellows. Is that a 5-second penalty I've just seen?
Elijah Hazelwood, yeah.
For Elijah Hazelwood, who is
way down
the order. So not going to affect things down in P26 at the moment for the X-Kart team. But here we go then. Our penultimate lap it will be for Zach Turner to bring home the bacon for our junior Rotax final. Charlie Wolfit behind and Ewan House in perfect prime position to take advantage of our front three runners. Is Charlie Wolfit going to send it up the inside? No, he thinks better of it. Ryan Rapini now is being brought into the mix. Ryan Rapini doing exactly what he did at Warden Law last time out in the Kart Championship. Can Ryan Rapini close in further, take advantage of this battling here? This posturing to the inside is going to help Ryan Rapini come into this group of three, become a group of four. Zach Turner is going really defensive here, trying to hold off the charge of Charlie Wolfit. He's got Ewan House for company on the inside though. Ewan House is up the inside of Charlie Wolfit. So it's Zach Turner and Coles Racing to the front for a 1-2. Charlie Wolfit though retakes P2. Ryan Rapini though up to P3. It's all changed here on the Junior Rotax final. And talking of finals, we'll be on to our final lap, David. I can't call this one, but Zach Turner might.
Sam Flynn with a mechanical flag sees his race come to a premature end. Half a second is the gap that Zach Turner has got at the front of this race. Wolfit, Rapini trying to go down the inside there of Charlie Wolfit. Wolfit holding firm in second place, but he wants to go forward. He doesn't want to get embroiled in a battle for second place. Turner with a look over the shoulder to the right-hand side for the 275 machine.
And look at Zach Turner ahead of things here, building such a gap. He's getting a point from Charlie Wolfit, trying to go out in front. Ryan Rapini right on the back of Charlie Wolfit. There's a few corners to go. One final sector to make it happen for our Junior Rotax finalists. How's it going to play out?
Turner into the Mike Wilson complex. It's very single file through here unless Charlie Wolfit can send a move down the inside. I don't think he's going to be close enough. The checkered flag is in the air. The checkered flag's going to fly. He was second at Warden Law. He's first at PFI. Zach Turner wins at round 2 from Charlie Wolfit and Ryan Rapini. Ewan House, Finley Smith, Fletcher Jameson, last year's final winner in P6. Murdoch, Cooper, McVeigh and Larry Price complete your top 10.
Well, Zach Turner managed to have composure there and hold on for what was an impressive display of composure and tenacity, dealing with that slow board, the neutralisation of the race and making race control come out with the notice on the gantry saying calm down all, but Zach Turner takes the victory. Charlie Wolfit probably be a bit disappointed he didn't have a bit more time to wear down Zach Turner in that Coles Racing machine. But Ryan Rapini impressive up onto the podium once again. Ewan House also up there too. Coming into Park Ferman, you can see 295, Charlie Wolfit peeling in. And there is your second place man coming onto the weigh scales right now. And with the Lando Norris chassis, the Dan Holland Racing chassis. And Ryan Rapini then, who we caught up with in the in the paddock show and was a bit cringed out by it, but it was all good fun for his team. Coles Racing 275 there of Zach Turner, our race winner with that green helmet. All above board in terms of the weight scales, down here in scrutineering as well. And peeling off to the side there, one of the drivers that went out, unfortunately didn't see the end of this race.
JJ Plowman walking back to his kart that was left on the outside of the circuit. He was stationed inside the Marshall's post 7, and he's just gone back to collect that kart. His dad pushing the trolley over to collect that. It will be a long journey back to the Isle of Man for JJ Plowman. A couple of drivers in this championship that make the journey over from the Isle of Man regularly. We thank them for their efforts in coming over from the Isle of Man. It's not easy to make their way over, as there is Harrison Bishop. Helmet still on, of course, because he is technically still on a live race circuit. That's why it's there, as the queue of karts waiting to exit down at the gate down the side of the circuit from that junior rotax final. Just being held as they'll be waiting to radio through if any of them have got any drop downs. Not that it matters, because they have finished, and they're not on track anyway, but it may well do at the end of the season when that 33rd place makes all the difference. So that's why they'll just be checking that out. So Bishop's kart just being recovered. That's Charlie Wolfett on the left hand side in the Dan Holland Racing suit.
Rapini having a chat there with Wolfett, I believe, racing. Yeah, Rapini having a chat with Wolfett and congratulating some of the Coles Racing guys for Zach Turner. But yeah, Rapini and Wolfett having a close run of things down there. Fascinating always to see an insight into Parc Fermé, see what it's like, because it could be very heated after a race, but great respect as always. We've seen here at the Kart Championship, and the same can be said here for this second round. So once we get the karts cleared off the track, we'll be on to our final race, David, and just like that, we've gone through a heap of superheats and onto our final one of the day, which will concern our Honda Cadets. And all of these classes have been really fiercely fought, and I'm sure that the Honda Cadets are not going to disappoint either, because there's lots to look out for in these runners as well.
Well, pick your winner. You can't in Honda Cadet, that's for sure. Any one of the top 10 could come through and take the victory in this Honda Cadet class, that is for sure. We've seen it throughout this race weekend with wins, but for a multitude of drivers. We've had, Marcus Cooper at the front of the race. We've had Archie Cannon winning races, Archie Loveridge win races, Henry Colborne win races. It is any driver from the top 10 or so, bearing in mind that Colborne started the superheats from the front row, retired from one of them, and will start the final from the outside of row 6.
No, that is for sure. So we're seeing some of our drivers coming down here. That's at 2:59 from that previous race in the Junior Rotax final, and our 2:11 as well. I think that's Zach Jennings.
2:11's JJ Plam.
JJ
I
Plam
think Jennings finished, although he finished in P16. Did Zach Jennings, having started in 28th place, although did have a very interesting trip over the grass at the first corner, which would have been, it was entertaining for everyone, probably except his mum, who was manning a camera in the middle of the circuit as part of the media team here at the Kart Championship. Would have probably taken her a bit by surprise as he flew through the camera.
Well, as you say, though, they won't need to cut the grass if they keep doing that as they go off in that first turn. Thank you for everyone's support on the live chat today. Keep your thoughts coming in for the final race, which we'll get on to right now in Honda Cadets. So, final racing action of the day. Thank you to everyone that's been watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and keeping across socials on the Kart Championship there, particularly on Instagram as well across the weekend. So, some behind the scenes action. We come towards our Honda Cadets there, and you see on the front row on pole position, we'll go to the main grids in a moment, but Marcus Cooper, who has had an impressive display, whether it's been out of the front, maybe a little bit further back this weekend, and great to see all of our stewards and marshals as well this weekend, and see all of the runners, particularly behind, giving us a wave, is Marcus Cooper right now with
I've got some suspicions.
Archie Cannon as well.
I've got some suspicions. I'm not going to say them just yet, but I get the feeling when this camera comes down the other side, someone's missing. And I'm just going to hopefully get confirmation of that. But there didn't look like there was somebody. Looked like there was somebody missing a grid slot. So unless they've managed to make it through the gate. And I don't want to worry anybody, so I'm going to wait until they come out. But I think that potentially we've got one driver missing towards the front end of this grid here in Honda Cadet.
And an important thing to say is people haven't come across karting before. How long do they have until they get into that gate? And they've got to be there by a certain time.
Yeah, normally, depending on the championship regulations, it's normally 2 minutes before the end of the previous race. There'll be a countdown, certainly with here, and there was at Warden Law as well. It depends on the tracks that we go to and the facilities, but normally the championship take them with them, that they've got a countdown clock that counts down, it starts beeping at 2 minutes, and then the gate closes at 0. And if you're not inside the gate, you don't go racing. Again, it's unfortunate, it's harsh sometimes on some of the drivers, particularly the younger ones, but everybody signs up to the same set of regulations. It does not take anybody by surprise.
Yeah, no, everyone's got to be there and inside within the window then before the gate shuts, and particularly in a final you don't want to be missing the gate shutting, because that's the last thing you want to be doing. Lots of support on the live chat we can see coming in, David, as well.
Yeah, Alexis Motorsport saying good luck to Sawyer Henderson, Oliver Ratt and Chris Doshi. Archie Loveridge getting some love as well from Georgina Mills. Alfie Keeling getting support from Paul Hazelden.
Yeah, good to see all of that happening as well. Good luck to Luca Bicocchi as well from Nana and Jack once again in this final. And Finley Fursfield, have fun. Finley Fursfield is going to be going away from P17 in this one.
So we're just waiting for this final race to get underway. I think we could well be just about there here at PFI. We'll get this wrapped up nicely by 5 o'clock by the look of things.
Yeah, good. It's been a
bit different to yesterday.
It was, yeah, a different day yesterday.
So where's all the wood? We'll touch all the wood for a trouble-free Honda final.
Yeah, it was a very busy day yesterday. Yes, there is a car
There is what I suspected. Is I don't think Sawyer Henderson's made the gate.
Sawyer Henderson, who was going to be lining up for MJR Racing, the number 27 kart, and will be interested to see why that's happened. But of course that leaves a bit of a gap on that side of the grid for Mason Becker in P4, so it could be very advantageous going off that side of things.
I thought it looked a little bit sparse on that right hand side, and
good spot.
There it is. Oh no, there's Sawyer Henderson. He's in. They were obviously working on the kart down the tail end of the field, and Sawyer Henderson rolls the kart into the evening sunshine
by the wire
and takes up the position on the outside of the front row. That was so close for Sawyer Henderson making this Honda Cadet final.
Well, you nearly called it, but they maybe heard you on the tannoy and wanted to prove you wrong. Particularly didn't want to miss out on a Honda Cadet final that they've worked so hard for over the weekend. Sawyer Henderson, P7 in the final at round 1, lines up then on P2 for this one, and will be wanting to obviously push on with that. He's a Kimbolton champion in 2025, so he's got good pedigree around that circuit that he loves very much. Is Sawyer out on pole position as well for this one. Marcus Cooper, he finished P5 in the final at round 1, so there's been good improvements from a lot of drivers throughout the grid here at PF International. Our vice champ in 2025 of Archie Cannon has had a lot of this competition and improvement in standards of the other drivers around him, so it's a fiercely competitive grid is the Honda Cadets. And as you were saying, as we will come through this final, it's pretty hard to call who will win, because we've had different race winners all of this weekend. If you just want to run through a couple of the other runners as well in this, shortly Mason Becker as well is going to be going off, trying to improve his position from P12 in the championship, finished 9th in the final at Warden Law. And they are away then though, coming out of the dummy grid for our final race of the day then in this Honda Cadets. And we'll have 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Let's get a confirmation of the starting grid. Marcus Cooper leads us off from pole position from Sawyer Henderson, Archie Cannon, Mason Becker, Ben Bowers and Archie Loveridge down to P6. On row 4, Joshua Bailey and Luca Bicocchi and Bradley Sutton, Freddie Drury, Luke Hamill and Henry Colborne hoping to recover from P12. Seth Wright is on row 7 with Oliver Ratton, Reggie DeFissi, Jensen Drummond, Finley Fursfield on row 9 with Joshua Adoherty. Jensen Cullo, Keane Delaney, Alistair Saunders, Jensen Fathers getting some love on the live stream today. Phoebe Shelton and Ollie Knox down in P24 on row 12. Row 13 is Aubrey Harrington, Evans, Jacob Jones, Archie Edgar, Alfie Love, Ralph Ryder Birch and Alfie Keeling down to P30 with our final runners of a 36 strong grid in James Murphy, Eric Grisbeck, Sebastian McCarthy, who's hoping to put his good fortunes of feeling a bit better from row 17 at 33rd, and Chris Doshi 34th, Isaac Young and Finn Hollis rounds off our packed grid for our Honda Cadet final.
Remember them final 4 had to come through the repechage just after lunch break to get themselves into this final. Can they make any advances up the order? Field rolling into position then for this 10-minute or 12-minute final. 12-minute final for Honda Cadets, which is going to see us complete around about 13 laps of this Paul Fletcher International Circuit. Hondas as far as the eye can see as the start marshal gets everybody into position. Phoebe Shelton repositioned on the left-hand side on the odd-numbered grid. Board will go up in a few moments' time as the green flag will be raised at the far end of the circuit. The 5-second board will go up on the overhead gantry at the front, just above us on the right-hand side of our screen. There we go. 4 red lights will then extinguish to commence the final of round number 2. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Sawyer Henderson on the outside of the front row, but he can't get across in front of Marcus Cooper, and Cooper will lead us up towards the bowl for the first time.
Yes, Cooper wanting to make way into claiming victory here and holding on to his pole position ahead of Sawyer Henderson, who we were very worried about would have a big gap on that inside to allow 4th place to get away of Mason Becker. But it looks like it has all stayed the same as we come through then into this first hairpin of our Honda Cadets. And all to choose though, a big incident though with a few karts getting caught up there. I don't know who that is towards the back, but we'll try and pick out who is falling down the order. That's the 19, I believe.
Alfie Love, and I think it could be Reggie Duffersey in the Ambition Motorsport 24. Yes, it is. And we've got one other driver coming through slowly after an incident in the bowl. That is the number 38 machine of Aubrey Harrington Evans.
So those drivers possibly out of the mix unless we have a slow board in this Honda Cadet final to be back in the running as they come across the line then for the first time at full racing speed. It's Marcus Cooper followed by Mason Becker, Sawyer Henderson, Archie Cannon as well, Archie Loveridge, Joshua Bailey and Ben Bowers, Henry Colborne, Luca Bicocchi down in P9 and Freddie Drury in P10. Mason Becker up from P4 into 2nd place, so a gain of 2 positions. Can he make it 3 gains as they come down here into the hairpin for another look up the inside? No, it's all very much behaving, although there's been some drivers going wide there, and that's allowed everyone else to come up the inside, I believe, of Archie Cannon.
Yeah, a little bit of pinball action there as one goes into the next one, it sends the next one, and there's a concertina effect. Sawyer Henderson off that front row falling backwards. That's Benjamin Bors down the inside of Archie Cannon and back up into 5th place.
10 minutes exactly then on the clock also as they come round through the Mike Wilson complex for this final race of the weekend, and it has been fantastic action in all of our classes. It got a bit spicy in some of our junior rotax final, but the Honda Cadets at the moment keeping it pretty polite. That all could change though as we tick down the clock here around this PF International Circuit in Lincolnshire for some amazing racing that we have seen today. And it looked like a move up the inside there, potentially from the machine, the black car in the background, and it was trying to throw up the inside.
The black nose was Henry Colborne.
Yeah, Henry Colborne, yeah, was looking to fend off the challenge from Sawyer Henderson, who's dropped right down in the mix. So looking to see if we can see any moves happening from that far down from Henry Colborne to try and keep all of his competitors behind. Further up though, Archie Cannon, who was the vice champ of this championship in 2025, down in P6 at the moment, wanting to improve that as he makes his way through the race. You can see the front of this pack now, Archie Cannon with the 6th, 7th and 8th, and furthermore back is this kind of group. And then you've got Ben Bowers, Joshua Bailey, Archie Loveridge and Mason Becker up to P1 of Marcus Cooper that have peeled away from Archie Cannon on your screen. Right now, the S-plate, 5 holder even, sorry, S and 5 look very similar.
If anybody is wondering, and they've picked up that 4 of the top 6 have got engines with exactly the same blue and red sticker on the side of it. We've got a kart with an engine blowing up
as you talk about that
round the bowl section. It's either that or the wheel rubbing on the chain guard. I think actually it's chain guard rubbing on the wheel. It's flicked up to the side. We'll pick that up in a few moments as Sawyer Henderson goes down the inside of Benjamin Bors. Yeah, why they've got them is that the top 4 in the championship were told on the Friday here at this event. There it is. That's the 25, and that is chain guard onto the rear wheel for Jensen Drummond, that they had been selected to run controlled championship motors, so they weren't allowed to run their own engines. The championship provided them with engines, and they're still battling in the top 6. So what that tells us is it's driver talent that's driving them towards the front.
Yeah, absolutely, and not being halted by machinery as well, and looking to put themselves out in the mix here as we come across the line once again. Fastest lap for our front man of Marcus Cooper, setting the pace out there with a 1 minute and 5.58, although the fastest lap no goes down to Keane Delaney down in P20, the 91 runner privateer this weekend, putting in some great racing out there at PF International. So coming across down into this hairpin, Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker, and the 3rd and 4th behind of Archie Loveridge and Joshua Bailey, just keeping things pretty calm at the moment and keeping line astern, because there is a long way to go in this race. Oh, but look at this though, David.
That's game over for Jensen Drummond. That was his chain guard coming into contact with his rear tyre, but it's they'll get a new set of tyres for the next round, because Honda's run on effectively one set for rounds 1 and 2, and then another set for rounds 3 and 4. So he'll get a brand new set, so they can be safely filed in the bin.
Yeah, and thank goodness that, you know, the fact that we can go through rounds 1 and 2, it's affordable, and the fact it's happened towards the end of this round 2, at the point you're making there, they won't feel too hard done by with that, particularly as the whole of the season is concerned. Of course, in this race will feel a little bit bittersweet, but Marcus Cooper, Mason Becker and Loveridge and Bailey keeping this group of, well, 3 here. Joshua Bailey is dropping off the back of them a little bit, with around about a 3/4 second gap between them, but you could say that Joshua Bailey is just about clinging on to this group of 3. And then further back is Archie Cannon, keeping Luca Bicocchi on his behind as well in a similar.
Well, they'll work together as teammates. They've got Henry Colborne and Freddie Drury, so 3 Apollo of the 4. Henry Colborne in the running as a privateer, but will racing in the BRK colours. They just want to try and work together to close in the battle at the front and stay somewhere near it for when things like this happen.
And it's a 52 up the inside. Mason Becker makes the move then on Marcus Cooper there, but then also Archie Loveridge has come on through to pick up the pieces.
Keep an eye out on Cannon. Look how close they've got now with all of that squabbling. It's just too early. They've gone down the inside. Becker into the lead though. Loveridge will try and push him away. Bailey now in pushing Cooper to try and catch back on. And it has given the rest of the field an opportunity, as down the inside of Henry Colborne goes Freddie Drury for 7th place.
Nice move, hugging the apex up the inside of the bowl. So here you go then, off the Litchfield Bridge with Mason Becker, Archie Loveridge building a slight gap in between a 3rd and 4th runners of Marcus Cooper and Joshua Bailey, and you were sensing the pace there from Archie Cannon, were you, David, setting the fastest lap at the moment, a 1:5.26, which is 3/10 quicker than our front runner of Mason Becker right now as they cross the start finish line. But look at the group of 5 getting all closer together at the moment with 4.5 minutes on the clock, and a nice move posturing going on between the 2 Apollo karts. Archie Cannon trying to hold off his teammate Bicocchi, just saying, look, this is not the time to be trying to have a dive down the inside. We need to get up towards the front runners of this race and make an impact there.
Had a look down the inside of Joshua Bailey, who tried to have a look down the inside of Marcus Cooper, and it slowed his run out to that 4th place. Black flag for Phoebe Shelton, not sure what that is for in the 84 machine, but Shelton's race comes to a premature end with 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Loveridge, I'll show you, will just push Becker. He's going to push him away, try it from everybody else. Cannon up into that 4th place now. Bailey shuffled back, Bicocci's got through the gap as well. He's up into P5. Can Drury move his Apollo car up into that top 6 as well? He's our highest place novice runner with the black plates in the number 55 machine, currently running in P7. Behind him, Colborne, Henderson, who started off the front row. Here's down in P9. Ben Bors completes your top 10. Here's your top 2.
Yes, Mason Becker and Loveridge. And yeah, you say Loveridge is doing all of the hard work, you'd like to think, at the moment in front, behind Mason Becker, obviously, at the front of this pack and the front of this race. In our Honda Cadet final, lots of laps still to go though, with 3 minutes and 8 seconds and a lap extra on the clock right now as they're coming through, kind of pretty much line astern at the moment, behaving themselves all the while. As I say that, a dive down the inside there, I believe, from Archie Cannon on Marcus Cooper. So on to the podium places.
Bicocci's done them both. They were preoccupied, and Luca Bicocci comes off the bridge in 3rd place.
Wow, that's an amazing opportunist move from Bicocci there ahead of his teammate. Although it looks like Archie Cannon's not very happy about that. Archie Cannon goes back through on Bicocci and not very happy with a bit of a hand wave in the air from Bicocci to let his teammate know that we should come and be working together. If I'm going to earn a place, let me have it for at least a lap or two.
Cannon didn't have a choice but to overtake there. He was being pushed along by Marcus Cooper. So he didn't really have much of a choice because Cooper was going through anyway, so he might as well have pushed Cannon through, and Cannon went down the inside. The two of them got a really good run off the bridge because Bicocci making that move was a little bit tight on the exit of the corner. And Cannon moves back through into the final podium position in P3 as it stands.
So Cannon 1.8 seconds off the lead at the moment, and we'll be looking to try and close that gap with the couple of minutes we have left. Or there's a swoop at the inside.
Drury and Bailey.
Drury throwing it up, sending it up the inside into the bowl and trying to hug that apex. But you can see the gap now forming between our front two of Loveridge and Mason Becker, and Bicocci and Cannon also further back.
Colborne's going to get hung out to dry. Oh! That's Ben Bors up and tipped into a spin.
Yeah, that is not going to be something we want to see, but that was a little bit of a spin, and lots of drivers trying to go into the same corner. Not enough tarmac left there between Colborne and Boas in that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, our front two runners are running away with this, with Mason Becker and Archie Loveridge. We'll try and see if we can get a replay of what happened with our runners, with Boas and Colborne involved. But we're coming on to what will be the penultimate lap here at PFI for our penultimate lap of the weekend. Here's your Apollo Kart teammates of Cannon and Bicocci coming through in 3rd and 4th. Archie Cannon is in the fastest lap territory right now with a 1:5.26 to his name, 3 tenths quicker than the runners ahead of him. So Archie has got the pace, but is it too much of a gap to close up? And here, though, it's all going to be changed into this hairpin, it looks like.
Freddie Drury's down the inside of Luca Bicocci and moves up into 4th place. Good move there by Freddie Drury. Bicocci's coming back at him. For Joshua Bailey in that 6th place. Then there's a gap back to Cooper and Henderson, who were your front row. And we said at the start, this Honda race can be anyone. Well, your front row is currently 7th and 8th.
This is so true. Yes, they've made such an amazing jump up of the field, and we've got Mason Becker and Archie Loveridge then batting it out then, and are going to come across the line for the final time. Who's going to take the final trophy of this weekend of the Honda Cadet final? Look at Loveridge trying to find a way past Becker as we go up towards the bowl section. It looks like he's trying to try it down at the inside, a switchback up into Litchfield Bridge, and has he done that successfully? Yes, Archie Loveridge up the inside off of the Litchfield Bridge onto the outside curve. Don't want to get too wide because you can let Mason Becker back in down towards hairpin 1. So defensive, but not enough. He's left the door open.
Oh, I've no idea why you do that. He was on the inside, opened the door. Becker was in the wheel tracks down the inside.
Wheels.
They bang wheels up towards hairpin number 2. Can he get the switch back? Mason Becker to the inside. That's going to scrub speed off for Becker. But Loveridge can't draw alongside. Behind them, Cannon's down into P6 behind Bicocci and Bailey. You look at them in the background. There's the two of them.
Yeah.
Loveridge is going to try and go down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. Side by side. Loveridge is through in the Mike Wilson complex. 2 corners from home. Drury closing in on 3rd place. Archie Loveridge will come out of the final corner. Looks over his shoulder for confirmation. Celebrates the victory. Loveridge, Becker, Drury, Bailey, McCotchy and Cannon. The top 6 split by 1.8 seconds from Henderson, Cooper, Ratton and Bradley Sutton. Completing your top 10, Seth Wright, Jensen Cooler, Luke Hamill, with Finley Thursfield and Henry Colborne down in P15. Disappointing finals day for Colborne after a strong Saturday. He finishes in front of Joshua Odote, James Murphy, Ben Bors, who had that spin earlier on down at hairpin 1. Alistair Saunders, Archie Edgar, Jensen Fathers, Sebastian McCarthy and Chris Doshi finish in front of Eric Grisbeck,
Hang on, though.
Ollie Knox.
Hang on, though, because Mason
Investigation for Becker
in P2 might drop him down slightly in the order of Freddie Drury and Joshua Bailey in that territory. So that's something we're going to watch out for post-race here. But yeah, your provisional results as they stand at the moment on the left of your screen. But Mason Becker being looked at by the stewards. Things could change in this next part of the weekend, although of course that is the final race of action here on your Alpha Live YouTube
Our day
channel.
ends, that for the stewards does not.
No,
they've got
it
about
doesn't.
another half an hour's work to do.
And the queue behind us on the stairs where our commentary box is, all the drivers will queue up. They're waiting to come into the stewards room with their team officials, with parents, with mums and dads. That's the 55 on your screen there of... Is that 55? Yeah, 55.
Freddie Drury, a good run
P3.
for Freddie Drury.
He looks happy. Look how happy he is on the camera. Very excited to see all of that amazing efforts pay off there. Gets a fist bump from one of the Kart Championship officials as well. And the Apollo Kart team will be very happy. But, of course, so will Project One Racing too. Because, as you said, up from 7th and 8th places.
Yeah, Loveridge with the Project One suit on, but with the Ambition Motorsport colours running under the guide of Paul James at Ambition for a long time as Archie Loveridge. He makes his way over to have a quick chat with his dad, having left his kart into Park Fermé. That does bring a close, Jake, to what has been a superb day's racing. And after yesterday, where we had a number of medical incidents that were dealt with superbly by the team here at Trent Valley Kart Club, Paul Fletcher International, it's been a trouble-free race day, no stoppages, and we've sailed through and we're wrapped up for 10 to 5.
Yeah, and it's been fantastic to see all of your love and support and commentaries on the live chat, particularly. Thanks to everyone for following on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. PF International here in Lincolnshire for round 2. It has been frenetic. It has all been high-octane action, particularly in all of our classes across the weekend. But thank you so much for watching. We will catch you at Whilton Mill for the next round here, brought to you by Alpha Live for the next one. Take care and see you soon.